Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Author Helped Strawhat Luffy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Xomniac, alright, let's see. Can you think of any better words than smirk? Xomniac, it's the general sentiment I want, but I've used it way too much. CV12 Hornet, smug grin? Vulpine grin? Sheet-eating grin? Xomniac, no, Gu. Xomniac, head desk screw it, we've been at this too long. Want to brainstorm something else? CV12 Hornet, well, I could use someone to bounce ideas off of for this Dragon Ball Z FIC I'm thinking of. Xomniac, pass, DBZ's not my thing, hesitant face. CV12 Hornet, ow, my childhood, tongue sticking out. Xomniac, heh. Hey, you read Walk on the Moon? CV12 Hornet, can't say that I have. CV12 Hornet, in fact, it's the first time I've heard about it. Xomniac, it's a Naruto SI. Really brilliant, truly a sight to behold. CV12 Hornet, oh boy. I've not had good experiences with SI in general. And Naruto? Double whammy there. CV12 Hornet, I mean, there's only one SI I can think of that I can honestly say I liked. CV12 Hornet, and I suspect half the reason is nostalgia. Xomniac, heh, I suppose that's fair enough. They are a little overdone. But still, you gotta understand why they do it, right? Xomniac, I mean, can you imagine? Going to those worlds, standing side by side with those people. Scary as hell, to be sure. But what the hell are we accomplishing in front of our computer screens? CV12 Hornet, well, we're entertaining people. That's something, right? CV12 Hornet, besides, inserting into a fictional universe sounds like a great way to die a horrible death. Xomniac, yees, entertaining. With fics that barely get a second glance. And yeah, it'd be bad if you were sheet out of luck. Xomniac, I mean, so long as you wound up in the right verse, your odds can be pretty good. Xomniac, example, One Piece. Get on the straw hats and you'd be set for life. In for the wildest ride of your life, but still, pretty DMN set. CV12 Hornet, really? Of all the verses, you picked One Piece? CV12 Hornet, I think I'll stick to the verses where the baseline for durability isn't superhuman. Xomniac, shrug your opinion. Me, though. Man, to get to sail on the blue seas. I'd give anything for that. Least I'd get out of writing papers. XD. Really outstanding Biatch has joined the conversation. Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, your wish is my command. CV12 Hornet, I was gonna make a joke about nice men in white jackets, but I can't argue with that logic. Xomniac, wait WH. Xomniac, aw sheet. CV12 Hornet, wait, who's this jackass? Xomniac, read the initials. CV12 Hornet, oh sheet. Oh sheet FFING fuck donkeys. Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, oh calm down. I need one of you to stay behind and keep writing, and he's the one who offered. CV12 Hornet dash. CV12 Hornet, yay? CV12 Hornet, I'm just gonna go talk to Admiral Tigerclaw for you, okay? Xomniac, don't. Xomniac, you. Xomniac FING. CV12 Hornet has left the conversation. Xomniac dash. Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, honor among thieves, huh? Xomniac, head desk tell me about it. Xomniac, so. No chance of getting out of this? Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, none. Xomniac, time to prepare? Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, absolutely zero. Xomniac dash. Can I grab a change of clothes? Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, what you wear is what you get. Xomniac, GRRGGRGRRRRGGH. Xomniac, you're a real BSTRD, you know that? Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, but at least my tone is pleasant. Xomniac, sigh. Can I at least send an email to my parents? They're gonna flip. Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, now this is where I'm a little bit more pleasant. Xomniac? Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, time dilation. So long as you manage to survive to the end, you'll come back here to this exact point in spacetime with the option of going back to visit whenever you want. Xomniac, that's oddly generous. Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, wheel, considering how your chances of survival are slim to none, not REALLY. Honestly? I just want to make sure you don't angst over your precious lost family, like a little beach. Do you have any idea how annoying that gets? Xomniac, headisk. Xomniac. F it. Head first into hell. Xomniac, so, how are we doi fuck shit? Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding Biatch, mind the drop. Xomniac has left the conversation. CV12 Hornet has joined the conversation. CV12 Hornet, hello? Xomniac? You still here, buddy? CV12 Hornet, crap. CV-12 Hornet, okay, step number 1, don't panic. Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding biatch, sorry, nobody here but us chickens. Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding biatch, now. Seeing how you're apparently missing a co-writer. Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding biatch, care for some divine intervention? AD. CV-12 Hornet has left the conversation. CV-12 Hornet has blocked really outstanding biatch. Bitchingly ridiculous outstanding biatch, pouts now that was just rude. Oh. Warm. Soft. Scratchy. I sighed as I shifted around a little bit, trying to get comfortable. I just needed a little more sleep, then I'd be ready to go for the day. Just a little more. Splash. Cold. Wet. Up my nose. Gah. Son of AF beach. I howled, springing upright and staggering away from the waves. I panted and doubled over as my head spun from getting up so fast, idly wiping sand from my weight. I froze as I started to process the facts. Waves and sand. Neither of those were in my dorm room. I slowly worked the crust out of my eyes and blinked as I tried to take the scenery in. A nice, wide stretch of beach, bordering on an endless expanse of beautiful pure blue ocean. The first thing that ran through my head was, this isn't my room. The second was almost, how did I get here, but that train was violently derailed by the rapid recollection of the latest memories I could recall. The third thing that ran through my mind was a mishmash that could be loosely labeled as shitfuckdeafusckafuckdeafusckwhatdoidowhatdoido. I promptly slammed the brakes on that line of thought, slapping my hands to my forehead and inhaling deeply through my nose. Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic, fear is the mind killer, don't panic, think. I ground out, if only for the sake of hearing my own voice. After a few seconds of standing there and borderline hyperventilating, I managed to calm myself down and actually think about facts. Fact 1, ROBs are FING fuckers who deserve to have railroad spikes shoved through every inch of their being. Fact 2, I was calming down a bit if I could manage to swear like a sailor. Fact 3, I was in one piece. I had to be. Or at least, I had to believe that I was. If I was in some other, less relatively friendly world, or heavens forbid one I knew nothing about. I shivered violently. No, don't think about that, keep going. Fact 3, chances were high that I was in one piece. This meant that my proposed course of action was still the best, find my way onto the Straw Hat Pirates. Sure, logically, I could live the life of a civilian, especially if I was somewhere in the East Blue. But that plan has thorns in and of itself. For one, my skill set is firmly zipped to none on account of me becoming a literal college dropout, and for another the blue seas are teeming with bloodthirsty pirates and marines with potential to be worse than the pirates. Was living the life of a straw hat terrifying? Yes. Was it dangerous, life-threatening even? Oh hell yeah. Did it guarantee that I'd have some of the potentially strongest people in the world watching my butt so long as I managed to become their friend? You better DMN well believe it. I nodded firmly, my decision reinforced, it looked like it would be a Straw Hat Pirate's life for me. Moving on, I focused on fact 4, I had absolutely no clue where the hell I was. Well, at least that was one problem I could fix. I spun on my heel. And stared at the tropical jungle laid out before me. My guts ran ice cold. Oh god no, not little garden, for FS sakes not little F dead end garden. However, a hasty glance at the horizon and a moment of listening was enough to soothe my panicked mind. No mountainous skeletons, no roars of prehistoric monstrosities, no pillars of smoke from periodically erupting active volcanoes. I was safe. For a certain value of the word. I winced as I tugged at the collar of my jacket. I was also pretty DMN hot, and not in the good way. Wait. I blinked as a thought struck me. Jacket? I made a hasty review of my apparel, my favorite large, black and pocket-lined shell jacket hoodie, check. A t-shirt with urban camo on the chest, check. My black cargo slacks, check. Beaten leather loafers, check. And finally the dark gray pair of industrial-grade heavy-duty Bluetooth headphones I'd shelled out almost $500 for that were hanging around my neck. Check, for whatever that was worth. I let out a weary sigh as I zipped my jacket open. As one could expect from a tropical climate such as this, it was rather humid. Thankfully, being a headstrong Floridian with an aversion to showing more skin than I needed to appeared to be paying off for once, as I was used to the heat. I winced as my head throbbed painfully, promptly whipping my jacket off and tying its arms around my waist. Alright, relatively used to it. Sue me, it must have been 100 degrees out here. Anyways, without any other options available to me, especially after a final glance back at the ocean confirmed that there wasn't a ship in sight, I started to march forwards into the depths of the muggy green hell. To be honest, I normally like taking nice and long walks. However, there were two primary factors missing that made this little venture hell. First, I didn't have any music to listen to, so I was bored straight the hell out of my mind. And second, there wasn't any beaten path to speak of, so I was forcing my way through a dense barrier of wild foliage that was doing everything naturally possible to get in my way. After what felt like forever of displaying my vast vocabulary to Mother Nature in a, shall we say, creative manner due to catching my jacket on branches, tripping over roots and ducking under vines and whatnot, I caught sight of and dashed into a clearing of grass. I almost immediately doubled over as I tried to catch my breath and started to think once anew. First and foremost, as far as I could tell, the island I was on was most likely deserted, devoid of all forms of sapient life apart from me. Which was unfortunate. I had absolutely zero idea where I was. I didn't know which blue I was in, even which hemisphere I was located on. As it stood, I had about a 1 in 3 chance of being somewhere I could run into the Straw Hats. East Blue or Paradise? Good. Any other blue or, God forbid, the New World? Things would become a lot more interesting was one word. Complicated was more appropriate though. Second. My stomach let out a vicious rumble, prompting me to blush in embarrassment. Right, food. Food is definitely my second priority. Which was complicated on account of how I had no experience with nature, but I'd have to at least try. Hopefully I could get my hands on some kind of. My train of thought ground to a sudden and vicious halt. I've been marching through this jungle for ages. I mused aloud. Why the hell haven't I heard so much as a single animal? Squawk. Yerg. I yelped, leaping almost a foot off the ground in shock. The he-dash? I snapped my head around and scanned the treeline in shock. Where the hell did those birds come from? Ooh-ah. I spun around as another cacophony of noise erupted behind me. Now monkeys? How the hell did they stay hidden? Growling. I went stock still as a pair of all too feral snarls simultaneously erupted from the foliage of my sides. They sounded like my cat. If she were on steroids. Ruff. Ruff. And that sounded like my dog straight ahead of me, only a lot bigger and a lot less willing to play. Forcing myself to keep my breathing slow and my panic out of my thought process, I started to inch myself backwards. Just a bit more, just a little bit closer to the foliage. Grower. I am not ashamed to say that I shrieked like a little beach and fell flat on my face as I scrambled away from the jungle. I stand by the firm belief that it was a very appropriate reaction to having a lion roar 10 inches behind me. I gasped and panted heavily as I lay on the grass, my mind reeling with fear. I'd never had a panic attack before, but something told me that I was right on the edge of getting one. However, before I could go over that edge, a new noise managed to catch my attention. Laughter. A lot of laughter, from a variety of different people, men and women and young and old alike, like a badly edited together laugh track. I realized two things from that laugher. First, the fact that a lot of the laughs were unique really helped cement the idea that I was in one piece. After all, where else would someone have a laugh like Chayakakoko? The second thing, I realized with a furious snarl, was that someone was mocking me. Hastily scrambling to my feet, I charged towards the foliage in the direction the laugher was originating from. However, just before I hit the plant life, the laughter changed direction, suddenly coming from behind me. I glanced at the opposite side of the clearing for a second, but I ignored it and pressed ahead. Fooling me once was bad enough, and I wasn't willing to go 2 for 2. And with that, I delved into the jungle, shoving my way through the plants and scouring the jungle for whoever the hell was FING with my head. After a few minutes, I managed to catch sight of another clearing. I charged out of the jungle. And promptly slid to a halt, staring in disbelief. What the hell? The clearing I was in was only half as big as the last one I'd been in, but it had a table of rock in the center of it. Stationed upon the rock was a snail, or at least something that looked very similar to a snail. Its shell was a little larger than a baseball, and its body was about the same size to match. Its skin was a darkish gray, and its shell was emblazoned with a black and white checkerboard pattern. The snail also had eyes on the tips of its stalks and a mouth full of teeth in the middle of its body. It was also whipping its head back and forth and cackling uproariously, tears of laughter pouring from its eyes. I blinked as I processed this turn of events. That was a transponder snail. It was a bit weird to see a snail that big in real life, but the form was unmistakable. I withheld a sigh as I felt a weight lift off my heart. No doubt about it, I was 100% in one piece. Then I felt a dark rage flood me. Whoever was mocking me was on the other end of that snail. Hey! I yelled angrily, putting all my frustration into my voice. Are you all through enjoying the show or what? The snail jumped in shock, blinking at me in surprise. Before leaping back and screaming in terror. And not just any scream either, a high-pitched woman's scream. I jumped at the noise, my breath catching in my throat. What the F dash? I blurted. Then I froze as I noticed something. Its shell. It was unblemished. There wasn't a speaker in the side of its shell. My mind flew as I to connect what I was seeing. This was a transponder snail, no doubt about it, but without an actual transponder attached to it, then it was a wild snail. And as far as I knew, it was impossible for people to communicate through wild transponder snails. My mind froze as I ran the last sentence through my head. Impossible. Like, say, a person of rubber? I smiled uneasily as I made the connection. You've got to be kidding me. I muttered in disbelief. It was at that point that I started as I realized that the sound I'd been listening to had changed. Instead of screaming, the snail had curled in on itself and was crying its head off, sobs coming out of it in a loop. I flinched as I took in the reaction. Now I remembered a rather pertinent fact: snails this small were known as baby transponder snails. Sure, I liked kids as much as I liked writing essays, but this. A stab of guilt ran through me as a particularly miserable sob rang out from the snail. I hastily fell to my knees and inched my way towards the snail, my hands raised placatingly. Hey, I'm sorry. I cooed softly. I didn't mean to yell, I was just frustrated, please don't cry. The snail's cries subsided as it slowly looked up at me, tears still streaming down from its eyes. SOE? It croaked in a voice that wouldn't be out of place coming from a toddler. I hesitated for a moment before smiling shakily and slowly nodding. Yeah, SOE. By the way. I slowly made my expression eager as I leaned forwards, looking at the snail with interest. That's a really neat trick you've got there. Did you get them after eating a fruit with swirls that tasted yucky? The snail blinked at me before nodding its head slowly. See coconut. It said, the word pasted together with syllables from several other voices. It then scrunched its face up and stuck its tongue out in disgust. Blech. It spat in the voice of an old man. I chuckled lightly at the face it made. Heh, yeah. I hear that those kinds of fruits usually taste like butt. I slowly looked him over in curiosity. So, unless I miss my guess, you can make all kinds of sounds and noises, right? Almost instantly, the snail smiled and nodded. It opened its mouth. Gah! And I promptly jumped in shock as the forest around me erupted with noise. Screeches, roars, snarls, buzzing, everything one would expect from a jungle. Like someone had just up and flipped a switch. However, as swiftly as the noise started, it came to an abrupt end and was replaced with the laugh track from before as the snail returned to laughing itself senseless. I panted as I processed the change in demeanor before slowly starting to snicker. That was pretty funny. I admitted with a shaky smile before closing my eyes in thought. All right. Seeing how a Poo can apparently use his powers to make music, I'm guessing he's got something akin to the music fruit. So. I looked at the snail contemplatively. I guess that means you ate the what, noise fruit? The snail stopped laughing and considered my words for a second before smiling and bobbing its head from side to side. Noise fruit, noise fruit. It crowed in my voice. My eye twitched slightly. All right, that's a little creepy. I admitted before hastily plastering a smile on my face. But cool. I slowly extended my hand towards the snail. It's really nice to meet you. My name is Cross. Jeremiah Cross. The snail blinked and sniffed at my hand contemplatively before smiling. I smiled in turn as well. It then opened its mouth. Chomp. Yerg. And brought its teeth down on my index finger, causing me to howl in pain as I shot to my feet and whipped my hand back and forth. Getoff. I shouted, trying to get the gastropod to release my digit. Finally, the toothy snail had the decency to let go of my finger, flying off me and bouncing off the stone it had been resting on before righting itself. Its eyes spun madly for a second. Until it refocused itself and grinned madly, cackling once anew. I huffed and shook my finger frantically as I tried to work out the pain. That had hurt like a beach. I cast a vehement glare at the snickering snail as I started to wipe the mucus and saliva off on my pants. I take back all the nice things I said about you. You're nothing more than a little. I froze as my hand bumped into my pocket. Specifically, against something inside my pocket. Slowly, ponderously, I dug my hand into my pocket and withdrew what was within in disbelief. I can't freaking believe it. I breathed. In the palm of my hand was the last thing I'd ever expected to see, my iPhone 6s, completely intact and, with any luck, fully functional. Suddenly, the device pinged and its screen lit up, displaying a text message. B.R.O.B. Ain't I generous? Check out the upgrades. It didn't take long to understand what my beneficiary was talking about. A quick once-over of the screen showed that there were infinity signs next to both the battery and Wi-Fi symbols, guaranteeing that my phone would be working for a nice long while. Huh? A grin slowly played across my face. Well, thanks, I guess. I slowly tilted my grin to make it a bit more hopeful. I don't suppose you could get me something to eat too, while you're at it? Another text popped up. B.R.O.B, greedy. But sure, why not? Wouldn't do for you to starve, would it? Without warning, something fell and landed on my head. I hastily snapped my hand out and caught whatever it was before it could fall to the ground. I smiled immediately once I caught sight of the golden arches emblazoned on the paper. Most people would beach and about McDonald's being unhealthy sheet. Then again, those same people hadn't spent who knows how long tramping through a jungle. Thanks a lot. I crowed, opening the bag and digging into the food within, enjoying it. Right up until I actually noticed one of the tastes in my mouth and froze in horror. I swallowed heavily, slowly turning a horrified look towards my phone. Did I just eat a biscuit? B.R.O.B, I guess this'll teach you to watch what you put in your mouth, huh? The blood promptly drained from my face. Oh, you son of a dash. As if on cue, my stomach let out a far too familiar gurgle of distress. A roll of toilet paper promptly bounced off my skull. B.R.O.B, run, as fast as you can. Better hurry, lest you soil your pants, little man. F dash. I howled, scooping up the toilet paper and darting off in search of a suitable hole. After about a half hour of what felt like liquid napalm tearing through my intestinal tract, I finally managed to stumble my way back into the clearing. I need to stop laughing at those Haribo gummy bear reviews. I know their pain far too well. I glanced down at my palm with a scowl. And as for you dash. I froze and stared at my empty hand in shock. Where the hell had I dash? I promptly slapped a hand to my forehead. Right, dropped it when I grabbed the toilet paper. I started scanning the ground. It should still be somewhere on the... I caught sight of the bottom of my iPhone. Just as it disappeared into the maw of the transponder snail, followed by it swallowing heavily and grinning at me with a sheet-eating smile. Grass. My eye twitched furiously. I mumbled out. My mouth promptly twisted into a dark scowl as I started to march towards it, my fingers twitching murderously. You little sheet. The snail's smile dropped in favor of a fearful expression as it started to inch away from me, glancing left and right in search of an escape route. Then it suddenly froze, blinking as its gaze became slightly unfocused, staring at something I couldn't see. I hesitated slightly as I stared at it. Hey, are you alright? I'm said, I don't really want to hurt you, I'm just a little dash. Exclamation point. The snail suddenly blared, its head snapping up in wide-eyed shock. Gah! I leapt back from the snail in shock at the sound the snail had made. It was loud and frantic and dash. I blinked as I caught up with my train of thought. Wasn't that sound dash? Was that the Metal Gear Solid alert sound? I asked in disbelief. The snail blinked at me in confusion before smiling exuberantly, opening its mouth. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And belting out lyrics from a very familiar sound. I gaped at the snail in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. Suddenly, as I shifted my shoulders, I became intensely aware of the weight around my necks. Thinking fast, I snapped my headphones up and over my ears and clicked them on, praying that my patron, a word I was very hesitant to use, had upgraded these as well. Almost instantly, I was forced to wince as my ears came under an auditory assault. What does the fox say? I'm Cece and I know it. We are made from broken parts. Celebrate good times, come on. GRK. I hastily whipped the headphones back down around my neck in an effort to save my eardrums. I gave the snail a bemused look as it continued to smile and bob its head to some unheard beat. Oh yeah, you definitely have access to my world's internet. The snail finally looked up and smiled at me with a snarky smirk. Thank you, he crowed. I blinked in disbelief for a second before freezing as a thought struck me. I looked over the snail contemplatively. This snail, his power wasn't much, but... well, on the surface, rubber and silence and springs didn't seem like a lot either, right? And quite honestly, I like being able to swim, so... well, nothing for it, right? Hey, you can understand me, right? I started slowly. The snail looked up at me before nodding slowly. Right, well... I looked away uncomfortably. Man, why did this have to be so hard? Look, let me ask you something. Do you like being here on this island? I mean... I gestured at the silent forest around us. The reason there aren't any animals nearby. I'm guessing it's because you scare them away with that noise you make, right? The snail started and stared at me in shock before nodding again, only this time its expression was saddened. If you could, what would you say about leaving this island? With me, I mean. The snail snapped its head up in shock. See. I scratched the back of my head with an uneasy smile. I've got a bit of a plan. You know what pirates are, right? The snail nodded with a grimace. Well, I know about a pirate crew that's not like other pirates. They're strong and amazing and, well, I want to join them. I want to join their crew and follow them out to sea and, well, hopefully have a lot of fun doing it. But, I hung my head with a sigh. The fact is, a pirate's life is a dangerous one, and I'm just a plain old normal human being. A nobody, really. I don't have the edge needed to survive on the high seas. I then slowly raised my eyes and looked at the snail hopefully. So, I was wondering, if you'd be willing to come with me and be that edge? The gastropod tilted its head in confusion. Say what? It imitated. I shrugged helplessly. Well, the fact is, all devil fruits have the potential to be incredibly powerful, none are inherently weak. All that's needed to make them work is their user's ingenuity. But, well, I gestured at the snail with a grimace. As you already know, you're a bit physically challenged. Don't you diss me, boy. The snail barked irately. Hey, that's neither your fault, nor is it anything to be ashamed of, it's just a fact. I waved my hands defensively. But, well, look, I'm trying to make you a proposition, alright? Come with me, you be the power, the brawn, and I'll be your arms and legs, the person to tell you how to direct your powers, how to use them to their fullest. The brains. I spread my arms wide. Together, we'd be able to join those pirates and sail the blue seas. We'd see sights we never imagined, do things that have never been done. Basically, we'd have an adventure. And let's be honest. I cast a baleful look at the jungle. It's not like you or I would ever have one here, now would we? I looked back down at the snail. So, what do you say, kid? Are you in or are you out? The snail bit its lip as it glanced back and forth contemplatively, gears grinding in its head. Finally, it smiled from eyestalk to eyestalk and extended an eye. Put her there, partner. It drawled. I smiled eagerly. Well, alright then. I extended my hand. Chomp. GRK. And winced in pain when the snail chomped down onto my fingers, grinding its teeth into my digits. I half grimaced, half smirked at the snail as I brought it up to my eye level. I think I just got a good name for you. I ground out. How do you feel about being called Soundbite? The snail, Soundbite, glanced up at me before smirking and redoubling the strength of his bite. Yoch! I cried out, flinging my hand up. Thankfully, Soundbite let go. Unfortunately, he let go. Oh crap. I scanned the air. Hey, I'm sorry, are you ALRI dash? Chomp. I went stiff as a sharp pressure clamped down on a very delicate part of my body. At that instant, I became acutely aware of just how tired I was. Seeing no point in staying upright, I slumped forwards and fell face first into the grass. It's official. I groaned miserably. This bites. Soundbite snickered malevolently from where he was gnawing on my butt in agreement. PST. Wakey. MMMPH no. Time to wake up. Mamirg. MMM, pancakes. Hey, listen. Gah. I jolted upright with a yelp, wincing as I whipped my headphones from my ears. Son of a Soundbite. I snarled at the transponder snail that was cackling on my shoulder. A quick glance at the sky reaffirmed my anger. It's not even noon yet, you little sheet. What did you wake me up for? The snail's response was to continue laughing for almost a minute as it did its level best to memorize my terrified expression. I heaved a weary sigh as I waited the snail out. This had been my life for the previous 2 weeks. I'd done my best to explore the island in hopes of finding some sign of civilization, but I'd come up with absolutely jack squat. There had been the occasional run-in with the odd predatory sample of fauna here and there, but Soundbite had more than shown his worth by running them off with the barrage of sound every living thing on the island had come to fear. I'd also taken the time to get to know Soundbite, in order to discover both who he was and what his powers were like. There wasn't much to say about the snail, to be honest. He was a notorious prankster through and through, who'd give or do anything to get a good laugh. And he'd been laughing a lot since I'd provided him with a prime target of opportunity, his faithful steed, i.e. me. He also loved using his mouth. Whenever he wasn't laughing, he was chomping down, either on some leaves or, worse, me. As for Soundbite's noise powers, they were, well, in a word, impressive. I suppose one way to describe the snail would be as the world's most talented ventriloquist. So long as Soundbite heard a noise, any noise, he could replicate it perfectly, with his own choice in volume and XPLCT control over the direction it came from. Backwards, forwards, above, below, to the sides, so long as it was in Soundbite's range he could make anything sound like it was anywhere. And as for his range, well, apparently, the noise fruit was a two-way street. It didn't just enhance the noise coming out of him, it enhanced what went in as well. It was hard to get an exact measurement, but from the tests we'd run on the island's beach, I'd approximate that as it stood, Soundbite could hear everything within a quarter mile of him. And so long as Soundbite could hear someone or something, he could produce noise around that someone or thing as well. While this range might appear to be ridiculous, it made sense. From what I could remember from the SBS question corners, transponder snails communicated with one another via telepathic communication in the form of radio waves. Unless I missed my guess, Soundbite's natural abilities as a transponder snail must have enhanced the noise fruit's abilities, or vice versa. Probably something like how Eneru's powers made his mantra ungodly powerful. Simply put, it was a slide of luck that Soundbite had eaten the fruit, and not a human with less powerful sensory abilities. And of course, that wasn't even mentioning the nigh endless array of audio that Soundbite had access to thanks to eating my iPhone and getting access to the internet. However the hell that worked. Then again, One Piece, the world where a cook could set his leg on fire for extra POW via spinning a lot and the power of love. In the end though, while it didn't seem like the most offensively useful ability to have, I could definitely see the potential. Now if only its owner were actually a bit more mature. I groused silently as I watched Soundbite calm down from cackling to just flat-out snickering. Finished? I demanded. Soundbite shot me the sheet-eating grin I'd grown all too familiar with. Never, he crowed. I sighed and knocked my head back against the trunk of the tree I'd been sleeping in. You'd better have a good reason for waking me, or I swear dash. C'mon, guys. Hurry up already. I froze, my entire body locking up. That voice. That was. Could that actually be Dash? I hastily slid my headphones on in order to reaffirm what I was hearing. Wait for us, Luffy. Geez. Impatient moron. I slowly turned my head to stare at Soundbite in sheer disbelief. I managed to catch the tail end of an exasperated smile he was wearing before he switched to a wide smirk. Well, what did you expect? He is Luffy after all. I sat up eagerly as Soundbite scowled, clenching his teeth together as though he were biting into something. The mosshead's got a point. He wouldn't be our captain if he didn't charge headfirst into the unknown, shouting his head off. My exuberant smile was an exact opposite to the panicked expression Soundbite suddenly bore. Guys? I don't know about you, but I think my I don't want to go into that wild jungle disease might be acting up. I slid my headphones back around my neck and hastily scrambled to my feet, crouching on my branch with an eager smile. I could barely believe it. They were here. Sounds like we've got company, Soundbite. I grinned wholeheartedly. You feel ready to entertain some guests? Soundbite mirrored my expression perfectly as he displayed his full set of teeth. Let's get ready to Reunited. He belted out, thumping out a rapid, energetic tune to go with it. I slowly straightened up, preparing myself for a venture through the treetops. Hey, that's a pretty neat trick. Until a grinning, straw hat-clad head popped out from the leaves above me, causing me and Soundbite to shriek in terror as I jolted back in shock. I had all of 1 second to realize what a bad idea that was before I started pinwheeling my arms, fighting to maintain my precarious balance on the branch under Luffy's bemused stare. I put up a valiant effort, but eventually I felt my center of gravity slip just a little too low. Ah shit biscuits. I groaned. Timber. Soundbite cried, snapping back into his shell as I plummeted out of the tree. Crash. Ouch. And slammed into the ground hard enough to knock the breath out of my lungs. I was vaguely aware of someone leaping down next to me and leaning over me. Oh you, aight? Daisy, give me your answer do. I slurred out. Yankee Doodle had a farm. Soundbite concurred in a medley of dizzy voices. Shishishishi. The blur above me solidified into a familiar face as Luffy snickered. You two are funny. Thank you, I'll be here all week. I groaned as I slowly shifted myself into a sitting position, wincing as my body ached from the impact. You've been warned, people. Soundbite crowed. Ha ha ha. Luffy outright guffawed, clutching his stomach helplessly. I take it back, you two are really funny. His laughter was infectious enough that it drew a pained smile from me. Thanks again. I should introduce myself, shouldn't I? I extended a hand to him. Cross. Jeremiah Cross. Island bum and ex-rookie world traveler. I nodded my head towards my shoulder. And this is my pet Dash. Chomp. I winced as Soundbite tried to take a chunk out of my ear and hastily corrected myself. I mean my partner, Soundbite. I shot a glare at the smirking gastropod. Luffy chuckled as he took my hand and helped haul me to my feet. Nice to meet you, Cross. You too, Soundbite. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Pleased to meet ya. I shook his hand. Nice to meet you too, Luffy. What brings you to this particular abandoned corner of the East Blue? I estimated, based on the fact that the Straw Hats were only 5 members strong and didn't have Vivi on board. The captain shrugged, his expression never changing. Me and my crew were running a little low on meat, so we came here to resupply. I smiled eagerly. This was my chance. Your crew, huh? I asked him. Shishishi. Yup, you bet. Luffy nodded. We're pirates, you see. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum? Soundbite tilted his head to the side. Yup. The rubberman nodded. I hastily morphed my expression into an uncertain one. Pirates, huh? Just to be clear, are we talking about the RPE, loot, pillage kind of pirates, or the adventures no matter what anyone tells us kind? Luffy grimaced and stuck his tongue out. The second one. The first kind are all stupid fakers. I doubled over and sighed in relief. Phew. Thank God. Sorry, no offense to you or your crew, it's just that you can never be too careful, you know? Stranger danger. Stranger danger? Soundbite concurred with a grimace before suddenly cutting off mid-sentence and peering over Luffy's shoulder curiously. Heh, no problem. Luffy shrugged with a chuckle. I've dealt with those kind of JRKS before. I nodded and chuckled along with him. Yeah. As I chuckled, my mind flew along. This was it. Now was the time. Luffy had already shown interest in me, crossed the intriguing island bum and my talking snail Soundbite. If I was going to ask him if I could join his crew, now was the time. I took a deep breath to steady myself. Hey, mind if I ask you something? Before freezing in surprise. I stared at him for a second before shrugging. Sure. Soundbite worked his jaw and imitated eating popcorn, sound and all, as he watched both us and the foliage behind Luffy. Luffy grinned from ear to ear. Will you join my crew? I blinked as I processed his question. Then, are you serious? I demanded, my shocked exclamation mirrored closely by the quartet of familiar faces who erupted from the jungle, all of us screaming in shock. Now that's what I call entertainment. Soundbite cheered, laughing himself silly on my shoulder. I promptly shook myself out of my shock in favor of glaring at the snail. You knew they were coming. I accused. Gualty. The transponder snail sang. I snarled furiously as I raised a hand and held it close to his head, inches from strangling him. Luffy, meanwhile, was not so lucky. What the hell are you thinking, you moron, just asking every random hick and hillbilly you meet to join our DMN crew? Nami snarled as she tried to throttle her laughing captain, shaking him back and forth by his neck. I briefly wondered whether or not I should have been insulted at being called a hick. Then I noticed just how tightly she was gripping Luffy's neck and dismissed that train of thought with a self-conscious gulp. But Nami. Luffy protested as he chortled, completely unaffected by the fact that his crewmate was trying to suffocate him. He's not a random hick. His name's Cross and he's really funny and cool and his snail can do all kinds of tricks. What the hell does that have to do with anything? Sanji pet his eyebrow as he took a drag from his cigarette, watching the spectacle neutrally. So this is pretty much how he does things around here. Zoro groaned and kneaded the bridge of his nose. He found me when I was tied up and starved for nearly a month and held my swords hostage to make me join. Does that answer your question? The cook grimaced. Considering how he refused my refusal? All too well. While all this was transpiring, Usopp sighed wearily and clapped his hand on Cross's free shoulder. Sorry about Luffy. He's got a good heart, but he's He waved a hand in search of a valid word. I tore my attention away from my shoulder annoyance. A moron? I deadpanned. A ding-a-ling? Soundbite offered enthusiastically. A goofball? A knucklehead McSpazatron? Eep. Usopp flinched back in shock. Shishishishi. Luffy bent his head backwards as he smiled at Soundbite. See Nami? I told you that his snail is really cool. Nami snapped an acrid glare up at us, prompting me to flinch self-consciously. The woman had a hell of a gaze, that was for sure. I just really hoped that more of her ire was meant for Luffy than it was for me. It's a good ventriloquist act, I'll give you that, but it's nothing to get worked up over. I bristled at the accusation, pointing at Soundbite. Hey, I do not have my finger up his butt. I'm not your puppet. The snail sang in agreement simultaneously with an affronted expression. Nami's expression morphed into one of surprise. Okay, that's new. But not impossible. Sanji said around his cigarette as he pointed at the snail. That's a baby transponder snail, Luffy. He's got a friend somewhere on the island speaking through it. Luffy's expression fell into one of disappointment. Really? I allowed myself to throw an eager smirk at Sanji. Guess again, Curly. I gloated, holding my hand to my shoulder and allowing Soundbite to crawl onto my palm. I then held him out and twisted my hand around, displaying his shell. Soundbite here is as free as the wind. The snail smirked and looked Nami over once before letting out a loud wolf whistle. I spat out a curse and promptly clapped my hand down on Soundbite's shell, forcing him back inside his exoskeleton. He shook with laughter. Okay, make that as free as an anarchist. I corrected aggravatedly. I really hated it when he did stuff like this, DMN it. Sanji blinked as he slowly lowered his finger. Alright. Yeah, I got nothing. Luffy's grin redoubled instantly. I told you his snail was cool. Oi, what am I, chopped liver? I groused. Zoro gave the snail a bored look before looking up at me with a flat, if calculating, look. So how does he do it? I drew myself upright and took my hand off Soundbite's shell, allowing him to peek out. We locked gazes for a second before we shared a smirk. Time to shine. Why, I'm so glad you asked. I announced in a slightly extravagant tone of voice, intent on putting on the best show I could. Allow me to explain in style. Soundbite. Yes, Captain? The snail asked eagerly as he looked up at me. I snapped my fingers and pointed straight at Nami. Hit it. Soundbite swung around on my hand and smirked at the orange-haired woman, who blinked back at him in curiosity. I kept pointing at her as I smiled before starting to speak. You see, the thing about Soundbite is that he's not an ordinary snail. The Straw Hats yelped in shock as my voice was drowned out by Nami's voice as it came from Soundbite's mouth. The heck dash? The original sputtered. Before they could recollect themselves, I'd swung my finger to point at Usopp. Well, I mean, I know that he's a baby transponder snail, so he's not normal already, but he's even weirder than that. Holy crap. The long-nosed pirate breathed in shock. I then turned my focus on Sanji. See, Soundbite here, as a snail, eats a wide variety of plants and vegetation. But a while back, he ate a very particular plant that put him above and beyond all other transponder snails, baby or otherwise. Care to guess? Sanji sked in a puff from his cigarette as he watched me and my partner with interest. A devil fruit. That's exactly right. I responded in his voice before shifting Soundbite's gaze over to Zoro. To be specific, he ate a paramecia fruit, which I'm calling the noise fruit. Not only does it enhance Soundbite's range of hearing well above and beyond the norm. I breathed a mental sigh of relief as the swordsman grinned in response to the use of his voice, thankfully entertained. Moving on, Luffy matched me and Soundbite's grins tooth for tooth as I pointed at him. It lets him repeat anything he hears, anytime, anywhere. He can use his powers in other cool ways too, like, say, putting my words in your voices. Pretty awesome, huh? Apparently sensing the finale, Luffy threw his arm over my shoulder and joined me as I laughed. Shishishishi, we chorused. Almost instantly, half the crew deflated as exhaustion seemed to overcome them. Oh god, there's two of them. Nami groaned, tears streaming down her face. We're doomed. Usopp concurred in the exact same position. Zoro snorted as he looked us over with a slightly amused expression. Sanji took in a deep drag from his cigarette as he contemplated my snail. That was impressive? I shrugged with a grin as I put Soundbite back on my shoulder. Tell me about it. And personally, that's what I consider a parlor trick. He's got a few other stunts up his shell that, in my opinion, can be put to pretty good use. Gria. Soundbite howled without warning. The noise originated directly behind Usopp, causing the poor guy to jump a full 5 feet in the air as he shrieked in terror. I dropped my face into my hand with a groan as Soundbite laughed himself shitless. When he isn't screwing around for the absolute hell of it. I snarled out. To Usopp's credit, he managed to bounce back with frightening fortitude, leaping to his feet and sticking his infuriated face into Soundbite's. What the hell was that for you stupid snail? My eyes widened in panic as I caught sight of the snail's grin all but doubling in size. Oh no wait don't dash. Too late. Before anyone could react, Soundbite seemed to split his head in half as he opened his maw. Chomp! Yee! And bit down on Usopp's nose, hanging on for dear life as he was swung around and around by the pirate's pained flailing, his by-now trademark cacophony of laughter echoing throughout the clearing. I could feel my eye twitching as I watched the spectacle. As you can see, I didn't name him without reason. I explained in a deadpan tone of voice. You have our sympathy. Zoro, Sanji and Nami chorused with the exact same amount of emotion. Luffy was too busy rolling on the floor laughing to say much of anything. Get him. Oof. Usopp howled, tugging at the gastropod furiously. Ultimately, I took pity on the sniper by pursing my lips and blowing a sharp whistle. Soundbite. Let him go, now. I then raised my hand and barely even flinched as Soundbite's shell slapped into my palm, vibrating with laughter. Thank you. I told him without so much as a shred of gratitude as I slapped him back onto my shoulder. You're welcome. He sang gleefully. Nami pursed her lips for a second as she looked me over before shooting a flat look at her captain. Look, Luffy, she started slowly. While I can appreciate Cross and Soundbite's talents, and while I'm sure that that Cross is relatively decent. Thank you. I piped up. Bite me. Soundbite offered, smiling nonetheless. But the fact remains that, well, he hasn't even agreed to this. Nami snapped. Besides, he's a normal guy, Luffy. I'm sure he's got a normal life, normal dreams. There's no reason why he'd want to sail with us. Besides the fact that I've been stranded here for the past 2 weeks, subsisting on whatever fruits and whatnot that Soundbite could direct me to. I asked with a grimace. That stuff had not been kind to me. I wanted my meat, DMN dash. Holy hell, I was turning into Luffy. Nami rolled her eyes as she looked at me. Well, obviously we're going to give you a ride off the island, but dash. A quick and meaningful glance at Soundbite prompted him to produce a loud buzzing noise that interrupted Nami. If I could try getting a word in edgewise? I asked her politely. Sanji looked like he was ready to pop a blood vessel, but Nami blinked at me in confusion before shrugging. Ah, sure, go ahead. Thank you. I nodded in gratitude before turning my attention to Luffy. Now then. Mr. Monkey D. Luffy. I've got a question for you. Luffy blinked and tilted his head to the side curiously. Yeah? What is it? You said that you were an adventuring pirate, right? Out to sail the seas in search of the most fun and awesome escapades you can think of. That prompted Luffy to grin eagerly. Yup, totally. I nodded slowly in understanding. Alright, then, tell me. I looked him dead in the eye. What exactly drove you to fly the Jolly Roger? What's the endgame, the big picture? Simply put. I spread my arms wide and shrugged. What's your dream? Luffy's expression became blank for a second before he raised a hand to clamp down on his hat as he grinned from ear to ear. That's easy. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. My plan was to smile and nod. To agree with his crazy but all too probable dream and just roll with it. To just accept it. That wasn't what happened. Instead, the world just seemed to stop. Those words. They resonated with me. Struck a chord, deep down within, and made it sing. It was clarity. It was obvious, it was simple, it was fact. And just as quickly as it came, it went. I hastily gave myself a mental shake before grinning wholeheartedly. King of the pirates, huh? That means you'll be searching for the One Piece, right? In the Grand Line? Luffy's grin remained in place as he nodded eagerly. Aha! It's gonna be super dangerous. We'll probably die on the way. Don't say it like that, moron. Nami and Usopp roared as they slammed their fists over his skull, while Sanji and Zoro merely rolled their eyes. I widened my grin as I ignored the antics. Well then. Let me tell you my dream. I took a calming breath as I hastily reviewed the relatively simple story I'd concocted in my head during my relatively solitary confinement. First and foremost, can you all keep a secret? The Straw Hats exchanged bemused glances before nodding their assent. Perfect. See, the thing is, my home? You won't ever find it on any written maps. 'Cause as far as the rest of the world knows? I snickered lightly. There aren't any countries on the red line. That drew looks of awe and disbelief from the pirates. Are you serious? Nami breathed. I nodded solemnly. Indeed. A small country, more a city-state than anything, known as Florida, located on the part of the red line that borders the North Blue and the East Blue. Our ancestors founded it somewhere around. I waved my hand in a SOSO manner. 500 years ago? I was never much of a history buff. I shook my head. Anyways, the reason my ancestors founded it was that they were sick of living under the oppressive thumbs of varying kingdoms and factions of the world government, so little by little they gathered together before scaling the red line and founding a nation for themselves. They then made certain to keep Florida nice and secret, so that they would never have to live under the world government's tyranny again. We've kept tabs on the rest of the world, of course, wouldn't do to become estranged from our roots, but the fact remains that you guys are some of the very few people in the world who can claim to know about our existence. Whoa! Luffy breathed in awe. Zoro, however, was far less impressed. And what does all this have to do with anything? He asked in a bored tone of voice. I raised my hands in surrender. Well, the fact is, for all we've kept up on current events and whatnot, we don't really have a lot of first-hand information. People rarely go down to the ocean. But my eyes took on a slightly wistful dream as I stared into the distance. We do have stories. Stories about wonderful islands far beyond the imagination, of sights more beautiful than anything ever seen before. A literal ocean of possibilities. I chuckled lightly as I came back down to earth. I've never been satisfied with those stories, you know? I've always wanted more. I snapped my fists up as I grinned, a true and honest smile. My dream is to explore the ocean I've heard so much about. I want to experience those wonders for myself. I want to see those beautiful sights. I want to visit those islands, see everything that they have to offer. The crew stared at me with slightly eager expressions, a new look of evaluation in their eyes as they took me in. As my moxie slowly flowed out of I grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of my head. In order to accomplish that goal, I left Florida and came down here, into the East Blue. I was sailing around on a passenger ship when a particularly nasty sea king attacked. I fell overboard in the middle of all the chaos, wound up washing ashore and, well. I clapped my hands together and spread them wide. Here we are. Anyways, how does this all matter, you might ask? Well, I chuckled as I smiled happily at Luffy. You say you're going to the Grand Line. You say you're going to be king of the pirates. You say you're going to have the greatest adventure of our entire generation. And before all that, you asked me if I wanted to join your crew. Am I right? Luffy nodded eagerly in agreement, excitement radiating from his being. I glanced at Soundbite with a smile, which he returned with a smirk, before I looked back at Luffy. Well, in that case, how the heck could I possibly say no? We're in, baby. Soundbite hooped. Luffy's reaction was instantaneous as he flung his arms into the air with a shout of joy. Woohoo! We've got a new crewmate, he hollered, swiftly entrapping me in a one-armed hug. As if on cue, the rest of the crew let out tired groans. That's our captain, always reckless. Nami groused, the heel of her palm that she was grinding into her forehead doing nothing to hide her grin. Yeah, but it wouldn't be Luffy any other way, would it? Sanji chuckled melancholically as he puffed on his cigarette. Usopp muttered something under his breath before pointing at Soundbite. You're all right, Cross, but that snail of yours had better watch his back. Soundbite's smirk took on a predatory overtone as he met Usopp's gaze. Bring it, Biatch. Zoro rolled his eyes at his crew's antics with a scoff before jerking his thumb over his shoulder. All right, enough fun and games. It's getting late, might as well head back to the Mary. Fair warning, Cross, you're going to want to brace your stomach. The sheet cook's food dash. Slam. Zoro blocked a kick from the blonde cook with Wado Ikamanji's sheath. Watch your DMN mouth, you crap grgh. Sanji cut himself off as both he and Zoro suddenly doubled over, twitching in pain. I blinked in surprise, though I suspected I knew what the problem was. Are they all right? Nami growled darkly under her breath as she glared at the pair. Nothing important. Just a couple of morons forgetting that they were in a life-and-death struggle a week ago, she snapped at them. Ouch. I winced. My deepest of sympathies. I meant it, too. Arlong might have been halfway decently justified, but he was still a sadistic F-dash, and Mihawk hadn't done Zoro any favors either. PSH. Zoro scoffed as he righted himself, albeit with minor tremors racking his body. What, this? This is nothing. Nami stared at him with a decidedly unimpressed expression for a second before jabbing him straight in his chest. The swordsman's face immediately twisted in a grimace as he barely managed to SCK in a grunt of pain. The navigator scowled and rolled her eyes at the green-haired man's show of machismo before addressing me, adopting a pleasant facial expression with unnerving ease. Anyways, I think it's high time we were introduced. She held her hand out. I'm Nami, and now you're, I suppose, cruise navigator. I smiled politely as I shook her hand. Cross, Jeremiah Cross. It's nice to meet you, Nami. I look forward to sailing with you. Nami nodded politely before scowling over her shoulder. As for everyone else, more on the first, she jabbed her thumb at Zoro, who flipped her off in response. Is Roronoa Zoro, while more on the second, she indicated the blonde cook, who flipped from snarling at Zoro to preening with hearts in his eyes, is Sanji. He's Usopp, she pointed at the long-nosed sniper, who didn't break his staring contest with Soundbite before waving her hand at Luffy. And you've already met Monkey D. Luffy, our fearless to-a-fault captain. I smiled and raised a hand in greeting. Pleased to meet you all, I hope we can all become good friends. I then proceeded to adopt a plaintive expression. And please, for the love of God, don't blame me for whatever sheet Soundbite pulls. He's my partner, not my pet. I only wish I had a more reliable degree of control over him. Honk! Usopp jolted in panic as a car horn seemed to blare directly behind his head before scowling at the seemingly ever-hysterical culprit perched on my shoulder. For the record, so long as it doesn't incapacitate, maim or kill him, he's fair game in terms of retribution. I deadpanned. Traitor. Soundbite barked as he shot a glare at me. Bite me. I growled. Through it all, Luffy all but broke down in hysterics. You guys are hilarious, he wheezed. While the sniper and navigator turned on our captain under the watchful eyes of our cook and swordsman, I heaved a heavy internal sigh. Well, looked like that was that. I was officially, now and forever, a straw hat pirate. Now, I could only hope things would be smooth sailing from here. Oh. I let out a rapturous mmm as I savored the meat I was chewing on. Oh yeah, definitely smooth sailing. THNK, you. I managed to get out as I chewed and swallowed, eagerly cutting into another slice of sausage. This is legitimately delicious. Thank you so much. Soundbite murmured in agreement as he chowed down on a bowl of oats that had been provided to him. Sanji chuckled in appreciation as he watched us gorge ourselves. It's no problem. It is my job after all. I'd be a joke of a chef if I couldn't satisfy my diners. Though, fair warning dash. Thunk. Both Sanji and Luffy froze in surprise as I buried my knife in the table, an inch from the rubberman's slowly creeping fingers. I slowly turned my head to stare at my captain, my face completely devoid of emotion. Luffy. I stated frigidly. I have been subsisting on roots, nuts, berries, fruits, and shrooms for the past 14 days. If you even so much as attempt to touch the first sizable amount of protein I've had in 2 weeks, I will set a global land speed record for mutiny. In short, remove your hand or I will remove it for you. Silence fell on the Mary's meager dining room as the rest of the crew stared at me in shock. Slowly, Luffy withdrew his limb, although, worryingly enough, his gaze never swayed from my plate. Finally, Sanji took a contemplative tug from his cigarette. Well, that was a first. The first time someone's reacted to his antics like that, or the first time he's actually listened? I queried before putting the rest of my sausage in my mouth. Sanji's smirk widened slightly. Yes. I jerked as a heavy hand fell on my shoulder, prompting me to look up at Zoro as he grinned at me. You'll fit in just fine, kid. I shot him a flat frown. Or T.E. echoed. I swallowed the bite in my mouth. I'm 18. Zoro's grin turned into an uneven smirk. Whatever you say, brat. I stared at him for a second before sweeping my gaze over the rest of the crew. This is going to be a thing, isn't it? I am never going to shake that, am I? Luffy, Usopp, Nami and, much to my exasperation, Soundbite's reactions were to smile at me knowingly. I sighed and rolled my eyes as I jabbed my fork into my plate. Perfect, I muttered good-humoredly, shoving a large serving of food into my mouth and swallowing it swiftly. Just, freaking, perf dash. I promptly froze as my mind caught up with my taste buds. Oh? Soundbite's smile expanded exponentially as he snapped his gaze to me. Done. Luffy blinked in confusion. Huh? What's wrong? With an immense amount of trepidation, I turned my gaze down towards my plate. My eyes settled on the object I logically knew I would see, staring at it as though it were a live bomb. Which, to me, it might as well have been. Is that a biscuit? I asked miserably. Sanji blinked at me in confusion. Yeah. Why, what does that matter? In response, my stomach roared like a small sea king, causing my face to take on a no doubt unhealthy tone of gray. That's why. I whimpered. I snapped my attention over to Nami. Which way to the head? Nami blinked as she was caught flat-footed before hastily rallying her wits. The deck below us. Go down the stairs, through the door and it's straight dash. I didn't wait for her to finish, instead hastily shoving my way out from around the table and out through the kitchen's door. I vaulted over the railing, landed on the deck below and shouldered my way through both doors before leaping on the porcelain god I was about to become far too NTMT with. And thus was my first half hour on the going merry spent in intestinal agony, haunted by Soundbite's ever-present and ever-aggravating mirth. Come on, what was it? The flour, the milk, I don't know, alright? I snapped irritably, sending a caustic glare at Sanji. I'm not lactose or gluten intolerant, I drink milk and eat bread without worry. And really, I think that biscuits taste delicious, but whenever they go down my throat, all that comes out is. I shuddered in horror. Yeah. Anyways, it's just biscuits that's the issue, alright? Can't you just drop it already? Sanji blew out a cloud of smoke with an irritated huff as he returned my glare. Not a chance. I'm this ship's cook, so I need to account for everyone's dietary needs. It's my job to make sure that that doesn't happen again. It won't happen again so long as I don't eat biscuits. I threw my hands up in exasperation. Anyways, don't you have a dessert to work on for Nami Swan? Sanji growled in aggravation as he debated with his priorities for a moment before turning back to his kitchen. This isn't over, crap bum. I rolled my eyes in response, shifting around in an effort to get comfortable on the sack of rice I was sitting on, refocusing on my book. I'd been sailing on the Going Merry with the Straw Hat Pirates for somewhere around a week now, and my life was actually going smoother than that conversation implied. Sure, Sanji got on my case every now and then in order to get to the bottom of whatever it was that hadn't sat well with me, but other than that both he and his food were great. Zoro mainly watched me out of the corner of his eye and didn't bother me so long as I didn't bother him. Nami gave me a crash course in how to help with handling the ship, Usopp was eager to share any number of stories, real or otherwise, and Luffy. Well, Luffy was Luffy, nothing more to say on that matter. Soundbite seemed to be enjoying himself as well, if the genuine, as opposed to mocking, laughter he was constantly bellowing out was anything to go by. Of course, that wasn't to say that he'd mellowed out, by any stretch of the imagination. No, if anything he was well and truly reveling in his expanded array of available targets for his pranking. I'd already befallen retribution from half of the crew for Soundbite's very loud and very early wake-up calls, though thankfully Usopp had kept his vengeance limited to the snail himself instead of me, albeit with limited results. I'd had a bit of seasickness at first, but I'd gotten over it quickly on account of the fact that my grandfather lived on a boat and that I'd stayed on it with him every summer. All in all, it was a pretty nice experience. And get your shitty shoes off the food. Alright, 95% nice, but you take the good with the bad. I shot another irritated glare at him, but complied nonetheless, shifting my feet off the sack I'd been propping them up on. I slipped my earphones up over my ears. Gah! I yelped in pain, snapping them off in order to escape the barrage of heavy metal riffs that had blindsided me. I panted heavily in shock for a second before growling and rapping my fist on the shell that was hanging onto the side of a nearby barrel. I said country, not punk metal. I hissed irritably. A small cacophony of giggles wafted out of Soundbite's shell in response. Thankfully, however, he chose to comply, allowing me to sag in relief as a calm strumming came out of my headset, rather than harsh screaming. Satisfied, I slid my headphones back on, settled in, and resumed my reading. I was currently perusing a respectably thick volume that contained a summary of the history of the Blue Seas. I'd borrowed it from Usopp, who'd apparently brought it on board alongside everything he'd ever owned. I'll be honest, history wasn't usually my cup of tea, and sure, the contents were propaganderifically skewed in favor of the world government and Marines, almost sickeningly so, but it was definitely interesting. The sheer amount of influence that pirates had had on the Blue Society was staggering, to say the least. Nations had literally risen and fallen on the whims of the stronger individuals who flew the Jolly Roger, and Paradise and the New World were described as though they were on a different world entirely. I was midway into the history of the Marine presence in the West Blue. Ia! Sanuva Soundbite. I howled, whipping my headphones off as the music was suddenly replaced with a loud buzzer. I snapped a furious glare at the snail. What the hell was that? I blinked as I noticed that the snail was missing. The hell? Ahem. I looked up in confusion and promptly withered under the caustic glare Nami was directing at me, Soundbite snickering in the palm of her hand. Heh. I chuckled as I scratched the back of my head sheepishly. Have you been standing there long? A full minute trying to get your attention, Nami deadpanned as she tossed Soundbite into my lap. Be happy Soundbite was so happy to help, otherwise I'd have sicked Sanji on you. I swallowed heavily as I eyed the cook who was, thankfully, too engrossed in his craft to notice our exchange. Duly noted. It won't happen again. Soundbite imitated a whip-crack noise with a snicker. He would have done more, but I promptly crammed him back into his shell. Yeah, I get the idea. I scowled at him before looking up at the navigator. Anyways, what did you need? Nami frowned irritably, though thankfully her ire didn't appear directed at me. Have you seen Zoro, Usopp, and Luffy? I can't find them anywhere and I need to talk to everyone. My eyebrows promptly shot up in disbelief. You can't find those three on a ship this small? I asked in surprise. Ironic. Soundbite scoffed, shooting a cocky smirk at Nami. I momentarily contented myself with the annoyed look on Nami's face before shivering as I was hit by a particularly malevolent wave of killing intent that came from the kitchen. I mean, I'm sure there's a completely legitimate reason, of course. I grinned nervously as I simpered and shrank before the navigator, sighing in relief as the aura receded. Soundbite whistled out another whipcrack with a laugh. I shot a glare down at the snail. Care to speak up, escargot? Thankfully, the threat of Sanji's frying pan served as an effective deterrent against the baby transponder snail's sense of humor, prompting him to snap his mouth shut instantly with a terrified expression. Yeah, I didn't think so. Meanwhile, Nami had heaved a sigh and was kneading her forehead in exasperation. Believe me, I know the Mary is small, but the fact is that those three are special. To say the least. They can sniff out the most ridiculous corners to stick themselves in. She shook her head and threw her hands up in defeat. You know what? Forget it. Just Tell them to come here and wait for me if you see them, alright? I almost instantly felt a pang of guilt for my attitude. After all, I'd seen firsthand that Nami worked hard. She was constantly scouring the sky and ocean for signs of the weather, she consistently checked over maps and made certain of our heading, fought tooth and nail to keep Luffy from sinking the Mary. That was a hands-on job, believe me. Hang on. I got to my feet hastily, scooping Soundbite onto my shoulder. You don't need to look for them, I can get them here in a jiffy. Sanji and Nami looked at me in surprise. Seriously? Nami asked, a skeptical tone in her voice. How? I shrugged and walked over to the table. Easy, really. I plucked Soundbite off my shoulder and put him on the tabletop with one hand and slid my earphones on with the other. I then tapped the snail on top of his shell. Amp me. Soundbite gave me a dark leer. What's the magic? I rolled my eyes with a sigh. Please. Soundbite concentrated slightly before letting out a tinny, electric whine. You are on the air, he crowed, his voice echoing slightly as though it were coming from a speaker. I clamped my hands down over my headphones. Luffy, Usopp, Zoro. I called out, causing Nami and Sanji to jump in shock as my voice rang out over the ship at a volume that made it sound like the voice of God himself. The heck? Nami sputtered. I covered my headphones mic with my hand as I smiled back at Nami. I told you that Soundbite's voice swap thing was only a parlor trick. I then put my hand back down and focused on the snail. Nami wants to tell us something. Get your buttes in the meeting room, now. Over and out. I jerked my hand across my neck and Soundbite let out a sigh of relief. Barely even a few seconds later the door to the meeting room burst inwards as Luffy and Usopp rushed me, with Zoro following them in at a more sedate pace. Hey, Cross, was that you just now? Luffy asked me eagerly. Yeah, and that DMN snail? Usopp snarled, shoving his face as close to Soundbite as could without getting a fresh set of bite marks on his nose, a threat that Soundbite was literally chomping at the bit to fulfill. I sighed and rolled my eyes in long-suffering exasperation. What did he do now? Your voice came out of the toilet. I blinked before letting out a snort and clamping my hand over my mouth. Alright, that's weird, but you've gotta admit, that does sound pretty DMN funny. While I was using it? I promptly shot a scowl at my cackling snail. Soundbite. Clean up on aisle 3, he snorted gleefully. You'd better have cleaned up. Nami growled, murder in her eyes, causing Usopp to shrink back with a whimper of terror. Soundbite laughed and produced a flurry of whip cracks. Until a familiar shaking sound came from behind him, prompting him to slowly look behind him, eyes wide in naked terror. Sanji smiled darkly as he held the salt shaker. Oh, don't mind me, just contemplating what to make Nami Swan for dinner. He gave it another shake, just to emphasize the point. Soundbite promptly let out a yelp of terror and jerked back into his shell. I gave Sanji a half-grateful, half-irritated look as I placed the shivering gastropod on my shoulder. Thanks for shutting him up, but to reiterate, if you ever fry him, I'll fry you, capiche? Sanji rolled his eyes as he flipped the salt shaker away. That all depends on him. Soundbite popped his eyes out, both glaring at the cook. Screw you. I rolled my eyes and was about to comment on the little clash when Nami raised her hand and spoke up. Excuse me, but... She pointed at Soundbite. This never came up before. But what exactly is the range of Soundbite's power? I shrugged helplessly. I've never been that good with distances, and we never got anything concrete on the island, but... I'd say maybe somewhere like a quarter of a mile? He can hear anything in that range easy, and with a little effort, he can cause sounds anywhere within it as well. Worst thing he gets from it is a sore throat, and considering how he's a transponder snail, even if just a baby, I doubt there's much risk of that. Nope. Soundbite crowed eagerly. Nami blinked as she stared at Soundbite in shock before she finally managed to speak. That's actually incredibly useful. I mean, you just called the whole ship together in seconds without even moving. I can name a dozen different crews that would kill for something like that. Not to mention the eavesdropping potential? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, already thought of that. I'm actually going to try and get him kitted out with formal transponder snail gear as soon as I can. With any luck, it could really help him with his powers. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. Soundbite concurred eagerly. Nami pondered this for a second before looking at our captain. Hey, Luffy. Why not make Cross and Soundbite our communications officers? Luffy blinked and tilted his head in confusion. What's that? That would be a person in charge of helping the entire crew communicate with one another, right? I guessed. Nami nodded in agreement. Exactly. Zoro scoffed slightly. Seems a bit redundant, considering how there's only 6 of us. Oi. Fine, 7, sheesh. My point still stands, though. Yeah, 7 of us now, maybe. But as our captain demonstrated recently, Nami jabbed her thumbs at me and Luffy. We're liable to pick up more crewmates in the future. Plus, with Soundbite's volume, he could get messages out to everyone when things are really loud. Like, say, during the middle of a battle or a storm. Easier than trying to shout over the wind at any rate. And of course, transponder snails are really useful for keeping everyone connected. Now that I think about it. Nami mused as she bowed her head in thought for a second before snapping back to the moment. Anyways, a comms officer would be really useful. I considered her argument for a second before shrugging in agreement. I'm all for it if you'll have me, Captain. Luffy tilted his head in thought for a few seconds before grinning enthusiastically. All right. Sounds good. He shot me a thumbs up. From now on, Cross will be our ship's commie. I barely caught myself from dropping my jaw in pure, naked horror. Soundbite, on the other hand, had no such compunctions, laughing as loud and as hard as he could. Usopp stared at Soundbite in confusion. Does he have a reason to be laughing like an idiot? His expression darkened instantly. Beyond just being a slimy little sheet, I mean. Soundbite responded by blowing a raspberry at the sniper. Inside joke that I will take to my grave, I ground out. Shishishishi. Luffy chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Well, you'll be doing whatever it is that a commie does, alright Cross? I grumbled mutinously as Soundbite's laughter redoubled. Duh, Capitan. As momentous as this is, Zoro drawled out, drawing out the word. Was there a reason that you called us all together? Nami jerked as her train of thought was brought back on track. Oh, right. I wanted to talk to you guys about the next island we're going to. I perked up instantly as I caught on to what she was talking about. I think I can guess, I whispered reverently. It's one of the main reasons I decided to come down to the East Blue in the first place. The navigator smiled and nodded in agreement. Not surprising. It's a popular town known the world over. She met each and every crewmate's gaze in turn. It's the last island we'll set foot on in the East Blue. Loguetown. The town of the beginning and the end. Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro stiffened immediately, likely from the same thrill of excitement that had shot through me a few seconds prior, while Luffy merely looked confused. Unsurprised by her captain's reaction, Nami seamlessly segued into an explanation. It's called that because it's the town where Gold Roger, the king of the pirates, was born. And executed. That prompted Luffy to sit up, his expression blank for a second before turning solemn. Nami smiled in return. It'll be our last chance to resupply before entering the Grand Line. So, what do you say, Captain? Want to go there? The fire that lit in Luffy's eyes was answer enough. Oh. Holy sheet. I breathed in awe as I took in the arch before me. This place is huge. And I was right, too. There was no better word for the town of the beginning and the end than gargantuan. The architecture and crowds reminded me of Paris, save that instead of the buildings being aged or in the process of being renewed, these were absolutely pristine. As for the mass of people and sound around me, I actually found them to be rather comforting. It was nice to finally hear people, as opposed to just the sounds of the ocean or the jungle. It was especially comforting to notice that a lot of the mannerisms of the people around me were familiar enough to read. Nothing outstanding, nothing that immediately caught my attention, which thankfully meant that the cultural influence was more Western influence than Eastern. Small mercies to Oda for creating, or depicting, a culture that didn't share Japan's. If I had to wrap my head around the usage of suffixes in names, I'd throw myself in the ocean. It also helped that there were enough fashion styles that I didn't particularly stand out, and the climate wasn't hot enough to make my jacket uncomfortable. Soundbite was as eager as I was to be in the midst of civilization, if not more so. His eyes were on separate swivels as he scanned the crowd, spouting out snippets of sound and conversation at random as he picked up a veritable arsenal of words and voices. More than a few promised potential headaches in the future. So this is where the age of pirates began. Sanji whistled in awe. The rest of the crew and I nodded as we stood before the entrance to the town proper, taking in the sights with a profound sense of awe. Luffy huffed and nodded with determination. Right. I'm going to see the place where they kill people. I bet I can get some good ingredients here. Sanji mused to himself. And I'll see if I can find some equipment. Usopp concurred. Zoro grit his teeth slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Nami. There's something I want to buy too. Nami adopted a truly evil expression as she returned the swordsman's look. And I'll happily pay for it. Her smile became downright vicious. At 300% interest. Zoro growled and ground his teeth in aggravation. DMN which? I sighed and patted the swordsman on the shoulder comfortingly. Look on the bright side, I'm as broke as you, and seeing how I need a new wardrobe. Soundbite took a whiff of my jacket and flinched away with a grimace. PEU. I jabbed my thumb at the slimy devil on my shoulder. Needs a transponder snail rig, I need cash. Hence, we're both going to be in the hole. How comforting. Actually, about that. Nami turned and tossed rolls of cash at Zoro and I. To my surprise, mine was a fair bit fatter than the swordsman's. Zoro, you've got 100,000 berry to buy your swords. Cross, 300. The whole crew reeled in shock at this. Nami giving up so much as 100,000 was momentous enough already, but 400? Are you feeling alright? Usopp asked slowly. And Nami Swan? Sanji stammered in concern. What the hell, which? Zoro demanded fiercely. Oh, shut the hell up. Nami raged fiercely at them. Nami. I attempted to wrap my head around this madness. I don't know how much you usually spend on your wardrobe, but... Cross, I'll be buying your clothes, she cut me off, giving me a quick look up and down. Dark colors, grays and blacks primarily, heavy jackets and cargo pants? I blinked at the accuracy with which she summarized my preferred wardrobe choices. I'm also partial to brown and white and I like hoods and pockets, plain or camo patterns are preferable, but... Wait, why would you? 2 reasons. First, Nami primly held up a finger. You're a man, and as such your fashion taste can be summarized as being questionable, at best. I winced slightly. Harsh but fair. On second thought, true. Very true. And second, she held up a second finger before pointing at the cash, that's not for you, that's for me. You're already going somewhere where I want to make some purchases, so you're going to buy them for me while you're there. I paused as I tried to comprehend where she was going with this before the sound of birds suddenly chirping in my ear made the connection for me. You want me to buy transponder snails for you? I blurted in disbelief. What? Soundbite roared in over a dozen furious voices, glaring and snarling at Nami. Oh, calm down. Nami scolded, rapping her fist on the snail's head. We're not replacing you or anything, that's impossible considering how you have a devil fruit. No, it's just in case, alright? So that the crew can stay connected even when we're spread out over an island. She refocused on me. I want you to buy some baby transponder snails, enough for the whole crew. You'll be taking care of them, feeding them, making sure they're healthy. That sound alright with you, Captain? She waited for a response. When none was forthcoming, she turned to look at him. Luff, where the hell is Luffy? She shrieked in outrage when she realized that the rubberman was nowhere in sight. Zoro jerked his thumb at the street. He ran off that way a minute ago. Nami growled furiously as she stared after him, her face slowly flushing with anger. That stupid. Hey! I hastily piped up. I'll go after him. Make sure that he's safe and that he keeps out of trouble. Who knows, I might even run into the transponder snail shop on the way. That sound good to you? Thankfully, our navigator managed to slowly calm herself down. That's fine. Fine. Go. Catch up to him. She swung her arms out. Go, all of you. We'll meet back at the Mary by sundown. Just do me a favor and keep out of trouble, alright? No promises. Soundbite crowed as I ran after Luffy. I will eat you one day, you little slug. Nami roared in reply. I'll let her, too, I warned the snickering transponder snail. Promises, promises. For a few minutes, I managed to follow Luffy's trail by asking passersby whether or not they'd seen a kid wearing a straw hat, but I eventually got nothing but blank stares. Soundbite was able to give me directionality now and then via snippets of Luffy speaking up, but he couldn't do jack about the veritable labyrinth I was in. I groaned and scratched the back of my head in annoyance as I strolled down a random street that was heading in the general direction that Luffy was in. Well, crap. How the hell am I supposed to find him now? Second star on the right and straight on till morning. Soundbite offered. Somehow, I don't think that works in real life. I stared at him flatly before sighing and tilting my head back. DMN it. Nami's going to kill. Gah! I cried out suddenly as I staggered out of the way of a small girl as she almost ran into me from out of nowhere. Watch it, kid. Sorry about that, a man said apologetically as he passed by me. My little girl really loves her ice cream, and it's the first time I've let her get 3 scoops. Nah, it's no problem, I assured him. I should have watched where I was going. Have a nice day. And with that I kept going, liking my lips slightly as I suddenly noticed my hunger. Now that I thought about it, some ice cream would go down great right now. Though I doubted I'd ever be able to down 3 full-sized. I almost face-planted as I froze in shock and horror. 3 scoops? F me. Before I could so much as move, the crowd around me froze as everyone seemed to simultaneously gasp in terror. Slowly, dreading what I knew I would see, I turned around. And stared. Big. There were a lot of other words that could be used to describe Smoker, but big was the one that stuck out at me. Which, in my opinion, was very reasonable, considering how the Marine was a freaking giant, towering almost a full head over most of the crowd. Of course, one also had to account for the fact that he was built like an ox and had a face that looked like it belonged on a bulldog. Or a sea king. And he was focused on a terrified little girl and the newly formed stains on his pants. However, as I scanned the crowd, I couldn't help but shiver at the expressions people were wearing: horror, foreboding, anticipation. They really think that he's going to hurt her. I thought numbly. Despite everything he's done for them, all the pirates he's captured, how he really is. They're all legitimately petrified. The implications were disturbing, to say the least. Finally, Smoker moved, placing his hand on the girl's head and kneeling down. Before proffering a handful of berry coins. "I'm sorry," he growled, his voice as raspy as granite on granite. "My pants ate up all your ice cream. Here, go and buy 5 scoops." The girl blinked up at the captain in stunned awe as she took the money. Thank you, mister." The girl's father was quick to grab her by her shoulders and hold her close. Thank you so much, Captain Smoker. I'm so sorry, I'll make sure this doesn't happen again." "Make sure it doesn't," Smoker ordered firmly. "Not everyone's dry cleaning is paid for by the world government." "Why yes, sir." The father nodded hastily in agreement. "Good." He then gestured at the soldier who was following him. "Let's go." I promptly froze in place as the Marines marched not only towards me but by me, Smoker coming within feet of me without sparing me so much as a glance. I slowly turned on my heel and watched them get a few yards away. Before starting to follow them myself. "De fuck you doin', man?" Soundbite hissed in terror. "The local Marine captain is marching through the town in broad daylight," I hissed back. "Who the hell do you think could earn that kind of response?" Soundbite blinked in thought for a moment before smirking. "That moron," he cackled in Nami's voice. "Tell me about it." I sighed wearily, resigning myself to shadowing the strongest Marine in the East Blue, bar garb popping in for a family reunion. Finally, after a few minutes of walking, we wound up on the docks? Where a bunch of 2-bit pirates was raising holy hell. What the heck was? I promptly slapped my forehead in realization. The Loguetown filler episodes, of course. So anime, not manga. Or quite possibly a fusion of the two. Well, that threatened to wreak holy hell on my knowledge of the future, but hopefully, it wouldn't be too bad. Nevertheless, I allowed myself to relax significantly. Thankfully, in the filler episodes, Smoker hadn't seen Luffy's bounty poster before coming out to deal with these clods, so as far as he was concerned, my crewmates and I were free and clear. Which was beyond good for me, considering how Smoker promptly engulfed the pirates in a cloud of smoke and beat them within an inch of their life in 3 seconds flat. I swallowed heavily at the display. A talking snail and a rubberman were one thing, but that was just downright disturbing. Soundbite shivered heavily on my shoulder. "Scary," he whispered nervously. "Tell me about it." I muttered back in reply, glancing around cautiously. Wouldn't do to get surprised now of all times. "Hey, Cross." "Yerk." I jumped in shock, reeling back as Luffy seemed to pop out of nowhere in front of me. "El Captain." I swiftly caught myself. "Where the hell did you come from?" "Heh, I got lost." Luffy chuckled as he rubbed his finger under his nose. "That guy gave me directions though." He jabbed his thumb back at Smoker, which allowed me to notice the trail of smoke that led straight over me. "I'm gonna go see the execution platform. Wanna come?" I considered it for a moment before shaking my head. "Sorry, I've got some business to run for Nami. I'll check it out later though. Have fun." "Shishishi. Alright. See ya." Luffy waved as he ran to follow the smoke. "Make sure you're back on the Mary by sundown." I called after him. "Got it," he called back before disappearing around the corner. I rolled my eyes as I listened to his footsteps fade into the distance. "He's a real piece of work." I chuckled. "Yes, he is, isn't he?" My spine promptly went ramrod straight as a blood-chilling voice rumbled behind me. "Meep." Soundbite swallowed heavily in agreement. "Turn around." Slowly, shakily, I turned around and stared up at the Marine captain in terror. "Is there a problem, officer?" I asked meekly. Smoker blew a cloud of smoke that put anything Sanji could manage to shame as he stared down at me. "You've been following me for the past 13 minutes. Why?" For a few seconds, I briefly contemplated either bolting or just flat-out breaking down. Then, I blinked as I felt something. It was like a bubbling sensation in my gut. It felt like my stomach was boiling over, but it wasn't unpleasant. It was actually nice. Invigorating, actually. Riding on the high of the sensation, I came to a decision. It was, by a lot of accounts, a stupid decision. But hey, what the hell? I was in one piece. And as they say, when in Rome. Taking a deep breath, I steeled my back and forced myself to look Smoker in the eye. I was curious, sir. I wanted to observe something I'd thought was a myth until now. Smoker pet an eyebrow in flat curiosity. Oh, yeah? And what would that be? I clenched my fist firmly as I held Smoker's gaze. A decent Marine. The onlooking Marine soldier tensed furiously as he glared at me, but Smoker's reaction was far more volatile, his jaws clenching down on his cigars almost hard enough to bite clean through. Would you care to qualify that statement? He growled. I hissed slightly as the bubbling sensation redoubled, causing my blood to race. I briefly considered outright answering for a second before an idea struck me, causing the bubbling to increase a bit more and putting a small grin on my face. Actually, I've got a question of my own. I pointed up at Soundbite. Do you know any shops that sell transponder snails? This little guy is wild, and I want to get him a rig. Soundbite glanced at me in disbelief before recovering his nerve and smirking at the captain. Howdy. To the snail's credit, he barely flinched as Smoker flicked a cold glare at him before refocusing on me. I know where one is. What of it? My gut frothed with exhilaration as I out and out smirked up at him. I propose a trade, you show me where the snail shop is, and in return I'll tell you what I meant. Sound fair? Smoker fumed for a moment, both figuratively and literally, before whipping his glare at his accompanying petty officer. The Marine in question hastily snapped into a salute. Why yes, sir. Have the men patrol the docks. Keep your eyes peeled for Monkey D. Luffy. I caught myself before I could glance at Soundbite, and judging by the fact that neither Smoker or his soldier pounced on me, so did he. But sir, the petty officer stammered. What about? You have your orders, soldier. Why yes, sir, the Marine yelped in agreement before swiftly taking off. I eyed the Marine warily as he marched off, flatly returning his caustic glare before refocusing on Smoker. Shall we? I asked innocently. Smoker snorted before turning around and stomping down the docks. Walk and talk, he ordered. I shrugged slightly as I complied, speeding up my pace slightly to keep up with the large man. Where do you want me to start? Your general opinion of the Marines. There was no room for compromise in his tone. I thought over my response for a moment before holding up my hands with a sigh. Not a lot to say, really. The Navy is an unscrupulous, morally corrupt military organization that is feared by civilians the world over. Simple as that. Smoker glared down at me as he blew out a particularly nasty-looking cloud. That's what you think of us? No. I drawled as I looked up at him coolly. It's a legitimate fact. One that you proved earlier. Smoker snorted furiously, his gaze hardening even further. I didn't hurt that girl and you know it. You didn't have to, I replied frigidly. That girl, her father, and everyone who saw you was scared. Not of you, not of your powers, but of your uniform. Of what you represent. The only difference between you and those pirates you arrested. I jerked my thumb over my shoulder. You're well-funded. You're organized. There's more of you than there are of them. And you're always there. And if the civilians try to stand up and get rid of you, then the world government will crush them like ants. This argument is starting to sound familiar. Smoker narrowed his eyes menacingly. I snorted and looked forwards defiantly. I'm no revolutionary, but I'm not an idiot either. I keep up with the maps. Islands disappear, never to be heard from again. The world nobles are allowed to run roughshod over the rules that their so-called bloodlines established. Hell, I've heard stories of the Marines hunting down and capturing civilians all because they bear brands. Very specific brands. I tilted my head back and let out a sardonic laugh. The great and powerful Marines, enforcing the laws they don't follow and protecting civilians from all but themselves. Oorah! Soundbite spat venomously. Smoker steamed darkly for a second as he contemplated my words. I trust you have proof to back up these claims. I can give you 3. I deadpanned. Just off the top of my head, Captain Axehand Morgan, who ruled over Shell Town like it was his own little fiefdom until a pirate deposed him, Captain Nozumi of the 16th Branch, whose pockets are very open from what I've heard, and Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, who doesn't give 2 sheets about protecting civilian lives, merely killing all pirates in his path, good and bad alike. That drew a derisive snort out of Smoker. Good pirates. That's a myth. Now there, I can give you 2 examples. First, I held up a finger. I don't know about you, but I'm fairly certain that Whitebeard protecting Fishman Island is a distinctly good thing to do. Neither King Neptune nor any noble of the Ryugu Kingdom has asked for support from the Marines, nor has the world government ordered us to send troops to provide support, Smoker defended swiftly. Too swiftly. It sounded rehearsed. As though he were justifying it to more than just me. "Oh, I get it," I piped up in a sickeningly sweet tone of voice. "So the long and short of it is that the Marines won't do their jobs and give a flying F until they're ordered to, and the world government won't order you to, I reiterate, do your jobs and protect the civilians of a member nation, because they couldn't give a crap about pirates and slavers raiding their personal aquarium. How am I doing so far? Am I in the ballpark?" Smoker growled darkly under his breath. I snorted and rolled my eyes. "You know, I can't see why people call the warlords government dogs. After all, from what I've seen so far, the Navy is the world government's beach. Didn't you say you had 2 points?" Smoker spat rather quickly. I chuckled humorlessly before moving on. "Well, as for the second." I shot the captain a cocky grin. "You talked to my captain earlier, and he seemed pretty decent, no?" The captain immediately came to a halt, glaring down at me menacingly. I looked up at the Marine with a decidedly unimpressed expression. "Including me and the snail, my crew is precisely 7 members strong. We haven't looted, plundered or pillaged the entire way here, and as far as I can tell they haven't ever hurt any civilians, PRD. All we're doing is flying a Jolly Roger and stocking up before we go to the Grand Line. But hey," I held up my wrists with a mock defeated sigh. "None of that matters to you. Doesn't matter to the Marines. Our flag is black, so we must be evil. So, come on. Lock me up. Toss me and impel down to be tortured far more cruelly than most pirates could even conceive of. I mean." I tilted my head to the side curiously. "That is your job, right?" Smoker stared down at my hands emotionlessly for a second before turning away sharply. "We're here." I blinked and looked up at the snail shell-shaped sign hanging above me. "Huh? So we are?" I gave Smoker a polite smile. "Well, this has been an invigorating chat. Thanks for your help." And with that, I pushed past the captain and into the store, closing the door behind me before promptly collapsing against it. Phew, fuck. I hissed to myself, my heart pounding furiously in my chest. "You crazy boy." Soundbite snickered with a grin. "Tell me about it." I huffed, a grin sliding over my face as I coasted on the elated feeling in my gut. "Worth it though, right? Fair enough." Excuse me, sir?" I looked up to see a headset-wearing man looking at me curiously from over a counter. "Are you here to purchase anything, or?" He trailed off uncomfortably. I coughed self-consciously as I stood up properly, readjusting my clothing in the process. Ahem, yes. Sorry about that, just got out of an interesting conversation." The man chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Well, we know all about interesting conversations here at Samson's Transponder Snail Shack." He held a hand out. "I'm Samson, nice to meet you." I smiled and shook his hand in greeting. "I'm Cross, this is Soundbite," I gestured at the snail, who smirked in greeting. "Nice place you've got here." And it was, too. Though somewhat small, the walls of the shop were lined with shelves filled with snoozing transponder snails of varying sizes and colors, with a wide variety of technology and equipment strapped to them. There was also an open crate, within which I could see several dozen baby snails crawling around. "Heh, thanks," Samson nodded. "So, what brings you around?" "Well, first and foremost." I took Soundbite off my shoulder and put him on the counter. "Soundbite here is a wild snail who I want to outfit with a baby snail rig. Do you offer that service?" Samson hummed as he eyed Soundbite curiously. "Mind if I?" "Oh, no, go ahead." "All right, then." He picked Soundbite up and started looking him over. Good color, healthy weight, his shell seems nice and solid. Yeah, he looks like he could take a rig." "Aw, you're making me blush." Soundbite cackled. "Yeek." Samson fumbled the snail, barely keeping himself from dropping the gastropod. "What the? Devil fruit," I replied flatly. "Ah." The man grimaced. "That explains that." He put Soundbite back onto the counter. "Well, I don't know how his powers will interact with the technology, but I think he's viable to get a rig. It will cost you, though." I shrugged indifferently. "Yeah, that's to be expected. What would you recommend?" Samson scratched his chin thoughtfully for a second. "Maybe. An Ichabod Portentia 6S? Latest model off the market. A bit pricey though." "How much?" 25,000 berry, installment included and upfront." Sold. Soundbite squealed eagerly, jumping as much as his invertebrate body allowed. I smiled as I drew out my cash roll and withdrew the appropriate amount of bills. "You heard the snail, sold." Samson blinked in surprise before taking the money, counting it swiftly before nodding in agreement. "All right, then." He held out his hand and allowed Soundbite to crawl on. "It should only take me a few minutes. It's a delicate process, but not too difficult. Once more unto the breach." Soundbite crowed as he was carried into the store's back room. You never went there to begin with, I replied, albeit with a grin. I was patient for a while, but after a few minutes I wound up tapping my foot impatiently as I waited for the results. I reached down to my pocket to take out a quick form of entertainment, and promptly found myself cursing Soundbite as I patted down my empty pocket. Finally. And here we have him. I'm back, baby. I jumped as Soundbite's voice blared out around me, prompting me to whip around and whistle as I caught sight of my snail. Well, DMN. You look good. And indeed he did. Not only was he wearing a fresh coat of wax on his shell, he had a shiny new transponder speaker poking out of his side and a small pair of headphones latched around his shell. He insisted. Samson scratched the back of his head sheepishly. No, it's fine. I waved him off, taking Soundbite from him and weighing him contemplatively. He'd gained a little weight, but nothing truly off-putting. So, does it work? I was gonna test it out with one of my snails. Just point one out and... How's this? We both jumped as Nami's voice suddenly came out of nowhere. However, a quick glance downward revealed that Soundbite was wearing a familiarly lascivious smile. The next instant, he'd swapped it out for a full-toothed cheesy grin. You look stunning, milady. Samson jolted in shock and recognition. Wait, was that? And this? So elegant, madam. Samson's jaw dropped in shock. Holy hell, that's Sinter, the cashier of Rebecca Hanberg. We're in the clerks' union together. My jaw dropped open as I made the connection, Soundbite consistently swapping voices between Nami and the clerk. Wow, that's... Well, to be fair, Soundbite does have a hell of a range. Samson looked at me in disbelief. This guy can hear things a mile away? What? I yelped, staring down at Soundbite in awe. The snail snickered pridefully as he tilted his head back and preened. I can see forever. My mind flew as I processed the development before finally reaching a conclusion. It must be the transponder. I whispered in awe. I always thought he could hear so much because of his species, the transponder must be accentuating it even further. Hell if I know, man. Samson breathed as he stared at Soundbite. Devil fruits, you know? That there's some crazy sheet. I nodded slowly before a thought struck me, a crazed grin slowly spreading across my face. And it's about to get even crazier. I whispered as I slid my headphones over my ears, prompting Soundbite to move the audio from himself to my headset as Nami left the store, driving the clerk to tears in the process. Hey, Nami, can you hear me? A few seconds later, Soundbite adopted a shocked expression, his eyes darting around frantically. What the cross? Where are you? I chuckled with guilty pleasure at her apparent distress. In the transponder snail shop, about a mile away from you. The transponder worked. A mile? And Soundbite can hear everything in that radius? I opened my mouth to respond. Blue tongue snapper for 500 berry. 5 hun. Hey, get back here you little. Amazing grace. I think I'm gonna be. Before wincing as a barrage of sound assaulted me. Does that answer your question? I heard all that. And Soundbite is a mile away. Are you trying to tell me that your pompous, annoying, jerkass of a snail is essentially a god of noise? I faltered slightly. Don't you think you're exaggerating a bit? He knows everything that happens within a mile of him and he can make anyone hear anything within that range. He's also the size of a baseball, can only move at the rate of an inch a minute, and salt shakers are as deadly to him as cannonballs. Alright, I feel a little better. By the way, did you catch up to Luffy? Yeah, I told him to get back to the ship by sundown then let him get on his way. I'm pretty sure he'll be fine. MMMPH, alright, then. Anyways. In light of Soundbite's recent upgrade, maybe we should get less snails? 2 should do. Well, if it'll save us money, fine. Works for me. Make sure they're good ones, got it. Got it. See you at the Mary. See you. And with that, Soundbite regained his usual proud expression. Ta-da. Well, he's going to be a right pain. I sighed tiredly. But, on the upside, I doubt I'll ever manage to misplace him. You have my sympathy, Samson chuckled. So anyways, you said you wanted to buy 2 more snails? Yeah, just babies. I picked up Soundbite and put him back on my shoulder as I looked into the crate. Any suggestions? Not really, Samson shrugged as he leaned over the counter. The majority of snails aren't as expressive as yours, especially after they get their transponder. In general, one's as good as the O. Meadly me-o. Gah! Both Samson and I jumped as Soundbite suddenly started belting out a guitar solo at the top of his lungs. What the hell do you think you're? I cut off the impending rant when I caught sight of the crate. Most of the baby transponder snails had withdrawn into their shells. But 2 of them were still out, goofy grins on their faces as they bobbed along to Soundbite's beat. Well, that's one way of doing it. Samson mused. Tell me about it, I agreed, fishing the 2 snails out and placing them on the countertop. So, how much? These guys are pretty big, quality range, so? 200,000? Oh. The clerk ducked down behind the counter and brought out a leather case with a shoulder strap. And I'll even throw in this snail carrier for an extra 6,000. Sound like a deal? It does to me, I nodded, drawing out the payment and plopping it on the desk. Thanks a bundle. Same to you, buddy, Samson concurred, placing the snails in the bag and handing it over. Good luck on your travels. Slinging the strap over my free shoulder, I waved goodbye as I left the snail shack. I glanced around the street, contemplating where to head next. Why did you do it? Before snapping my head over my shoulder, blinking at Smoker in surprise as he leaned against the wall of the shop. Excuse me? I asked in confusion. Smoker pushed off the wall and walked up to me, looming like a particularly ominous cloud. You might have a smart mouth, but you're still a smart kid. You could have been a lot of things, so why a pirate? I considered my answer for a moment. There were a lot of things I could say, but as it was, I felt that honesty was the best policy. As such, I spread my arms wide. I have a dream, I announced. Or rather, I had a dream, just one that I started with. Then, something changed. Smoker pet an eyebrow. Oh, yeah? What? My mind went back. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. And I smiled exultantly. My captain, I chuckled. I know he doesn't look like much, but when he told me his dream, I shook my head in awe. I can't really explain it, but the fact of the matter is that I believe in his dream. I believe that he's going to accomplish it, and I believe that he's going to do things, magnificent, glorious things in the process. I shrugged matter-of-factly. I want to have a front-row seat while he does it. Simple, no. For what felt like an eternity, Smoker stared down at me, he watched me, judged me with his inscrutable gaze. Finally, he spoke. Is your crew heading to the Grand Line? I shot a smirk at him. Isn't everyone with a Jolly Roger and a ship? And I can't talk you out of this madness? A hint of steel came into my glare. Captain, that's a stupid question and you know it. Smoker let out a sigh of defeat as he scratched the back of his head. Stupid kid. He dug into a pocket of his jacket and tossed a small rod of metal at me. Here. You'll need this. I fumbled and only just managed to catch the rod, looking it over in confusion. It was short and stubby and it looked familiar. Acting on a hunch, I flicked my arm out, causing the 7-inch tube to unfold into a rod that was only a little less than 2 feet long. I eyed the rod in surprise, hefting it contemplatively. Is this a tactical baton? Standard issue in the Marines, meant to handle civilians in a non-lethal manner, Smoker grunted in explanation. It's not much, especially without knowing any techniques, but it's better than nothing. And with that, he turned on his heel and began to march down the streets. Try not to die. I blinked in shock, staring at the rod for a second before looking up at the captain. Wait! I called out. Smoker halted and looked back at me. I held up the baton. Why? I asked slowly. I told you that I was a pirate. I disparaged the Marines and the world government. You would have been well within your rights to break my nose at any point that I was talking. So, why didn't you? Smoker stared at me for a second before breathing out a sigh of smoke. I wanted to prove you wrong. I shook my head definitively. You would have proved me wrong if you locked me in shackles. Not about that, dumbass. Smoker gnawed on his cigar darkly. You said that I was a good Marine. A good Marine wouldn't have let you walk one more step once they knew what you were. He turned around and started to walk away once more. It's as simple as that. I watched him walk away for a second before hastily shouting. Captain. Smoker froze and looked back again, this time with a tinge of exasperation. I don't like what the Marines currently are, I announced plainly. And I don't like what they do. But I sighed and shook my head. I respect what it stands for, and I respect you. I never said that good Marines were a myth, sir. There are too many good Marines by half. It's decent ones that are in short supply. There's a difference. A big one. I brought my hand up into a salute as I nodded at the captain. Oorah, sir. Oorah, Soundbite echoed seriously. Smoker stared at me for a second before scoffing and continuing on his way, his hand raised in farewell. I watched him for a few seconds before glancing at Soundbite. Well, now that that's been handled, wanna go find Nami and make sure she doesn't buy us anything that makes us look like a pair of crossdressers? Andale. My thoughts exactly. Well, this is turning out to be harder than I thought. I grumbled morosely as I trudged through the town streets. Turns out my job's not so easy, is it now? Nami asked innocently. You're supposed to be able to guide all of us anywhere at any time, Nami. I think that renders your argument a little invalid, I groused with a roll of my eyes. Hey! Don't talk to Nami Swan like that. Ack! I yelped, jerking one of my headphones off my ear before glaring at the snickering snail on my shoulder. Volume control, jackass. Soundbite chuckled maliciously for a moment before adopting a far prouder expression. Nice work, Soundbite. Your dinner'll be gourmet tonight. Thank you, the gastropod sang enthusiastically. No honor among thieves, huh? Usopp asked darkly. Tell me about it. I sighed tiredly. For the past few minutes, Soundbite had managed to locate the majority of our crewmates and connect us all together with sound. Usopp had been more than a little freaked out by the seemingly ghostly voices of the crew, but Nami had swiftly calmed him down. Though Soundbite's increase in power had been a visible point of consternation. Soundbite messing around with him via a few really ghostly voices hadn't helped matters either. Alright, enough. Cross, still no luck finding Luffy? Zoro asked gruffly. Currently, we were all scanning the streets of Loguetown in search of our captain, following Nami informing us all of an impending storm that was fast approaching the island. Furthermore, she'd also warned us all about the dangers of the local marines, Smoker in particular. I had made an educated decision to not mention my close run-in with the good captain. While that had been fun, the mere concept of the wrath of Nami had nowhere near the same allure. I'd sked and shook my head in exasperation. None. Either he's being as quiet as a church mouse. Ha! Nami barked. My thoughts exactly, or, more likely, he's somewhere so loud that he's being drowned out and Soundbite can't pick him out. Still, it's Luffy, so he should be at the execution scaffold's plaza. I paused for a second before hanging my head with a chuckle. Though knowing him, he'll probably be on the scaffold. Yup. That'd be just like him. I wouldn't be surprised. There was a moment of silence that gradually became more and more uncomfortable until finally. Cross, can Soundbite hear any places loud enough to drown out Luffy? Nami asked slowly. I glanced at the snail questioningly and winced as he nodded with a grimace. Yup. Does that answer your question? And, can you hear what's going on there? I promptly tapped the side of my headphones, preparation preventing me from wincing as a wave of sound flooded my skull. I pursed my lips as I tried to parse through the cacophony before grimacing as something stood out. I don't suppose Luffy's ever had anything to do with a pirate by the name of Buggy, has he? I asked, fully expecting the answer. A moment of silence. Then, crap. Zoro summarized succinctly. Everyone double time it to the plaza. Now. Nami ordered, a tone of panic entering her voice. You heard the lady, Usopp. Shake a leg. Alright, but if you really want us to hurry, then maybe you should take the heavier end of this thing. No pain no gain. Like you're actually doing anything physical. Soundbite's very mature response was to blow a multitonal raspberry. You do realize that he has a point, Re-OW. I grit my teeth as Soundbite chomped on my ear. Withdrawn. Let go already. I sighed in relief as he finally complied. Alright, we'll talk about this later, but for now, hold on tight. I broke into a fast trot down the street, before hastily backpedaling and jogging in place before a vendor's stand. Pardon me, I inquired as I panted heavily. But how much does a particularly heavy-duty log pose cost? Oh. Hey, guys. I wheezed as I skidded to a stop next to the rest of the crew. We were all gathered on the outermost edges of a massive plaza, a huge crowd assembled directly next to us. Zoro gave me a flat look as he graced me with a cursory glance. You need to exercise more. Get right on that. I groaned, thanking anyone and everyone I could as energy returned to my aching muscles. Any, luck finding, wheeze, Luffy? The swordsman promptly plopped his hand on my head and turned it so that I was following the crowd's line of sight. I blinked at the tall wooden tower that loomed over the mass of people before focusing on the prone and flashy figures at the top of the structure. I immediately dropped my face into a deadpan stare. Honestly, I really should have seen that coming. Yup. Soundbite, Nami and Usopp nodded in solemn agreement. Sanji sighed as he clicked his lighter and lit a cigarette, eyeing the situation with a wary gaze. Cross, Nami, Usopp. Take the supplies back to the Mary, Zoro, and I will get our captain out of there. I glanced at the navigator and sniper for a second before shaking my head firmly. No way. I'm staying here to help. Nami looked at me in bewilderment. No offense to you, Cross, but how could you possibly help those two in a fight? I've seen you naked dash. Don't remind me. I groused, a blush riding up on my cheeks. And you have just about no muscle mass. You'd be dead in 3 seconds flat. If I actually fought, I corrected. I glanced at the crowd before pointing out 3 civilians who were spread apart at random. Distract. Soundbite immediately latched his gaze onto the civilians and grinned mischievously before appearing to speak without actually making any noise. The reactions were impressive, to say the least. Almost instantly, the civvies leapt close to a foot off the ground, spinning around and looking for the source of whatever had just happened. One of the civilians suddenly turned around and punched another square in the jaw, a furious look on his face, before being tackled by the third. Within seconds, the three were locked in a brawl that threatened to spread to the rest of the crowd. Internally, I was gaping in unabashed shock at the madness I'd just sparked. Externally, I maintained a neutral gaze before glancing down at the cackling snail on my shoulder. I said distract, not let slip the dogs of war, dash. Soundbite's laughter redoubled, though judging by how nobody was looking our way he was keeping it restrained to us. But I think I've proved my point. I looked Sanji and Zoro dead in the eye. I know I can't fight, but I can provide support. I could possibly help from a distance with Soundbite's range. I shook my head firmly. But I don't want that. I am a straw hat pirate, and that dash. I jabbed a finger at the platform. Is my captain. The future king of the pirates, about to die where his predecessor did. I allowed a tinge of desperation to enter my expression. This is my first chance to contribute to the crew. Don't take this from me. Please. Let me help. Soundbite glanced at our crewmates for a second before nodding once, firmly and silently. The rest of the crew were deathly silent as they stared at me in shock before slowly glancing at one another, something unspoken passing between them. For a heart-stopping moment, I was afraid that they'd tell me to go. I'd do it if they pressed, of course. Logically speaking, I was perfectly aware that my presence here would do absolutely jack shit to change the outcome. Emotionally speaking, I knew that my speech was cheesy, but I'd meant every word of it. 1 week might not seem like a lot to most, but in all honesty a week with Luffy. I wanted to see this through, needed to, however I could. Finally, I felt a weight leave my chest as Zoro and Sanji nodded at me. Be ready to run, Sanji ordered. I nodded in understanding before looking up at the platform. Mind if I offer some advice? Zoro shrugged as he undid his bandana and tied it over his head. What? Don't charge in right away. We're lucky, that guy looks and sounds like he loves the sound of his own voice. He'll keep monologuing for a while so long as he's not interrupted. Get as close as you can and charge him when it seems like he's winding up for the finale. I'll get Soundbite to start sowing chaos once the fighting starts. Sanji and Zoro glanced at one another before shrugging and nodding. Sounds like a plan, Zoro grunted as he clicked his swords back into their sheaths. Sanji pointed at Nami and Usopp. You two are still going back, no debate. Usopp swallowed heavily as he rebalanced the massive fish he was carrying. No argument there. Nami looked at all of us before hefting her sack as well. Get him out and then get out. We need to get out to sea before the storm really hits. I nodded at her firmly. We will. And don't worry, I'll keep you up to date. I glanced between everyone, absently handing her the bag with the transponder snails. We all know what to do. Let's grab our captain and get the heck off this rock. And with that, we separated, Zoro and Sanji slipping into the crowd with some degree of subtlety while Nami and Usopp pelted down the street towards the coast. As for me, I slowly started to pace back and forth along the outside of the crowd, scanning it slowly as I kept track of the execution platform. Thankfully, my summary had been accurate. Buggy was living up the moment for all it was worth. In all honesty, I really had to wonder about what was going through his head when he came up with this plan. Executing Luffy was par for the course, what with him being a psychotic jackass and all. But doing it where his own captain had died? I couldn't tell if he was tipping his hat to Luffy in some sick, twisted manner or if he had just blinded himself to the reality of his location. Suddenly, I was snapped out of my musings as a flash of green caught my attention. My eyes zeroed in on the spot and scanned the crowd, searching for that color again. I knew it couldn't have been Zoro. His sense of direction was apoplectic but not that bad, so that only really left one option, but there was no way in hell I was that. It was at that point that I caught sight of the green-haired person I'd spied, as well as the heavy furred overcoat he was wearing. Well, sheet. This was a development, to be sure. So, what the hell do I do with it? I mean, it wasn't like I could actually do any good at this point. Could I? What if I wound up messing things up? What if I changed things irreparably? What? I blinked as a thought struck me. So what if I changed things? Luffy actually had something of a point in sobriety. An adventure's no good if you know every step of it to come. Might as well throw a few wild cards into the mix. And so, my mind made up, I walked up to the person and tapped him on the shoulder before pointing up at the execution scaffold. Hell of a show, huh? Bartolomeo glanced at me with a slightly irritated look before, thankfully, shrugging my apparent impudence off in favor of watching the display. The clown's a bit annoying, but yeah, he grunted with a tone of grudging respect. Too bad the kid's gonna die. It takes some serious moxie to actually climb the scaffold in broad daylight. I should know, I've gotten locked up for it more than once. I chuckled somewhat shakily as I glanced at the local mobster. Oh, I wouldn't bet on him dying just yet. I'm pretty certain that he can get his way out of this somehow. Oh yeah? Bartolomeo grunted, giving me a sidelong look. You know him? I shrugged slightly. My captain. He's a nice guy, if a bit empty-headed. I haven't been with the crew long, but I've heard enough to know that he's slipped out of some pretty impossible shit before. He'll live. That prompted Bartolomeo's irritated scowl to morph into open surprise. Captain, huh? So that brat's really a pirate? His blood's as salty as it comes, that's for sure. Humph. The mobster shrugged and looked up at the display, irritated scowl back in place. Well, the kid's got some guts, sure, but I really don't see what makes him so dash. Hey, listen. Both Barto and I, not to mention the rest of the crowd, jumped in shock when Luffy's voice suddenly bellowed out. I am the man, he roared, his voice full of confidence and determination. Who will be king of the pirates? My breath hitched as I felt the exact same wave of certainty, the same sense of fact I'd felt the first time he'd said those words. Holy crap. Bartolomeo breathed in shock. Did he really just say that? Here, now, in front of the whole freaking world. I chuckled shakily as I nodded slowly in agreement. Like you said, he's got guts. Suddenly, I noticed there was some sort of commotion coming from a part of the crowd close to the scaffold. A quick glance at Soundbite showed that he was mouthing a bunch of words and sounds desperately. Apparently Bartolomeo didn't notice this as he stared up at the top of the platform. He's not human. Where the hell do you get the sheer ball to say something like that? I allowed a grin to splay across my lips as I glanced at him. I told you, didn't I? He's got salt in his veins. Those guts of his? They're the guts of a pirate, through and through. Bartolomeo nodded slowly in agreement before tensing suddenly. Well, those guts are about to go all over the plaza. I followed his line of sight and set my spine ramrod straight when I caught sight of Buggy holding his sword high above Luffy's neck. No. I breathed in numb horror. I knew that something or someone would save Luffy, be it dragon or be it fate or be it pure luck, but I couldn't help but feel that there was every chance that this was the one time, the one possibility where Luffy. Please don't let this be where it ends. I begged under my breath. Please. Cross. Soundbite suddenly put Nami's voice through. Cross, what's happening? Is Luffy safe? I opened my mouth to say something, anything. Zoro. I jumped as Luffy roared. Sanji. Nami. Usopp. Cross. Soundbite. I felt my heart stop as Luffy smiled openly and without remorse, not a care in the world as Buggy's sword came down on his neck. Sorry, he grinned. But I'm dead. No. Zoro's voice cried out. Don't talk crazy. Sanji's voice demanded desperately. Luffy. I screamed, my own voice mixing in seamlessly with Nami and Usopp's. Suddenly, with legitimately no warning whatsoever, the sky seemed to split open in a flash of light. Moments later, I was shaken to the core by a crack and a rumble loud enough that I was surprised that the island itself hadn't split open. When I finally managed to get my wits about me, the platform was burning blue and starting to collapse. Cross, what just happened? I jumped as Usopp's voice snapped me out of my awe. I fumbled desperately for a second before managing to answer. A bolt of lightning. The platform. It hit the platform. Lightning hit the platform. There was a moment of shocked silence before Usopp finally spoke. That's less surprising than it should be. And what about Luffy? Nami demanded. Is he alright? I opened my mouth to respond. Hey, I'm alive. That's nice. I let a relieved sigh whoosh out of me as Luffy spoke up. He's alive. I chuckled, relief flooding my body. He's alive. He's alive. Nami and Usopp breathed sighs of relief. Thank God. I knew that idiot wouldn't die that easy. Alright, grab him and get to the Mary as fast as you can. Let's get the heck out of Loguetown. I couldn't agree with you more. I nodded in agreement. See you soon, over and out. Once Soundbite ended the connection, I looked over at Bartolomeo. The mobster was staring at where the scaffold had been standing mere moments ago, his jaw dropped as far open as it could go. See? I grinned shakily as I patted him on the shoulder. Told you he'd get out alive. However, before I could say anything further to him, a very familiar trio ran by us. Shake a leg, Cross. Sanji ordered. Woohoo! They're pissed. Luffy cackled madly. I laughed at the sheer insanity of the situation before throwing up a salute of farewell at Bartolomeo. Happy trails, partner. I laughed. And with that, I proceeded to take off down the road alongside my crewmates, pushing my body to keep up with them. Who was that you were talking to? Zoro asked. Before I could respond, Soundbite suddenly started crying out Bartolomeo's voice. Hey! Wait! Guy! Wait up! I can hear you, buddy, my snail wasn't just for show, I reassured him. Why, you're with your captain, right? Strawhat Luffy? See, can I talk to him? I blinked in surprise before shrugging and proffering my snail to my captain. It's for you. Luffy looked at Soundbite in surprise. Hello? Who are you? My name is Bartolomeo. Strawhat Luffy. The reason you're so awesome, the reason you were able to smile at death. Is it because you're a pirate? Luffy stared at the blubbering transponder snail for a moment before grinning widely. Of course. After all, pirates are the freest people on the sea. That means being able to go on incredible adventures and keep smiling no matter what happens. We're nothing other than awesome. Soundbite sniffed and choked for a second in awe before finally speaking. So, if I became a PP pirate, could I be as awesome as you? Luffy's grin somehow widened even further as he nodded enthusiastically. Definitely. Bartolomeo hesitated for a mere second before crying eagerly. Then I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get a ship. I'm gonna get a crew. I'm going out to the sea. To the Grand Line. I'm gonna become a pirate. One as great and awesome and incredible as you are. Bartolomeo of Loguetown, am gonna be a pirate. Shishishi. Luffy laughed. Sounds awesome. Don't just half-butt it though, you hear? I cut in hastily. Get a real crew, get a real ship. When you go out to sea, you do it with every intention of being the best pirate you can be. You hear me, Bartolomeo? Why yeah, I hear you. I'll do it. I'll do it right. Wait for me, alright, Strawhat Luffy? Wait for me. We're gonna meet again. We'll meet again. In the Grand Line. Shishishi. Alright. Looking forward to it. Good luck, Barty. Luffy chortled animatedly. Until we see you again, buddy. I agreed. And with that, Soundbite cut the connection, his tears disappearing in favor of his usual smirk. Hey, Luffy, sounds like you have a fan. Sanji laughed. I know, right? That's so awesome. Luffy snickered in agreement. What the heck did you say to him, anyway? Zoro asked me. I shrugged helplessly with a grin as I put Soundbite back on my shoulder, flipping my jacket's hood on as I finally noticed the rain pelting down on us. Hell if I know. I was just confident that Luffy would get out of there. Must have been infectious, huh? Sanji sked as he cast a grin at Luffy. Yeah, his crazy is a bit infectious, isn't it? Well, we're already lost causes. I concurred. Let's get back to the ship before this storm grounds us. Enough talking. Luffy snickered as he somehow increased his pace. Just keep running. Aye, Captain. I agreed. We kept running forwards with little to no sense of direction with Marines nipping at our heels. Until we happened to notice a woman standing in the road ahead of us, forcing us to come to a halt. Who is this beauty? Sanji asked eagerly, hearts evident in his eyes. Roronoa Zoro. The woman growled darkly as she glared daggers at us. You never told me you were a pirate. You lied to me, you bstrd. Sanji's mood immediately flipped as he snarled at Zoro, seconds away from pounding him. What the hell did you do to that girl, you moss-headed bstrd? Sounds like somebody was busy during shore leave. I snickered. Soundbite laughed as he wolf-whistled in agreement. Zoro ignored us all as he stepped forwards, staring at Tashigi flatly. You never asked me what my name was, so I never lied to you. It's as simple as that. If the sergeant's enraged expression was anything to go by, she didn't even remotely accept that answer, snarling as she drew her sword. I'm going to take the Wado Ikamanji from you, and make sure it never falls into the hands of a pirate again. And with that, she leapt forwards at us. And was met blade first by Zoro, who stared her down frigidly. Go on ahead, he grunted. Okay. Luffy nodded as he ran past. Good luck. I waved as I followed the rubber man's lead. Fight, fight, fight. Soundbite crowed. If you hurt one hair on her head I'll kick your butt, moss head. Sanji raged as he just barely managed to restrain himself and follow us. You think he'll be alright? I asked Luffy as the sword wielders fell out of sight. Of course. Luffy grinned. After all, it's Zoro. Fair enough. I conceded. And with that, we kept running for all we were worth. The rain was pouring down on us in buckets and the wind was almost like a corporeal wall, it was so strong, but either way we kept going. Soon, I felt my heart soar as I caught sight of the harbor's arch. It was a sure thing now, we were going to make it. Then I felt my gut drop as I caught sight of who was standing beneath the arch. Ah crap. I groaned piteously. Great, now what? Sanji demanded. Strawhat Luffy. Captain Smoker growled as he glared at the three of us, forcing us to come to a halt. I already told you couldn't make it to the Grand Line without beating me, didn't I? Luffy blinked in confusion before grinning his usual stupid grin. Oh yeah, I forgot, he chuckled. Smoker narrowed his eyes at us as he took a menacing step forward. You're really stupid, you know that? I chuckled miserably as I scratched the side of my head. Tell me about it. Luffy's grin darkened with brutal eagerness as he reached up and clutched his hat. Sanji, Cross, Soundbite. You guys go on ahead. I'll deal with this guy. However, before either of us could even think to either protest or agree, Smoker cut in. What the hell makes you think I'll let any of you get away? He demanded, his arms billowing out into pillars of smoke and grabbing Luffy and leaving him struggling in the air before he could react. DMN it. Sanji cursed, dashing forwards and launching a kick at Smoker's face. BSTRD. Sadly, the kick whiffed straight through Smoker's head, causing him to glare at the cook imperiously. I've got no time for small fry. That was all the warning Sanji received before he was pummeled into a building by a fist of smoke. White fist. GRK. Sanji. Luffy howled, ripping an arm free and launching it at Smoker. Take this. Gum pistol. Smoker dissipated around the blow, coalescing behind Luffy with a hand on his head moments later. You're worth 30 million berry, he scoffed. Before Luffy could react, he was slammed face first into the pavement, with Smoker sitting cross-legged on his back. You're barely even worth one, the captain growled as he started to reach for the jutty on his back. Your luck's run out, kid. Oh, I don't know. Smoker froze as I pressed my batten's length against the underside of his throat, casting a shaky grin at him. He seems like he's still a pretty DMN lucky BSTRD to me. Smoker turned a murderous glare on me, causing me to almost lose my grip on my weapon. Do you really think that this will stop me? He intoned darkly. I shrugged ever so slightly as I tilted my head at Soundbite. Depends. Do you think you're fast enough to dodge a blast of pure sound, capable of vaporizing stone? Soundbite snickered in agreement, his teeth bared in a menacing smirk. I was, of course, completely bluffing my butt off, but hey, he didn't know that. Besides, people can dream. Smoker switched tracks instantly. You lied to me, he stated. You said that none of your crew was wanted. In my defense, I've never really seen his wanted poster, I retorted, glancing down at Luffy. You're worth 30 million, Captain? That's pretty awesome. THNKS. Luffy muttered out around the stone. Shut up. Smoker snarled downwards before glaring at me. This is who you're pinning everything on? You're pinning your hopes and dreams on this. This kid? That kid, I shot back. As you call him, was just saved by a legitimate miracle. He is incredible and I believe in his dream, I believe in it every step of the way. He is going to go on and do awe-inspiring things. And if it means getting to see those things, being able to march with him, step by step, every inch of the way. I didn't even hesitate as I grinned as widely as I could. Then yeah, I'll bet it all on him. Because I genuinely believe in Monkey D. Luffy becoming king of the pirates. And nothing you or anyone in the whole wide world says will convince me otherwise. Ah, THNKS cross. Luffy mumbled out. Any time, Captain. I nodded firmly. Smoker's response was more terrifying than heartwarming, as he narrowed his eyes and reached up to clutch the handle of his jutty. You bet wrong, kid. This is the end of the line. For the both of you. Actually. The world seemed to freeze as a hand came out of nowhere, grabbing the handle as well. I could literally hear my heartbeat as I stared up at the legitimately massive cloaked figure that hadn't been standing behind Smoker a moment ago, taking in his familiar grin and tattoo with awe. I idly noted the nigh imperceptible ee noise that Soundbite was making. I believe it's only just starting, Monkey D. Dragon stated with all the calm of an impending storm. Holy crap. I breathed. Hey, WH test going on? Luffy struggled under Smoker's grip. WH is that? You. Smoker growled up at the revolutionary, his cold sweat mixing in with the rain. The world government's after your head. Dragon's grin only seemed to widen in response. The world is still waiting for our answer. Before anyone could think to respond, the world seemed to go green and the wind went from howling to roaring, bellowing in rage and fury as it tore at the world around us and sent the world into chaos. I barely managed to identify the screaming I heard as my own a second later. When it finally died down, I was laying on my butt, in the harbor, my head spinning as I tried to clamber to my feet. Soundbite? I groaned, pushing myself to my feet. Spin cycle sucks, he spat out from inside his shell, which was thankfully still clutching my shoulder. Hey, Cross. Usopp cried as he grabbed my other shoulder and shook me slightly. You alright? I gave the sniper a shaky grin. Bruised and battered, but I think I'll live. I frowned as a thought struck me. But where's the Mary? Usopp groaned as he pointed out to sea, where I could see a sail bobbing halfway to the horizon. Out there. I don't know how we'll reach it now. I do. Luffy's voice rang out. Brace yourselves, guys. Gum gum. I tensed as I remembered where this was undoubtedly going. This is gonna SCK. I groaned. Rocket. I think I might have blacked out for a moment, because the next thing I knew I was laying on the Mary's deck alongside the rest of the male portion of the crew, groaning in pain on account of my body feeling like somebody had taken a baseball bat to it. Wow. I whined. Well, that was fun. Zoro concurred tie a wheeze of pain. Hey, Cross. Sanji managed to bite out. Did you manage to see what did all this? Soundbite and I opened our mouths. Then glanced at one another and promptly snapped them shut. Sanji. I breathed. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Yup. Soundbite nodded in agreement. You're here. Nami laughed in relief as she helped us up. Come on, we need to get moving. We've got a tailwind, we need to get out of here before the Marines manage to catch up to us. And with that, we scrambled to man the lines, working the whipstaff and sails furiously in order to fight against the elements and force them to work in our favor. It was not a fun time, what with us coming within feet of capsizing and taking a final dip, but we eventually managed to stabilize things. Finally, Nami called out to us all. Hey, look! There's a light. And indeed there was, a tower of stone with a light flashing on top, defying the darkness of the storm. Is that a lighthouse? Usopp asked in confusion as he clutched the mast. Nami grinned and nodded. Yeah. The guiding light. It's one of the markers. Beyond that light is the entrance to the Grand Line. So. She smiled at us all eagerly, seemingly drunk on the moment. What's it gonna be? Usopp whimpered miserably as he held on to the Mary for dear life. Do we have to do this in the middle of a storm? Ah, come on, Usopp. I teased, my hands firmly clutching the Mary's rigging. Where's your sense of adventure? I think it fell overboard and drowned a mile back. Scaredy cat. Oh quiet, you. Nevertheless, we all smiled eagerly at Nami and nodded, ready to take the next leg on our journey. Okay. I say we do something to mark the occasion. Sanji nodded in determination, lugging a barrel out of the Mary's storeroom and setting it up on deck. Usopp eyed the skies nervously before swallowing his fear and nodding in agreement. Alright. I'm in. Luffy hooped. Let's do it. Nami concurred. Zoro didn't say anything, but his grin was answer enough. Hell yes? I couldn't help but laugh. Woohoo! Soundbite hollered. And so, Sanji raised his leg and placed it on top of the barrel. I'm going to the Grand Line. To find the All Blue. He announced. I'm going to be king of the pirates. I'm going to be the world's best swordsman. I'll draw a map of the world. I am going to become a brave warrior of the seas. I hesitated as my turn came up. At this moment, I wondered, did I truly deserve to be here? In front of all these incredible people, in front of all their incredible dreams, I had to wonder. Was I truly worthy? Could I do it? In the end, I could only come up with one suitable answer. Hell yes. I raised my foot and landed it on the barrel with finality. I'm going to travel the seas. I declared firmly. And I'm going to see everything this cruel, crazy, beautiful world has to offer. Ditto. Soundbite roared in agreement. We stared at the barrel for a moment as we took it all in. 6 people and 1 snail, each with our own dreams, our own capabilities. About to take on the world. In a word, it was awe-inspiring. Finally, Luffy grinned and raised his leg high, prompting us all to follow along. And now, he announced. To the Grand Line. We brought our feet down on the barrel in the middle of a crack of thunder. And so, our journey well and truly began. As poetic as our start towards as the official start of our adventure was, the reality was far less pleasant. We were, after all, setting out in the middle of a hurricane-grade storm. Still, at least we had a lighthouse to guide us. Nami. The light's gone. For about 2 seconds, anyways. It's a lighthouse, Luffy. I called up to my captain as he hung from Mary's neck, fighting with the Mary's lines all the while. Why he insisted on putting himself in the most precarious of positions over the ocean when he couldn't swim was beyond me, but I'd grown more than used to it in the little time I'd known him. They can't keep it going all the time, especially not in this kind of weather. Don't worry, Nami reassured him as she stepped up onto the prow, glancing at the map she was holding as she tried to perceive something, anything through the deluge. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I can get us into the Grand Line, guaranteed. If you can find your way through this, then I'd say you're more witch than expert. I offered, only half joking. Har har, very funny. Shishishi. You're really impressive, you know that? Luffy asked as he twisted himself around to smirk up at Nami. Yeah, the navigator rolled her eyes. Now would you please get down from there before you fall in? I'm not gonna give up my special seat. I couldn't help but laugh at his matter-of-fact tone. I wouldn't sit there even if you paid me. I'm wet enough as is, I don't want to fall into the ocean on top of that. Scaredy cat. Luffy stuck his tongue out at me. Buck. Soundbite clucked out with a sneer. Do you want to go in instead? I asked sardonically as I glanced at the snail. He promptly squawked and snapped back inside his shell. Yeah, that's what I thought. Do it anyways. We can use him as bait. Usopp called from the other side of the deck. I'll take that into consideration. Traitor. Alright, enough fun and games. Nami rolled her eyes with a smirk before turning serious. Cross, would you mind dash? I nodded in understanding and tapped Soundbite's shell before pointing at Nami. Amp. Soundbite popped an eye out of his shell before letting out a whine. You're live. Everyone meet me in the cabin, Nami's voice rang out. We need to talk about what's coming up next. Hastily complying, we all tied up our lines and followed Nami into the kitchen, where she spread her map open over the table. Now, I know this sounds crazy she started. Nami. I hastily interrupted, reaching out and pinching Luffy's cheek in order to stretch it out. There is a rubber man and a sound snail on board, and a smoke man tried to stop us from leaving Loguetown not more than an hour ago. I think we passed crazy a long time ago. Nami considered this for a moment before indicating the center of her map. Even if I tell you that the only way into the Grand Line is by sailing up a mountain? Reverse mountain, right? I nodded in confirmation. The rest of the crew looked at me in shock. Wait, what? Usopp squawked in disbelief. Sailing up a mountain? Why you can't be serious? Oh no, I'm deadly serious, I shook my head firmly. Reverse mountain is pretty much the only means of entering the Grand Line open to the public. I looked at Nami. May I? She shrugged indifferently. If you know anything about it, feel free. Right then. I walked over to the table and looked over the map before pointing out the design that occupied the center. Alright, this here is Reverse Mountain. See these lines that cross over it? Sanji gnawed on his cigarette contemplatively as he looked the relatively ancient map over. Yeah. What are those? Canals. I held up a hand to stave off any oncoming protests. I know it sounds nuts, but those are canals, running up the entire length of the mountain, past the clouds and down into the Grand Line. No clue who built them, how, when or why, but they exist alright. And no way. Usopp stammered, his eyes wide in disbelief. Sailing up a mountain? Tth, that's impossible. Hey! Sanji slapped the back of Usopp's head. If Nami says that's how we get in, then that's how we get in, it's as simple as that. And, well, Cross is pretty smart too, I guess. Thanks, Sanji. Don't press your luck, snail mail. Sunday dash. Don't even think about it, dumbass. I firmly slapped a hand down on Soundbite's shell with a glare. It sounds like it could be fun. Luffy grinned eagerly. Don't get your hopes up, Luffy, Zoro warned cynically. Nami, you stole this map from Buggy, are you sure that it's reliable? I can guarantee it, I volunteered. It's not surprising that map is so valuable, it's eerily accurate. The Marines would probably love to get their hands on it, so as to better control any info on the Grand Line. And how do you know so much anyways? Zoro asked with a tinge of suspicion. I swallowed slightly at the attention before rallying. No offense to the East Blue, but it is called the weakest of the blues, and this is one of the reasons why, I answered with a shrug. Florida is on the Red Line, so we border the North Blue as well as the East. Info on the Grand Line is more thorough there. I frowned in thought. Well, general information, anyways. The Grand Line has a reputation for being a bit active. Who knows how accurate some of my info really is? Usopp shuddered heavily as he processed the implications of that statement. Wait, why you mean dash? Yeah. I barely repressed an evil grin as I pointed out several spots on the map past the Grand Line. There should be islands here, and here. At least, from what I remember at any rate. Geography, such a feeble aspect of the Grand Line. The sniper choked out a terrified sob as he sank to his knees. What kind of a place are we headed into? He demanded helplessly. I really did grin malevolently as I loomed over him. Hell. Oh. Soundbite snickered as he mimicked a theremin. Sanji delivered a slow clap as he observed our antics. Very funny you too. Now lay off him before he has a heart attack, would you? I chuckled as I raised my hands in surrender. Fair enough, fair enough. Sorry about that. Anyways. Zoro pressed on with a sigh. Even with how crazy the world already is, what you're saying is pretty out there. Couldn't we just, I don't know, sail right into the Grand Line or something? Looks like the ocean is pretty clear to me. No way. Luffy and Nami bellowed simultaneously. What they said, I concurred, pointing at the pair. It'd be totally wrong if we didn't start our adventure properly. Luffy continued with a determined nod. That, not so much. Listen, Nami crossed her arms firmly. It's not so easy as you make it out. There's a reason that not just anyone can get into the Grand Line, after all. One does not simply sail into the Grand Line. Soundbite nodded in agreement. Oh yeah? Sanji pet an eyebrow in curiosity. How come? I opened my mouth to respond. Then paused as I became aware of something. Or rather, a lack of something. I swallowed heavily before grinning morbidly. How about I show you? Huh? I spread my arms wide. Notice anything missing from this picture? The crew stared at me in confusion. Until Soundbite got the hint and started whistling like the wind. Literally. Huh, now that you mention it, you're right, the rain stopped, Usopp said as he glanced out one of the portholes. It's what? Nami squawked, staring outside in horror. No way. We should have been in that storm all the way to the entrance of the canal. And yet, take a look. I pushed the kitchen's door open and gestured. Not a cloud in the sky. Whoa. Luffy breathed in awe as he jumped onto the deck, looking around eagerly. The weather's suddenly great. That's so cool. Yeah. Sanji muttered as he walked out and looked back past the aft of the ship. But I can still see the storm back there. What gives? Oh, nothing much, I shrugged with a sigh. Just nature's ultimate middle finger to all interblue travel. This isn't the time to speak pretty, dumbass. Nami shrieked in terror. If you know where we are, then you know why need to start rowing our way out of here right the hell now. Huh? Luffy looked at me in confusion. How come? Where are we? The calm belts, I explained with a wide grin. They're the twin seas that border each half of the Grand Line on either side. No winds blow and barely any currents flow, and of those just about none go all the way through. Think doldrums, only on a global scale. So it's calm seas all the way? Zoro asked. Doesn't that mean we could just row through? Hell no. Nami's right, it's not that simple, I nodded in agreement. After all, as I said, they're seas. It'd take weeks, hell, maybe even months to row our way through. With 7 of us on board, we'd almost certainly die of dehydration before we made it through. Besides that, I wouldn't put it past the seas to toss 1 or 2 tsunamis at us, which we wouldn't have a chance of outrunning. Then there's the fact that the calm belts are the hunting grounds of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, who would most definitely kill us all in about 10 seconds flat. The majority of the crew was staring at me in unmitigated horror, while Luffy was grinning at me as though I'd just caused Christmas to come early. And none of those are even the popular reason why nobody comes through here. And that reason would be? Usopp asked nervously, obviously dreading the answer. Nami made to answer. Just as the ship suddenly lurched. What the heck dash? Sanji spat. Soundbite shivered on my shoulder, his eyes swiveling furiously. There he sang morbidly. And just like that, in less than a second, for the first time in her life, the Going Merry flew, sailing high into the sky before coming to a sudden halt and flinging us off our feet. Ouch! I ummed, wincing as my bruises from Luffy getting us back on board the Merry flared up. That wasn't pleasant. What was that? Zoro groaned. The popular reason. Nami whimpered pitifully as she hugged the mast desperately. Usopp made to ask what she meant, and promptly keeled backwards, foaming at the mouth as the shadow of a titanic head covered us all. It's filled with sea kings. Our navigator sobbed with a hopeless smile. Yeah. I chuckled helplessly, staggering to my feet and glancing over Mary's side at the expanse of black and white skin that lay below us, my blood roaring in my ears as my gut started to boil. It's their natural breeding ground, actually. Ironic, ain't it? Most dangerous monsters in the world besides humans, and they live in the most peaceful part of it. Yeah. Zoro huffed hurriedly, dragging the ship's oars out of the stockroom and handing them to Sanji and Luffy. Alright, listen up, when these guys go under, we row like hell for the storm. Got it? Yeah. Luffy nodded in agreement. We're going into the Grand Line the right way. That's not the reason why, dumb wagh. Nami was cut off as the Merry suddenly heaved. What the dash? Soundbite blinked in confusion for a second before squeaking and snapping back into his shell. Gesundheit. I bit out a curse as I shoved Soundbite into my jacket before running to the Merry's rigging and wrapping one of the rope ladders around my arm. Hold on to your everything. And just like that, I experienced one of the most violent sneezes I'd ever felt in my life and things went straight to hell. The next few minutes were a blur of motion, screaming, flailing, and enough rope burn to skin my arm down to the muscle. When all was said and done, I found the sting of the rain and seawater sloshing into my open wounds a relief when compared to the idea of going face to face with that horde of monsters again. Oh, thank God it's just a storm. Usopp wheezed. That wasn't all that fun. Luffy, of all people, admitted, if somewhat reluctantly. Anyone else feel like going in the hard way? Nami asked darkly. Nope. Soundbite bellowed from within his jacket. If I never move again it'll be too soon. Sanji groaned. I made to respond, but winced as Nami let out a shuddering groan as she suddenly lurched hard to port. You and me both, but that's not an option at the moment. Either we move or these crazy currents capsize us. The male members of the crew groaned in despair, while Nami suddenly shot up with a gasp of realization. That's it? The hell are you talking about, woman? Zoro demanded tiredly. The currents. That must be how the canals work. Nami shot to her feet and started pacing furiously in thought, somehow managing to stay standing despite how wildly the deck was swaying. It sounds crazy, but if sea currents flowed at the mountain strong enough, then the water would flow up the mountain before coursing down into the Grand Line, like a fountain. There's no doubt we're already on the current, so we just need to do is steer our way in. She then bit her thumb fearfully as a realization hit her. But that also means that things are that much more dangerous. Reverse Mountain is a winter island, so when the current hits the red line, it sinks back down into the sea. If we crash, we'll be dragged under for sure. Ah? Luffy nodded in what I highly doubted was understanding. So it's a mystery mountain. Nailed it. It's not that hard to understand. I cut in, holding myself up against Mary's railing. The Red Line is a chain of mountainous islands all linked together that run around the world, each with their own year-round seasonal climate. Florida was a summer island through and through, so I'm used to the heat. Oh, so they're mystery islands. Got it. I shrugged at Nami helplessly. I tried. Humph. Zoro shook his head with a grunt. Never heard of anyone sailing over a mountain before. I might have, Sanji shot back with a grin. About this mountain? No, the Grand Line. Sanji's smirk widened visibly. They say you need to be half dead before you can get in. Are you kidding me? Usopp demanded helplessly. Hey, what were you expecting, a red carpet? I laughed as I patted Usopp's back sympathetically. Nothing worth doing is easy to do, which means this is really gonna be worth it, right? The long-nosed sniper shot me a dark glare. I vehemently question your logic. NYEH. Soundbite poked his head out of my jacket in order to stick his tongue out at Usopp. You little dash. Hey, I can see the Mystery Island mountain. Luffy suddenly bellowed, jabbing a finger out into the storm. We all turned to see what he was indicating. And promptly fell silent. It was. Monolithic was a word, but it didn't even begin to do the red line justice. It was as though the horizon had just become stone. I craned my neck back, staring up in an attempt to catch sight of the top of the line. Some part of my memory logically told me that it was an exercise in futile, but I had to try, some other part of my mind stubbornly refusing to accept the idea that something as stupidly massive as this geological monstrosity was physically capable, in this world or any other. But no, there it was, staring me straight in the face and defying everything I knew to be fact. And, I realized with a start, coming closer each and every second. Guys? I croaked numbly. Luffy successfully proved that the apocalypse was fast approaching by being the first to realize what I was getting at. We're getting sucked in, he whooped euphorically. Sanji. Usopp. Steer us in. Shocked out of their stupor, the two promptly scrambled into the kitchen and grabbed the whipstaff. On it. They chorused. As we came closer and closer, we managed to catch sight of a crack in the mountain. Nami dug a pair of binoculars out of her coat and stared through them for a second before fumbling and almost dropping them in shock. Holy crap, she squeaked. What is it? Zoro asked her. She handed the binoculars to him without a word. He looked through them as well and promptly clenched in shock. I can't believe it. I laughed hoarsely as it finally came into sight, what had to be thousands upon thousands of gallons of water pouring up the mountain, passing beneath 10 impossible stone arches. The sight was so insane, so terrifying, so beautiful. It was breathtaking. An awe-inspiring sight that flipped every switch I had and threw my being into overdrive. My whole body felt like it was in danger of boiling over at any moment. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio. I couldn't help but quote with an ear-to-ear grin. Zoro ground his teeth as he stared at the fast-approaching gate. DMN pretty words. Won't mean much if we die, though. We're a little off. Luffy noted with a tinge of panic. We need to be more to the right. Acting fast, I yanked Soundbite out of my coat and slammed him onto my shoulder, a whine flaring up over the howl of the wind. Hard to starboard. Right. On it. For a moment, we heard them struggling to keep the Mary's rudder under control. Snap. Until the sound of wood snapping in two like a dry twig rang out over the deck. We all turned and stared at the whipstaff's destruction for a moment before a shudder beneath our feet brought us all back to our senses. The whipstaff. Nami shrieked in terror. I froze for a moment as I noticed the fact that we were heading straight for one of the arches. Luffy? I asked nervously. I'm on it. Luffy roared as he rushed past me. I barely had time to process the blur of yellow heading at me before I managed to force myself into action and grab Luffy's hat before it could fly away. Gum. Luffy jumped over the edge of the Mary, interposing himself between the arch and our ship before inflating to unrealistic proportions. Balloon. For a heart-pounding moment, Luffy was squeezed against the arch, the Mary staying in place. Until we finally slipped past, flying up the canal so fast we might as well be on a roller coaster. There was just one problem. Luffy! I yelled, watching as our captain started to drop into the sea. Grab on. Zoro bellowed desperately, holding an arm out to him. Nothing. Luffy's hand grabbed Zoro's in an instant, clutching it for dear life. One hard tug later and our captain was tumbling onto the deck, laughing his butt off. I sighed in relief as I slammed Luffy's hat back on his head. Never do that again, dumbass. I shouted through my smile. Dumbass. Soundbite parroted eagerly. Luffy's response was to laugh even harder, and he wasn't the only one. All around me, the crew was celebrating. Usopp and Sanji were dancing, Nami was whooping joyously, Zoro had cracked a grin. And me? In the past 10 minutes, I had come inches from death, be it by storm, by sea king or by crazy, convoluted currents. I was officially in over my head, miles out of my element. PFFF. I snorted, my whole body shaking for a moment until I finally threw my head back and howled with laughter. Fahahahaha. And I was loving every second of it. Cackling like a madman, I leapt up onto the Mary's railing, wrapped my arm around the rigging, and hung myself out over the abyss. The wind tugged at my body, trying to wrench me free, the sea roared and howled mere feet below me, and I felt more alive than I'd ever imagined I could. It was stupid, it was insane, and I was laughing the whole time. Ha ha ha. I laughed at the top of my lungs. We're in. Bonsai. Soundbite guffawed in agreement as he held on for dear life. A second later, Nami suddenly shouted and pointed ahead. Look, she exclaimed with a massive grin. We're going through the clouds. And so we were, further in and further up the mountain, piercing through the roof of the heavens until at last we broke through and came within sight of the peak, the very roof of the world. It was indescribable. The waters of 4 oceans, the world itself, colliding into a singular point, foam spraying up and dissipating into mist before it all rumbled down a singular channel. Within moments, we were on it, the Mary jumped and, for a brief moment, she flew once more, the force of the water spinning her around to face the only possible way out. As we started to fall, I looked over my shoulder and stared into the clouds that obscured the mountainside. For a brief moment, I imagined that I could see it, that I could just catch a glimpse of it. The throne of the king of the pirates, the final destination, the promised island. Raftel. I swallowed heavily as a massive grin split my face. There's the finish line. I can see it. Luffy cheered. The grand line. I snapped my head around as the Mary hit the downward flowing channel, and I saw what he saw. A lot of it was obscured in clouds, but it was there was no denying it, a field of blue that married the horizon, roiling and churning and roaring in welcome. My grin widened even further. And there's the start. As we fell down the mountainside, picking up speed, I couldn't help but feel I was forgetting something. But at this point, I officially couldn't care less, and didn't even try to restrain my reaction as we soared down the world's largest waterslide. Ha ha ha. I barked wildly, hanging over the edge of the abyss. This is awesome. I love you guys. I love you all so freaking much. I blinked as a faint warbling sound rippled through the air, jerking me out of my laughter. The heck? You heard it too? Zoro called up to me. Good chance of it being the wind, Nami shrugged indifferently. The rock formations around here are pretty unusual. I'm not so sure about that. I frowned slightly, racking my brain. That noise was familiar. Where had I? Soundbite, could you dash? Soundbite mimicked a rewinding cassette for a second before finally. Woo-woo. I pet an eyebrow at the replay. That was a lot clearer than I remember. Soundbite's skin became a shade of gray more ashen than his usual gunmetal as the blood drained from his face. That wasn't me, he yelped. I snapped my eyes to the snail in disbelief. Excuse me? Woo hhh. I shuddered as the sound came again, this time a full factor louder. That was really, really, really familiar. Hey! Usopp called down from where he was hanging onto the mainmast's yardarm, pulling down one of the lenses of his goggles in curiosity. I think there's something up ahead. Yeah. Sanji concurred, pointing at the mists dead ahead of us. It looks like a mountain. Huh? Nami blinked in confusion. That can't be right, all that's supposed to be past here is the Twin Capes. Then what the hell do you call that? Zoro demanded, pointing at the dark silhouette that was starting to come into view, almost as large as the red line itself. What the hell? Nami blurted in disbelief. But that chart was accurate? There aren't any mountains here. I narrowed my eyes at the silhouette as I tried to connect the dots. Massive form, smack dab where there should be nothing of the sort. And that noise. I knew that noise, I know I'd heard that noise before. Now if only I could remember what that noise. Buuut I king shite. That's no mountain, I whispered numbly. The crew looked at me in confusion for a second. Buuut. There she blows. Soundbite cried out. Before snapping their heads around at the newest reiteration of the noise, the mist finally parting just enough to give us a clear view of what was in our way. And what he was. Holy crap, that's a whale. Usopp shrieked in terror. No, I couldn't help but mentally correct Usopp as I stare up at the entity towering before us. That's no whale. And indeed he wasn't. Or at least, he wasn't just a whale. Oda did his best, but he didn't really do Laboon justice. Not his fault, really. It was hard to truly render such a beast with mere pen and paper. He was. I suppose Titan would be the most apt word. A massive, dominating form of flesh and blood wrapped in pitch-black skin. He was almost as big as some of the largest creatures we'd seen. On the fringes of the calm belt, and I was beyond certain that he would, judging by the building-sized teeth I could just spy poking out of the corners of his mouth, have eaten some of the smaller ones I'd seen. To put it simply, Laboon was. Well, he was glorious. He was also going to crush us with his gargantuan frame without moving so much as a muscle. As we rushed towards the literally killer whale, my crewmates panicking wildly around me, I found myself falling back onto the option my mind found most logical at the moment. PFFF. I laughed. Fa-ha-ha. I guffawed, barely managing to support myself on the Mary's railing as laugh after laugh after laugh bubbled up and out of my bubbling stomach. What the heck are you laughing about, dumbass? Nami shrieked as she grabbed me by my collar. I froze momentarily as the question hit me. Now that I thought about it. Why was I laughing? I mean, after all, there was nothing funny about our situation. We were hurtling towards death at speeds almost guaranteed to break every bone in our bodies. This wasn't humorous, this was dangerous. This was fatal. This was abso-freaking-lutely exhilara-dash. I plastered a shaky grin on my face as I chuckled nervously. Would this be a bad time to inform you that I think I just figured out that I'm an adrenaline junkie? What? Before I could respond, a massive boom shook the ship before we were jerked to a slower pace, throwing us all off our feet. Nami blinked in confusion as she tried to get her limbs beneath herself. What the hell was that? Soundbite's eyes twisted around for a second before locking dead ahead. Dumbass, he spat out in Nami's voice. Nami and I followed Soundbite's line of sight. And promptly noticed the trail of smoke wafting upwards. The cannon, my crewmates shrieked in horror. I, however, was more focused on the fact that Laboon was still coming closer and closer. Yeah. Luffy called out from beneath the forecastle. Did it work? Did we stop? Not quite. I barked out, leaping up and wrapping the rigging around my arm again. Brace for impact. Soundbite hollered. A second later, we thumped against Laboon's hide. Thankfully, the majority of the impact to the ship was negligible. Crack. I winced as Mary's head was snapped not very cleanly from her neck. That? Not so much. This is bad. Nami whimpered as she held onto Mary's railing for dear life, her eyes halfway devoid of life. Am I dead? Not yet. My special seat. I winced as Luffy's voice bellowed out, filled with equal parts horror and fury. Give it a minute, though, I'm sure you won't have to wait long. We're not waiting, PRD. Oomph. I wheezed as Zoro tossed one of Mary's oars at me, with Usopp quickly helping me pick it up. Come on, he ordered as Sanji helped him lower the other oar into the water. Let's get out of here before that thing reacts. Seriously. Usopp yelped as he jerked the oar into motion alongside me. Is this thing so big that it didn't notice a freaking cannon firing into it, or is it just slow? I think it's more the former than the latter. I grunted as I alternated between pushing and pulling the wooden stick. After all, from my experience, the intelligence of animals can seriously surprise you at times. Represent. Soundbite nodded firmly. After all, you'd expect a snail that can speak to have at least half a brain cell. Oi! Hey! Listen up! We all froze as Luffy's voice bellowed out. Apparently Laboon noticed as well, if the way his body sunk down into the water just enough so that his gargantuan eye could loom over us. Nami swallowed heavily as she eyed our captain nervously. Luffy, she attempted to placate him desperately. I realize you might be angry, but that thing's a million times your weight. Whatever you do, don't do anything stupid dash. BSTRD. Luffy hollered, snapping his arm out and punching square into the center of Laboon's cornea. Like that, you moron, the rest of the crew shrieked. You can't seriously be surprised by this. I sighed with a weary grin. If I had to guess, though, Laboon almost certainly was if the way his pupil jerked down to stare dead at us was anything to go by. He's noticed us. Nami choked out. And I'll make him notice us even more. Luffy roared. Shut up, dumbass. Zoro and Usopp ordered as they tackled him and started doing their utmost best to keep him quiet. I made to say something. And froze as I caught sight of Laboon twitching slightly. I think that might be too little too late. Buuut. As if to prove me right, Laboon suddenly moved, his mass shifting far faster than anything even half his size had a right to move as he twisted his head around and snapped his open, allowing a veritable waterfall worth of water to cascade down his throat. I cursed as the Mary suddenly jerked forwards. Correction, a waterfall worth of water and us. Hold on to something. I cried, one hand clutching Soundbite to my chest while my other twisted itself into the rigging as tight as it could go. Wah! Luffy cried in panic as the Mary's deck suddenly bucked just a tad too hard, throwing Luffy well clear off our ship and to parts unknown. I'm gonna fall in. What the hell did I just say? Look out! Usopp screamed in terror. We're going down. And indeed, down we went. Down and down and down, twisting and swinging every which way there was to swing. It was like the world's most absolutely insane roller coaster. It was pitch black, it was wild, and it out and out reeked. Finally, the Mary hit a steady downward slide. It was uncontrolled, yes, but at least we weren't in danger of going overboard every other second anymore. I panted heavily as I fought to get some air back in my lungs, and my legs beneath my body. So dash. I panted for a second before slapping Soundbite onto my shoulder and tapping his shell. Sound off. Here. Hey. I'll live. I think I'm terrified beyond all belief disease. Right there with you. I twisted my head around wearily, trying to spy anything in the pitch-black darkness. Anybody have any idea where we are? Beyond the obvious, I mean. Can't see sheet, Captain. Crap. Luffy. Where's Luffy? Last I saw he was being thrown overboard, I supplied. But I wouldn't worry. Anyone else and I'd say they were sinking to a tea party with Davy Jones. Him? 10 Berries says he's making his way down this thing's blowhole and he'll meet up with us sooner or later. I'll take that action. You have no shame, do you, witch? Don't call. Namiswan a dash. Guys? What? We're not dead yet, right? I'm not sporting wings and a halo, so no. The hell makes you think you're going up there, snail mail? PFF, compared to you and most people on these seas? I'm a freaking saint. Air, the literal kind, not the bats hit evil inbred kind. Oh, screw dash. So we're still alive, yeah? Yes, Usopp, we're still alive. Then could someone explain the light at the end of the tunnel? We all turned towards the approximate direction of the aft and caught sight of the bright light illuminating the darkness. A bright light that was coming up fast. Hold on. I barked out. And with that, Mary splashed down into the light, the suddenly even water killing our momentum and bringing us to a firm and final halt. We slowly clambered to our feet, looking around in order to catch sight of our surroundings. And promptly staring in disbelief. Guys? I squeaked numbly. You seeing what I'm seeing? Soundbite demanded. That depends. Nami said slowly, her tone very carefully neutral. Are you seeing the big blue sky after we got swallowed by a whale, not to mention an island with a palm tree and house on it? Yup. Zoro, Usopp and Sanji nodded solemnly. Nami nodded stiffly. Then there are two possibilities. One, we've all gone bats hit insane. I proceeded to give Nami a look. Alright, in that case. Yeah, I've got nothing. Never thought I'd see the day. I mused to myself as I looked around. I racked my brain as I tried to recall the exact details of what had happened around now, cursing my past self for passing up the chance to reread the series when I had it. Well, at any rate, maybe we actually are in the belly of the whale? The walls could be painted or something. Zoro stared at me in disbelief. You can't be serious. I slapped a hand to my chest and raised my hand towards the pseudo-sky. May a sea king strike me down should I lie. Splash. Growl. Ayakak. Sea king. Oh, right. Faced with the titan-sized serving of fresh calamari that was barreling towards me, my mind promptly stalled against my will, causing me to blurt out the first thing that came to mind. May the sea king be struck down should I lie. THTH thunk. I blinked in surprise as a trio of harpoons burst out from between the titan squid's eyes, causing it to twitch once, twice, 3 times before it slowly collapsed backwards, its blood and ink staining the stomach acid. I stared at the scene in shock before snapping my gaze upwards. May a billion berries fall from the sky should I lie. Nothing. I scowled in disappointment. Seriously? One omnipotent being worth their divine salt doesn't do things in threes. Rip off. Soundbite concurred. What the hell kind of place is this? Nami sobbed miserably. I wanna go home. Usopp concurred. Cram it, peanut gallery, Zoro growled as he clicked one of his swords out of its sheath ever so slightly. We're not alone. Here's hoping they're human, Sanji smirked as he puffed out a plume of smoke. We all tensed as the door to the house slowly edged itself open, allowing someone, mostly human, to step out. I mean, old and humanoid Crocus might have appeared, but seriously, there was no way in hell that stuff on his head was hair. Then again, considering where I was. Is that actually a human? Usopp blinked in disbelief. Could be a flower man, I shrugged. I mean, seriously, between the minks, the fish merfolk and the long-limbed tribes, I wouldn't put it past this world. Well, whatever he is, don't let your guard down, Zoro growled as he tightened his grip on his katana. He just took down a sea king-size squid like it was nothing. Sanji mused nervously. Chances are, either he just saved us, or he was fishing. Which make me wonder. What does he have in store for us? Almost in response, Crocus snapped his eyes up to glare at us. We all tensed furiously as his eyes peered into us, another thing Oda's pen simply couldn't fully capture. I think I finally understood how a simple doctor managed to get someone with the name of D, much less any of the Pirate King's crewmates, to sit down long enough for halfway decent treatment, by terrifying the ever-loving sheet out of them. And so, we waited. We waited. And waited. And waited. Until finally, Crocus sunk into a lawn chair and flipped open a newspaper. Will you say something already? Sanji roared indignantly. Crocus pet an eyebrow at the outburst, but before he could respond, Usopp barked up. From the Mary's kitchen. HHHEY. Why you looking for a fight? Be because I'm warning you, we've got a cannon. And yet our sniper isn't even anywhere close to manning it, I noted flatly. Crocus seemed to twitch as his glare redoubled. Forget it. If you do that, someone's gonna die. Without warning, the glare was well and truly back. And so, we waited. We waited. And waited. And waited. Until finally. Oh yeah? Sanji said, breaking the silence with a convincing amount of bravado, though I could see sweat bead on his forehead. And who would that be? Me. Listen, you dash. Sanji snapped, putting one foot on the railing of Mary as if to launch himself at Crocus. Thankfully, Zoro placed a hand on Sanji's shoulder, halting him in place. Good thing too, while I doubt Crocus would be capable of stopping a cannonball as he was, a no-name East Blue cook like Sanji would most likely be no problem. No need to get angry, alright, our first mate smirked, no doubt reveling in Sanji's loss of control. Listen, old man, we've got some questions for you. Who are you, and where the heck are we? Crocus snapped a glare to the swordsman, freezing us all in place. And so, we waited. We waited. And waited. And waited. Until finally. Young man, he growled. Isn't it impolite to demand questions of others before you introduce yourself? Zoro swallowed heavily as he fought to steady his nerve, plastering an apologetic grin on his face. Why yeah, good point. Sorry about that. I'll start, my name is Dash. My name is Crocus, the old doctor interrupted, his tone not shifting so much as a decibel the entire time. I am the keeper of the Twin Capes Lighthouse. I'm 71.5 years old, Gemini, my blood type is AB, and my favorite food is Dash. I'm gonna chop him up. Zoro snapped in an almost identical manner to Sanji, Wado Ikamanji halfway out of its sheath. Calm down, he was just answering. I rolled my eyes with a snigger as I clapped a hand down on his shoulder. Soundbite was barely restraining his laughter as it was. So you want to know where you are, Crocus suddenly asked out of the blue. A logical question, but your rude disposition is making me disinclined to accommodate you. You invade my private resort and act like a bunch of big shots? Besides, I'd think your current location to be rather obvious, considering how hard it is to miss the front door. Usopp paled in horror. Why you mean we're really in that whale's stomach? But I don't want to be digested. Nami wailed miserably. Without warning, Crocus's glare came back at full force and we found ourselves frozen stiff. And so, we waited. We waited. And waited. And waited. Until finally. Will you stop doing that? My crewmates shrieked, their nerves appearing to override their terror. Geez, guys, lighten up, would you? I sighed as I dug a finger in my ear. DMN, they could be loud sometimes. Can't you appreciate a decent running GG? That was a GG? Soundbite roared and hollered with laughter as he swung his head side to side on my shoulder. Hilarious. At least the boy and his snail have a decent sense of humor. Crocus sniffed. 18, just for the record. Whatever you say, brat. At least I tried. Anyways, if you and yours want out, that's fine by me. The exit's right over there. And with that, Crocus jabbed his thumb at the pair of doors embedded into the horizon. Wait, what? Nami yelped in shock. What's an exit doing inside a whale's stomach? And why is it on the sky in the first place? Not quite. I shrugged. Really now, Nami. I'm quite surprised you didn't realize it in the first place. It's so obvious. Huh? Nami blinked at me in confusion. Wait. Usopp squinted at the sky. I think I see what he's getting at. Look. The clouds. They're not moving. They really are painted. And there's no wind blowing either. Really, Nami. I shook my head with a sigh. I'm quite shocked you didn't realize it sooner. It should have been obvious. For a great navigator such as you, anyways. Nami stammered messily for a moment before looking away with a huff and an iridescent blush. So I got freaked out and wasn't paying attention, it's not a big deal. Oh shut up. That particular roar was directed at Soundbite as he cackled madly. But still, the clouds. Usopp reiterated, gesturing at our surroundings. Why the hell are they up there? It's a hobby. Crocus informed us flatly. Makes sense. I nodded firmly. It's only healthy. Soundbite confirmed. Are you all out of your minds? Usopp demanded. We can deal with their brand of crazy later. Zoro barked, slapping his hand down on Usopp's shoulder. For now, let's get out of here before anything else happens. Buuut. Without warning, Laboon's stomach all but literally jumped, his stomach acid flipping and jostling madly. Like that. Crocus shook his head with a despondent sigh. And there he goes again. I grunted as I supported myself on the Mary's railing. Sea legs I might have, but this was out and out ridiculous. I really hope that things even out soon, or else I'm going to wind up swabbing my own puke off of Mary's dash. Sad. I blinked as Soundbite suddenly spoke up. Say what? Sad. So sad, the baby transponder snail lamented with a shiver. You're only just now figuring that out? I asked in confusion. Soundbite shuddered and shook his head furiously. No. Wasn't listening before. Too scared. Listening now. And sad. So sad. Sad. Crocus sniffed heavily. That snail's got a good sense of hearing. Currently the whale we're inside is ramming his head against the red line out of despair. What? Zoro and Sanji gasped in disbelief. I guess that would explain the amount of scars on this guy's head. Nami mused sadly. And even I could hear the misery in his cries. Worse. Soundbite shook his head even harder. Worse than you can imagine. Pain. Misery. Suffering. And you're the reason why, aren't you? Nami snapped her attention around to Crocus furiously. You're in here to kill the whale from the inside. Now that I doubt, I cut in swiftly. Look around you, we're in the dead center of this guy's gut, and presumably old man Crocus over there has been in here for even longer. Considering what he did to that squid, I imagine he'd be able to play whatever merry hell he wanted to on this poor whale's insides with his bare hands, much less those harpoons. If he actually meant it any harm, he'd have done it by now. No. I looked at the old doctor contemplatively. That's not even remotely your purpose here, is it? Crocus didn't respond, merely ping an eyebrow as he stared up at me, what appeared to be a glimmer of respect in his gaze. We can figure that all out later. Zoro snarled as he and Sanji moved to grab up the oars that had been rattling across the deck in the midst of the chaos. Right now, we need to try and get to the exit before we capsize. Easier said than done. Sanji grunted. This sloshing's making it DMN near impossible to steer. Well try, DMN it. Otherwise dash. Splash. Hey! Usopp yelped. That old guy just dove in. And indeed, Crocus was no longer on the island. Instead, he was a blurry form in the off-color acid, swimming straight towards the doors that marked our only way out. Looks like he's heading for the exit too, huh? Usopp muttered. I guess he wants to leave before this crazy whale kills him too. Now if he were willing to up and leave like that, why would he go to all the trouble of setting up a home in this guy's stomach? I questioned. Before Usopp could formulate a response, Laboon let loose another warbling mmmmm before settling down, the acidic tsunami subsiding to little more than mere swells. Well, that's quite a bit better. He must be pulling back for another run, I noted calmly. Whatever is going on, I couldn't care less. Let's row for safety, now. Zoro ordered. And indeed, we did just that. We rowed and rowed, coming within 100 feet of the exit to Laboon's gut. Kabam. Whack. When suddenly a smaller door on the gates burst open, spraying out quite the odd trio, a man pretending to be a prince, a princess pretending to be a mercenary/bounty hunter, and a pirate destined to be the ruler of the seas. Quite honestly, I felt like there was a joke in there somewhere. Zoro blinked as Luffy flew over us. Well, I'll be d'med. Looks like you were right, Cross. I started to nod in agreement. Before slapping a hand to my face as a thought struck me. DMN it. Huh? What's wrong? Nami asked. I just realized. I could have asked for 1,000 berries. Nami blinked in confusion for a second, before scowling and ramming a hand into her pocket. Yeah, I get the message. I grinned cheekily as she slapped the bill into my waiting palm. Pleasure doing business with ya. Thank you, call again. Soundbite chirped in a faux Indian accent. Hey, as much as I appreciate you helping me get one over on the witch, mind giving me a hand here? Zoro called as he hauled on a rope that was cast overboard. You know, before our captain either drowns or gets digested? A quick moment of hustle and bustle later, made easier by the fact that Laboon finally calmed down, and we had one familiar face and 2 strangers on board our ship. So you guys are still alive, huh? Luffy grinned. That's nice. Good to see you too, Luffy. I smiled at my captain before directing my attention towards his 2 friends, with a frown, knocking them out of their hushed conversation. And I see you brought guests with you. I don't suppose either of you would be inclined to share your name with us, would you? Quite predictably, both Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine averted their eyes with a huff. Humph. I was afraid of that. Well, in that case, I suppose I'll just need to borrow these, won't I? The frontier agents tensed and made to stop me as I slid the cannons they'd been clutching since we'd dragged them out of the acid out of their reach. However, before either of them could protest, they were frozen by the shink of a blade, Wado Ikamanji, most likely, sliding partway out of its sheath. I whistled as I leaned down to examine what had to be about half my body mass in pure gun. DMN. This is some nice hardware. I'm not an artillery expert and even I can tell that. I gave them an accusing glare. Mind telling me who or what you want to die in a blaze of high explosive glory? Before either of the agents could respond in any manner, a very loud, very familiar and very cantankerous voice bellowed out from behind us. As long as I live. Crocus roared indignantly. You will never harm Laboon. Huh? Luffy blinked in confusion. Who's he? That would be Old Man Crocus, I supplied. From what I can tell, he's a guy who lives here in the stomach of the whale that swallowed us. A whale whose name I'm guessing. I slammed my foot down on the bazooka's grip moments before Mr. Nine could grab it. Is Laboon. Soundbite loosed a vicious growl that was equal parts Doberman and German Shepherd, prompting the agents to reel back in terror. See, come now. Mr. Nine reasoned desperately. It's just whaling. Why, you're pirates, surely we can come to an understanding, no? I pet an eyebrow as I gave the man a decidedly unimpressed look. Back where I'm from, whaling is a pretty hefty crime. Besides the fact that it's DMN amoral, I mean. But hey, I'm just the comms officer. What say you, Captain? Luffy was silent as he examined the 2, looking them up and down for a moment before speaking. You 2 came in here so that you could shoot this whale in the stomach, where he couldn't even defend himself. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday glanced at each other for a moment before grinning and nodding eagerly. Wham! The crew and I reeled in shock as Luffy's fists lashed out and bounced the pair's skulls off the Mary's railing. Luffy crossed his arms with a snort. They had it coming. He nodded firmly. Scaari, Soundbite whispered. And don't you forget it. I whispered right back. A few minutes later, we were making our way out of Laboon's stomach and away from his acid, with Crocus hitching a ride in order to show us the way out and with Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine tied back to back and leaned against the Mary's mast. Laboon is an island whale, Crocus explained tiredly, glaring darkly at the pair of would-be assassins. They're the largest species of whales in the world, and they live exclusively in the West Blue. These jokers, he jutted his chin forwards with a sniff. live in a nearby village. They claim that they want to kill Laboon for his meat, on account of how it could feed them for a few years with him alone. Luffy gave Crocus a flat look. That's just stupid. This guy could only feed them for 3 weeks, tops. I gave Luffy a flat look. Your answer terrifies me beyond all belief for so many reasons. Regardless, I'm not going to give you or anyone else the chance to find out, Crocus spat. Why do you care so much about this whale anyways? Zoro asked bluntly. He then proceeded to grunt. He was suddenly smacked upside the back of his head. Ow! The hell was that for, you two? For being in butt. Nami growled. Seriously, man, learn some tact. I shook my head firmly. Brute. Soundbite sniffed. Coming from you? That's rich. Regardless of how rude the question might have been, I suppose it's a fair one. Crocus bowed his head with a sigh. I'll start at the beginning. You see, there's a reason that Laboon keeps pounding his head against the red line and crying at Reverse Mountain. I've been this lighthouse's keeper for a while now. One day, a friendly group of pirates came down Reverse Mountain, and right behind them was a little baby whale. Laboon. A pirate crew with a whale as a pet? Now I've heard it all, Usopp whistled. First, we've only just gotten on the Grand Line. And second? I pointed at Soundbite. It's not like we have much room to talk. Crocus chuckled as he looked our snail over. Yes. Pirate crews can come across the most interesting of companions. These pirates had been traveling with Laboon for several years by then. They'd intended to leave Laboon behind in the West Blue because they knew that the Grand Line was dangerous, that Laboon wouldn't survive. But they didn't take into account that Laboon had adopted them as its pod, so it followed them here. The lighthouse keeper smiled wistfully as he relived his age-old memories. Their ship was damaged in the crossing, as most big ships are. They stayed here for several months as they made repairs, and I became good friends with both them and Laboon. And then, when they left, their captain asked me to care for Laboon for a few years, at least until they came back. They said that they would circumnavigate the world and come back. So Laboon and I agreed to wait here together. So the reason he keeps banging against the red line and crying dash? Nami asked slowly. Crocus shook his head slowly. Not quite. You see, Laboon's friends left just about 50 years ago. Even knowing it was coming, I could barely restrain my wince. But nonetheless, Laboon still thinks his crew is coming back. We lapsed into an uncomfortable silence for a bit until Luffy decided to be Luffy, looking around at the corridor we were in for a second before whistling in awe. You know, this place is kind of cool, old man. Did you build it? Let me guess, another hobby? Usopp deadpanned. Crocus chuckled sardonically. A hobby? Yes, I suppose so. A doctor's hobby. I may not look it, but I used to be a physician, long ago. I was even a ship's doctor for a few years. Ah, those were the days. Wow, you were a ship's doctor? Luffy grinned eagerly. Cool. Hey, what about joining my crew as our doctor? My eyebrows shot up in shock as Crocus seemed to undergo a momentary heart attack, paling and tensing suddenly as though he'd just seen a ghost before swiftly bringing his reactions back under control. I barely managed to repress a grin. The collective will of D was no doubt alive and well, but there was no question as to who had inherited Rogers, that was for sure. Nevertheless, Crocus snorted and looked away dismissively. Me? Act as a doctor for a bunch of reckless whippersnappers like you at my age? The mere idea is ridiculous. Before Luffy could make to press the point, we were forced to stop our forward motion as we came up to a large gateway. Without missing a beat, Crocus jumped off the ship and started climbing a ladder that led to a walkway that lined the corridor. Are doctors living inside whales common on the Grand Line? Nami asked semi-seriously. Ha! Crocus barked out a laugh. Not common, no, but I'm far from the oddest thing you'll see. I didn't have much choice in the remodeling, anyways. Laboon got too big and my treatments weren't doing anything from the outside, so I had to improvise. The old man let out a grunt as he started to turn a large wheel. Careful now, I'm opening the floodgates. With a grinding clang, the gates shifted open, allowing us to flow out in a flood of seawater and body fluids I did not want to identify. Woohoo! The real sky. Finally. Luffy hooped. However, our joy was cut down slightly by the sound of Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine groaning and stirring as they came around from their Luffy grade naps. So what should we do with these clowns? Zoro asked grimly. Personally? Crocus said as he got back on board. I advocate throwing them overboard. With or without the ropes? I queried sarcastically. Oh, don't be an idiot. Nami rolled her eyes as she undid the pair's binds. Zoro, if you'd be so kind? The swordsman promptly complied, grabbing the two by their collars and tossing them into the sea. After a moment of flailing, cursing, and rampant vengeance swearing, the pair proceeded to swim away and out of sight. Ah, Miss Wednesday, Sanji swooned as he somehow blew hearts of smoke. There's nothing more romantic than a woman of mystery. You do realize this woman of mystery was toting a high-caliber cannon and most likely wouldn't think twice about snapping you like a twig, right? I deadpanned. Ah, but what a way to die. Death wish, Soundbite intoned flatly. Tell me about it. I rolled my eyes. Ooh, hey, what's this? Luffy asked as he looked over a very particular item that the pair had dropped. Yoink! I jerked the log pose out of my captain's hand. Hey! Luffy whined. It looks fragile, I shrugged. You don't want to break it, do you? Luffy pouted, but thankfully dropped the issue. Should we really let them go if they plan on trying again? Nami questioned uneasily. Crocus scoffed as he watched them leave. It doesn't matter what we do, there will always be more whalers. Besides, I've got more than enough practice and Laboon is tough. We'll be fine. As Laboon reeled himself up and started whaling at the red line, we relocated ourselves up onto the cliffs of the red line, at the base of one of the lighthouses. So, Luffy mused as he relaxed against a rock outcropping. He's been waiting 50 years for his crew, and he still thinks they're coming back for him. Man, those guys have kept him waiting for a long time. I hope they get back soon. I shook my head with a TSK. Sorry to tell you this, Cap, but I've read this kind of story a dozen times over. It's not one that has a happy ending. Yeah, Sanji agreed, taking a puff of his cigarette. They said they'd take a few years. It's been 50. Do the math. He grimaced, before continuing. They're dead. He'll be waiting until the end of time. How can you two be so cynical? Usopp demanded in a huff. You can't know that, they could still come back. This is a heartbreaking enough story as it is. Sure, they've been stalled. I'm afraid, Crocus said solemnly, that the truth is even harsher than what you assume, and given the chance I'd make it a reality. But the fact is, those pirates fled the Grand Line. I have it from a reliable source. They abandoned the poor whale? Nami demanded, incredulous. But to do that, they'd have to pass through the calm belt. Precisely. Which is why no one knows their fate. Crocus sighed heavily, seeming even older than his years. Even in this day and age, as well explored as the world is, there are still mysteries on the Grand Line that defy human comprehension. It may very well be that they're still alive, but even then I doubt they'd be able to return. On these seas, nothing is ever normal. Those with weak hearts all too often succumb to the Grand Line. So those with weak hearts cared more for their own lives than the promise they made to their crewmate, Sanji huffed morosely through another cloud. Then they did abandon that poor whale? Usopp demanded harshly. Not necessarily. I hastily defended. I mean, come on, the Grand Line is legitimately insane, and the rest of the time it's just the regular kind of homicidal. Crocus, did these guys seem like oathbreakers or weak-hearted men to you? Crocus blew out a firm snort. Hell no, they were strong, kind men who never once stopped smiling and laughing the whole time they were with me, and when they left they cried their eyes out at the prospect of leaving Laboon behind. Then their leaving might not have been anywhere close to voluntary. I defended. They could have been desperate, left with no choice, any number of options. But, in the end, I shrugged helplessly. If they are dead, let's not speak ill of them without all the facts, all right? Usopp considered this for a moment before nodding slowly. Yeah, all right. I can do that. But still. Nami looked at Crocus questioningly. Why didn't you tell Laboon the truth? I mean, he can understand human speech by now, so? Oh, I told him all right. Crocus sighed grimly. But Laboon. He just wouldn't listen. What do you dash? The day I told Laboon, he went mad with grief. The old man looked up at the wailing whale miserably. He started to cry at Reverse Mountain and slam his head into the red line, over and over again. It makes sense. I mused sadly. He's putting all the blame on the closest target he has available that's not you. He doesn't want to believe they'd abandon him, so he's rationalizing that they're on the other side of the mountain waiting for him. It's that or accept reality. Crocus hummed as he nodded in agreement. I've tried explaining it to him over and over again, but he refuses to accept the truth. DMN. That's some whale. Sanji breathed in awe. But he's waiting for nothing. Nami protested, albeit weakly. Crocus shrugged helplessly. It doesn't matter, he refuses to listen to what I say. Either he's gone partway mad with grief or it's simple teenage rebellion. In the end, it really doesn't matter, he's too scared. Scared of losing his reason to wait, scared of losing the hope he's held on to for so long. His home is in the West Blue, and he has no easy way home from here. Those pirates. They were his home. DMN. Can't help but feel bad for the poor guy. Sanji mused with a tug from his cigarette before glancing at Crocus. But still, after all these years, why do you bother still taking care of him? Crocus was silent for a moment as he stared upwards contemplatively. It was during this moment of silence that I noticed our captain had gone suspiciously missing from the rock he'd been sitting on until a second ago. I twitched slightly as I made a guess as to just what my superior was planning. Praying I was wrong, I flicked Soundbite's shell in order to get his attention as I surreptitiously slipped my headphones over my ears. "Connect me to Luffy," I hissed. Soundbite blinked up at me in confusion before shrugging as much as he was capable. A second later, an electronic whine hummed through my ears, followed swiftly by Luffy's voice. This oughta do nicely." Captain?" I hissed pleadingly. "Would you care to fill me in on what you're planning?" "HM? Oh, hey Cross. Nothin' much, I'm just gonna shove the Mary's mast into Laboon so that I can get his attention." I twitched further, meeting Soundbite's panicked gaze head-on. "Yup, I was right. I don't suppose there's anything I can do to dissuade you from this monumentally stupid course of action, is there? Like suggesting you use something else as a weapon? Such as, say, the lighthouse itself?" Nah, it wouldn't work as well. It's fine, Usopp can fix the mast. Besides, Mary's strong. She can take it." I barely refrained from cracking my skull against the nearest boulder. "Yeah, should have seen that coming. Alright then. Can I at least convince you to use the mizzen mast, instead of the main one?" The smaller one. It's not as big as the main mast, but it oughta still get the point across, and, more importantly, with any luck it'll hurt Mary a lot less." Good idea. Thanks. Well, I'm gonna stab a whale in the head. See ya." Before I could respond, Crocus finally broke his silence. "Look at the scars on Laboon's forehead." He gestured upwards, indicating the patchwork of unhealthily off-colored flesh that decorated his body. "I won't bore you with the details, but suffice to say that Laboon's injuries run deep. Our relationship is odd, but I've watched over him for the past 50 years. I am a doctor and Laboon is not only my patient, but also my friend. I cannot, in my right mind, stand by and watch him die." Rayra. We were jerked out of the rather morose observation by the sound of a familiar individual roaring at the top of his lungs. Each and every last one of us blinked in numb surprise as Luffy ran up Laboon's side, a very large and very familiar pole of wood hefted upon his shoulder. "Dare I even ask what that moron's doing?" Sanji groaned. "You take your eyes off of him for 1 second. Zoro shook his head with a sigh. In my defense, I piped up wearily. "I did try and stop him. It could have been a lot worse." "What the hell are you Dash?" Usopp started before choking as he really looked at the pole Luffy was carrying. "Is that Mary's mizzen mast?" he squeaked out weakly. Be glad I was able to talk him out of using the main. Gum. Luffy roared as he reached Laboon's top, raising the mast high above his head before ramming it into the whale's flesh. "Bouquet." We all stared up in numb horror at the monumentally stupid action our captain had just undertaken. "God damn it, Luffy," Nami summarized succinctly. The next instant, Laboon went very, very still, his entire body twitching for a moment until finally, "Bwahe!" the whale bellowed, flailing about madly. "What the hell do you think you're doing, dumbass?" Nami, Sanji, Zoro and Crocus roared furiously. "Are you trying to sink our ship?" Usopp shrieked. "Ride cowboy. Yeehaw." Soundbite cackled. "If you let go, do a flip." I called up. I then pet an eyebrow at the venomous look my crewmates shot me. "What? He's my captain, I'm trying to be supportive. Is that so wrong?" Before anyone could respond, Laboon's roars faded down into a gut-rumbling growl as he proceeded to eye the red line in a way I didn't like. "Guys?" I squeaked. "I don't know about you, but I suggest we." Laboon suddenly shifted again, charging head-on Luffy first at us. "Run." I promptly turned tail and bolted as far away from the coast as I could manage. When Laboon made landfall, it was as though an earthquake had hit the red line, flinging us all off our feet. I huffed in pain as I slammed into the rock, and the second I realized that I wasn't in danger of death by whale, I doubled over in laughter. "Fefahahahia." I wheezed out madly. "Holy shit, that was close. Nearly dude." Soundbite concurred. As the cackles subsided into giggles, however, I found myself being flipped over onto my back, with Nami clutching me by the collar off my jacket as she yanked me face to face with her. The mad look in her eyes did little to help matters. "What the hell did you mean when you said you were an adrenaline junkie?" Nami hissed, her voice borderline demented. I chuckled nervously as I plastered a shaky grin on my face. See, here's the thing, back home in Florida? Every once in a while my friends and family would convince me to do something really crazy. Sometimes it was jumping Off a high ledge into a lake, other times it was riding a stupidly wild roller coaster, all kinds of stuff. Ah, the top thrill dragster. Nothing quite gets your heart pumping like going from a flat stop to 120 miles per hour in barely less than 4 seconds. A particularly aggravated growl broke me out of my nostalgia. Anyways, the point is that before I did this crazy stuff, I'd hem and haw out of terror, but the second I actually did it, I'd love the hell out of it and do it over and over and over again. The near-death experiences I've suffered in the past 24 hours? Terrifying, yes, but they've given me a rush that I've never imagined possible. So, yeah, adrenaline junkie, the crazier and more dangerous the situation, the more I'm gonna laugh out of sheer exhilaration. I smiled tentatively. The things people enjoy, huh? Apparently, Nami wasn't quite so happy with my answer. At least, if the way her face was twitching as though she were mere milliseconds from either an aneurysm or a psychotic break. You mean to tell me, she hissed in a voice that wouldn't be out of place in Exorcist, that the one other sane person on this crew is literally addicted to flirting with death itself? I shivered briefly in the face of Nami's wrath, and by Gandhi did it deserve to be capitalized, before plastering a desperate grin on my face. I suppose that this would be the wrong time to quote the Cheshire Cat in saying, "We're all mad here, huh?" Nami's body flat out twitched as she snapped a fist back. I clenched my eyes shut in a preemptive wince. "It's a draw." And cracked an eye open as Luffy bellowed without warning. We turned our attention over to our captain, who was grinning like a loon at a very bemused and slightly bruised Laboon. Saved by the bell, I muttered quietly beneath my breath. Thwack. My last thoughts were that I wasn't quiet enough, if the fact that Nami suddenly plowed her fist into my face was anything to go by. After that, darkness. Oh. When I came to, the first thing I saw was Nami and Crocus kneeling over me, Nami with a concerned expression and Crocus with an exasperated one. "How are you feeling, brat?" the old man grunted. I blinked blearily as I processed the statement for a second before grimacing as the mass of pain that was my face registered. "I'm alive, though whether or not that's good remains to be seen." I glanced at our navigator curiously. "Since when could you throw a punch?" "Never," Nami asserted firmly, her voice filled with worry. "At least, nowhere near well enough to knock a person out for 10 minutes. "What?" I yelped, jerking upright, and promptly regretting the action with a mmm as I clutched my throbbing face. "Whoa. Alright, in that case, what the hell? I've never taken a shot to the face before, sure, but I'd like to think that I'd be capable of walking away from it if it came from someone your size." I shot a wary glance at Nami. No offense. None taken. While Crocus mulled over his response, my own mind flew at a mile a minute. I'll admit, I'd expected some level of danger on account of my status as a dimensional alien, sure, but to the degree that I was in danger of a punch from Nami? I'd hoped to stand side by side with Luffy, not cheer him on from on high. Finally, Crocus spoke up, snapping me out of his musings. "Answer me this, brat, your arm, when did you hurt it?" "Huh?" I glanced between my arms in confusion. "Your right arm, brat. Don't tell me this little thing busted your eardrum too." "Hey! I didn't knock you out, I still take offense from that. And I should care why?" While Nami muttered and growled darkly, I rolled up my jacket sleeve, exposing a stretch of raw flesh that stung quite a bit. This? It's a rope burn, I got it about an hour ago when we went down Laboon's throat." That drew Nami's shocked attention to me. "That's an hour old and you haven't even started healing yet? Cross, what the hell?" I hesitated briefly. "I take it that's not normal, huh?" "In my experience, burns like that have usually started to heal up by now and are gone a few hours later as a result," Crocus stated solemnly. "What's your estimate?" I racked my mind for a second before conjuring up an estimate. "A week? Tops? I'm no med student, Sue." Nami's eye twitched furiously. "Cross, I reiterate, what the hell?" My mind flew as I tried to conjure an acceptable answer. Thankfully, I was saved from having to come up with one. "I think I might have an idea." I hid my relief as I looked at Crocus, the old doctor scratching his chin in thought. "Your friend here told me about your home, Florida. It's a hidden nation, right? Small population, I'm guessing, everyone's local, with few to no immigrants?" I fumbled for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Yeah, that's about right. We don't want anybody we don't want to finding out about us, mum's the word, by the way, so yeah, few to none get in." "Why?" Crocus blew out an exasperated breath as he rolled his eyes. "Does the word inbreeding mean anything to you?" I made the connection and promptly pounced on the opportunity given to me, slapping a hand to my face as I loosed an embarrassed mmm. "Yes, it does. And here I thought we'd been careful enough. Just for the record, I don't care if you're a woman or a senior citizen, if that word manages to make its way to the rest of the crew, I'll put my foot through your digestive tracts. Capiche? Nami held her hands up in polite surrender while Crocus merely snorted. So anyways, is that it then? I'm gonna die a doomed, brittle man because of defective genes. Nah, you'll be fine. Crocus waved me off. Considering how you don't have any obvious mutations, the problem's not as severe as you might think. No, if anything, it's more than likely a problem with your nutrition. Deficient crops and livestock and all that. So long as you keep eating fresh food from the blues and go easy on the salt beef and hardtack, then you should be good. Oh thank God. I slapped a hand to my chest with a relieved sigh. Yeah, Nami nodded in agreement before smiling and helping me up to my feet. Well, at least you got up at the right time. Sanji said he'll be setting up dinner soon. Good. I grinned eagerly as I followed her. I'm hungry enough to eat a sea king. My grin widened ever so slightly as an idea hit me. Or a snail. I waited for a biting retort. Then glanced at my bare shoulder in shock. Where's Soundbite? Don't panic, he's fine, Nami assured me as she pointed at the ocean. He's on a bit of a playdate, so to speak. And indeed, their Soundbite was, perched on a barrel and chatting animatedly with a very familiar whale who was now sporting a vaguely familiar emblem over his scars. I swallowed heavily as I scanned the pale imitation of our flag. Please tell me Luffy didn't recruit the whale. I'd have harpooned him if he'd tried, Crocus stated flatly. Luffy took over the promise Laboon's crew made and drew our mark as a symbol of it. Nami explained. Soundbite started talking to him once we'd assured him you were fine. And when he stopped laughing after that. For the record, if he gives Laboon any bad habits, I'm blaming you both, Crocus hummed. I raised my hands hastily. Fair enough, fair enough. So, Sanji's coming with food soon, I'm guessing Usopp will be finished with fixing the Mary soon enough. What next? Good question. Nami mused as she dug a circular object out of her pocket and clicked a button on its side. Let me just dash. I blinked as our crew's navigator suddenly stopped walking without so much as a hint of warning. Nami? Everything L-E? I cursed in shock as Nami loosed an ear-splitting shriek of horror, causing even Laboon to turn tail and flee beneath the waves in abject terror. Crazy banshee. Soundbite yelped, though he quickly calmed down when I scooped him back onto my shoulder. Nami Swan, is everything all right? Sanji cried lovingly, hopping towards us with plates upon plates of delicious-looking food perched upon his limbs, Usopp following close behind him. No you dumbass, everything is not all right. Nami yowled as she slammed her compass onto the nearby table. Look! The compass is broken. And indeed, the metal needle was spinning furiously in its casing, appearing more like a propeller than a navigational tool. You came to the Grand Line unprepared, Crocus deadpanned as he brought over more plates, sounding flatly amazed. Well I never. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? I thought I'd told you, nothing is regular about these waters. Your compass isn't broken, nature is. So even the DMN magnetic field is borked, huh? I queried weakly. Fun, fun, fun. Indeed, Crocus nodded solemnly. You see, each island of the Grand Line is well and truly unique, and not just in the obvious way. Their mineral compositions give off truly unique magnetic fields, which make compasses inoperable. And of course, as you can expect, the winds and currents all have minds of their own. I'm sure that you realize how deadly that is, Miss Navigator. Nami swallowed heavily as a cold sweat broke out on her brow. If we didn't immediately run into the calm belt, we'd wander aimlessly until we either dehydrated or starved. Precisely. Setting off unprepared in these waters is tantamount to suicide. I had no idea, our navigator whimpered meekly as she scratched the back of her head. What are we going to do? Usopp howled as he gripped his head fearfully. No fear, Nami Swan, you're still beautiful even if you don't know anything. Sanji swooned. Shut up. This tuna trunk is delicious. Luffy mumbled around his full mouth. Have you tried the tail? I queried as I chewed on my own portion. It has the texture of pork, but it tastes like chicken. Yum yum. Soundbite got out as he munched down on the portion I'd offered him. Ahem. Crocus coughed, continuing once he had all our attention. Now, to navigate the Grand Line, you're going to need a device known as a log pose. It's a special kind of compass, capable of recording the Grand Line's magnetic fields. Luffy swallowed his mouthful in favor of another as he tilted his head questioningly. So it's a weird compass? They have weird shapes, yes. I think I might have found one. Do you still have it, Cross? Yo, I concurred, digging the log pose out of my jacket and holding it up for all to see. Humph, good for you. Crocus nodded firmly. Entering the Grand Line is an ordeal in and of itself, navigating without a log pose is nigh impossible, and I only say it's not completely because of how I've found that, in my experience, anything's possible on the Grand Line. I see, just one moment. Nami nodded slowly. I just need to know. She suddenly blurred towards us. Where did you morons get that? I tried to dodge out of her way. Thwack. A second too late. Next thing I knew, I was blinking awake face down in my plate. How long was I out? I mumbled. Long enough for Luffy to tell me where he got that pose and for me to explain your condition. Sorry. Nami scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Fair enough. I pushed myself up and started wiping my face down as I did my best to ignore Soundbite snickering. Continue. Right. Anyways, Crocus, about this log pose. She held it up to her eye level curiously. How does it work? I can't see any markings. It doesn't need any, the keeper explained. The islands of the Grand Line each have their own unique fields. The log records the fields of the islands, leading you from one to another to another. The log is your only hope of traversing this ocean. Starting from this mountain, you'll have to choose one of 7 island magnetic fields. In the end, however, they're all the same. All routes, no matter how you follow them, eventually become one and lead to a single, final destination. I sat up instantly as the mood shifted drastically. It was awe-inspiring, really. Dare I say. Reverential. Raftel, Crocus intoned solemnly. It's the last island of the Grand Line. In all of history only one pirate crew has ever made it there and lived to tell the tale, the crew of the Pirate King. You mean until we get there? Luffy grinned as he bit into the spine of the elephant bluefin. Proclamation done, he leaned back and let out a sigh of contentment, patting his somewhat swollen belly. Man, that was tasty. You ate the whole thing. Sanji screeched, his jaw hanging open. Usopp glanced at the remains of the elephant bluefin, before performing an impressive double-take. He even ate the bones. At least I managed to get a taste. I muttered vehemently. DMN, he was fast. And I'd actually like that tuna, too. Greedy glutton. Soundbite sobbed. DMN it, Luffy. I cooked that for Nami. I wanted her dash, and here Sanji emphasized his point by kicking Luffy square in the head. To have the best of it. I winced as Luffy flew straight and true, blasting straight over Nami's arm and shattering the log pose she had attached to her wrist. Sure enough, the fragile glass didn't do well against a ballistic Luffy hitting it, obliterating the instrument in a second. For a moment, Nami just stared at the broken log pose, her face frozen in the pleased smile she had. And as Sanji turned his love-struck gaze to her, her expression turned thunderous. Usopp, Soundbite, and I all braced for the explosion that was sure to come. We didn't have to wait long. Neither a swooning Sanji or a somewhat dazed Luffy were able to react before Nami marched up to them and simultaneously punted them both off the cliffside. Go soak your heads, she called out after them as they landed in the water. As Nami stomped back over to where the rest of us were, Usopp gave me a concerned look. Hey, is Luffy going to be alright, being in the water like that? Sanji's with him. He'll be fine, I replied with a shrug. Besides, they both had that coming. I don't know about you, but I don't want to die by getting in Nami's way. Usopp nodded slowly as he watched Nami warily, apparently satisfied with the answer, and turned his attention back to our navigator, who was fussing over the broken log pose. Crocus, what are we going to do? Nami lamented. Our precious log pose is dash. Actually, I cut in before Crocus could speak up, pulling the log pose I had bought at Loguetown out of my pocket. It was a bulky thing, with a needle of metal wavering around inside a metal-lined orb of glass that was fixed to a cuff of leather and far sturdier than the rather thin sphere over the other pose. Nami twitched slightly as she jerked towards me before hastily restraining herself. If you already knew, she hissed. Why the hell didn't you tell us? I shrugged helplessly. I overheard something about special compasses back in Loguetown, so I took the liberty of buying one on the way out, figured I'd find out more as we went along. Didn't expect to use it as a spare, though. Humph. Crocus examined the log pose intently before nodding firmly. You got lucky, kid, that's a DMN good piece you bought. Firm, sturdy. It'll guide you far. I smiled as I clapped my hands together eagerly. Well then. Unless there's anything else to attend to dash. Kaboom. We all jumped as a devastating explosion blasted up from the ocean below us. I promptly hung my head in despair. Stupid question. Soundbite, could you? Soundbite let out a whine for a moment before piping up in Mr. Nine's voice. We have a request. Oh. About an hour later, we were on our way, sailing away from the massive form of Reverse Mountain with 2 additional passengers amongst our ranks. 2 very unique passengers, I reminded myself as I blew out heavy sigh, looking around the ship calmly. Specifically, I was side-eyeing the blue-haired faux frontier agent who was currently standing at the Mary's prow, glaring at anyone and everyone who made the mistake of getting near. Credit where it was due, an angel Vivi might be, but DMN if she couldn't fake being a beach like the best of them. However, I didn't have time to think about that. Instead, I turned and started pacing across Mary's deck thoughtfully. Sure, things had turned out alright back on Reverse Mountain, but the fact that I had forgotten about Laboon of all characters, even in the midst of an adrenaline high, was terrifying to say the least. I needed to recap my knowledge, make sure that what I remembered was valid. Or else I'd be in for more than a few nasty shocks in the all-too-near future. On a broad scale, though, I think I remembered well enough. Whiskey Peak, here's hoping they didn't spike the water, Little Garden, to explore the killer prehistoric jungle or not to explore. Decisions, drum, I was really going to need to play that one by the ear. Heads Nami almost dies and I feel like a scumbag, tails Chopper is guaranteed to die by Wapple sooner or later and we all go without medical care for who knows how long, and finally, for the moment, Alabasta, nope and another nope, not going to start on that Gordian knot of consequences until I don't have a choice. I nodded definitively to myself. Yes, that was definitely everything, nothing left out. I threw my head back and stared at the sky with an exasperated growl. So why did I still feel like I was? I slowly crossed my eyes as a little white something fluttered down from the sky and landed on my nose with a burst of cold. I blinked in confusion. Why was it snowing out of the blue? Where had this fog bank suddenly come from, and why did it terrify me beyond all logical reason? Icebergs dead ahead. Ooh, right. Crap. What the hell is with this ocean? Nami shrieked furiously as she held onto the Mary's railing for dear life. I know, right? Isn't it awesome? I cackled as I yanked on one of the Mary's ropes, fighting to keep her sail open just right so that we could catch the summer gale that was blowing at us from starboard, all while we angled ourselves so that we could weave through the field of icebergs that were coming at us through the fog. My memories had been right about the Grand Line's weather being completely out of this world, and they'd been right about how it'd start with snow and icebergs. But apparently, nothing could predict the sheer scale of the madness that we were to be put through. To put it in a few words, it was like everything decided to happen all at once. The wind kicked up into a howl, a fog swept over us alongside a blizzard/lightning storm, icebergs large enough to give the Titanic PTSD did their level best to reduce us to splinters. Or, put another way, Poseidon was having a psychotic breakdown and we were subject to the whims of his maddened throes. It was life-threatening, it was maddening, it was so completely unreal. But above all else? The wind's shifting again. I braced my feet against the deck and yanked on Mary's line as hard as I could as the sail tried to yank my arms out of my shoulders, a semi-demented grin dancing across my lips. PFFFF ha ha ha. It was awesome. You can't seriously be getting off on this. Nami shrieked desperately, her nearly crazed eyes raking the surrounding weather for some clue of whatever the heck was going to hit us next. The hell I can't. I shouted back over the howling wind. This is the most fun I've had my whole life. This is badass. Right, Soundbite? Way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises, my snail roared jubilantly as he clutched my shoulder, swaying back and forth in time to the tune. MMMPH, geez. Zoro grunted as he blinked awake, stretching slightly as he got up from the part of the wall he'd been snoozing against. Soundbite, if you're gonna sing, could you at least try and carry a GRK? Zoro was cut off as Nami suddenly appeared in front of him, jerking him down to her eye level by way of his collar. We're fighting against Mother Nature for our lives here and you're sleeping? She spat, sounding downright possessed in her fury. Zoro fumbled for an answer in light of the heretofore unseen levels of rage the navigator was displaying. Nami made to rip into the swordsman further, but instead suddenly snapped her head to the side, staring at the mad waters with a haunted look. That wind was coming from port but now it's coming from starboard, how is that son of a? Tack the sails. We need to turn around, 180 degrees. The currents twisted us around when we weren't looking. She shoved Zoro back as she darted back to her position on the Mary's upper deck. Get to work. I yanked hard on the line I was holding, trying to reel in the Mary's sail a bit. Could I get a hand here? This wind is seriously. Zoro promptly snatched the rope out of my hands and jerked the sail into its proper place with ease. I blinked in surprise at the action. Thanks. You really need to work out. Wyamp. Soundbite cackled. I shrugged slightly as I shuffled my feet about in an effort to keep my balance stable. Well, can't really argue with that. Think you could help me work out properly later? Sure, Zoro grunted as he handled the sail. When we actually get out of this. Hang on to something. Acting on instinct, I grabbed the Mary's rigging, and not a moment too soon. For a brief moment, the ocean became the sky, my feet came off the deck, and my entire being just seemed to float. Then, as fast as things went crazy, everything roared back to normal, all of us crashing onto the deck as we tried to process what the hell had just happened. Did Mary just pull off a loop-de-loop? Usopp sputtered weakly. Actually, I think that was a barrel roll. Mr. Nine-ummed. PFFF ha 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 ha. I finally managed to spit out, the sheer rush of what I'd just experienced hitting me all at once. Holy sheet, that was sick. What in the literal blue hell is wrong with you? Miss Wednesday shrieked at the top of her lungs. We almost died. I know. I grinned at her eagerly. And it was beyond awesome. The undercover mercenary gaped at me in open-mouthed disbelief. Are you insane? No. No. I scrambled up to the woman, grabbing her shoulders and shoving my grinning face in hers. I'm living. For the first time in my entire life, I know what it's like to actually be alive. Back home, I was never in any kind of danger, never in fear of my life, I never put everything on the line. But here, I swung my arms out wide, indicating the mad world around us. This insanity, this impossibility. It's unique. Unprecedented. It's legitimately beautiful. Without warning, the Mary bucked once anew, launching me off my feet and sending me tumbling head over heels. When I landed, flat on my butt and aching slightly, I started sniggering as I stared up at the sky. PFFF ha ha ha. I'm freaking loving this. This madness, this craziness. It's awesome. I tilted my head slightly so that I could cast a grin at Luffy. And above all, I love this crew for getting me here. Thank you so much for letting me be a straw hat, Luffy. I love you all so much. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled as he balanced on the Mary's railing. Sounds like you're having fun, Cross. Yup. I smirked as I worked my way back onto my feet. See, you guys are going to need to work long and hard in order to achieve your dreams, but me? I swept my arms out. This is my dream, Luffy. This is what I've waited for all my life. The world, clear and uncut, up close and personal. I am living my dream every second we are out here and it is glorious. As if in response, a wave splashed over the deck, soaking me from head to toe and shoving more than a bit of seawater down my throat. I hacked and spluttered for a moment before grinning eagerly. It's also a little bit salty. Blech. Soundbite shivered heavily within his shell. That's really inspiring, Cross. Nami piped, sounding rather aggravated. Now, if you could just do me a favor by shutting the hell up and getting to work before the DMN whirlpool off the port bow swallows us all alive. Shutting the hell up, ma'am. I squawked, leaping to my feet and rushing to help Usopp man the surprisingly well-patched-up mizzen mast. What happened to you enjoying living your dream? Usopp grunted. Nami's not a part of that dream, she's a course hazard. I hissed quietly. Headstrong. Not suicidal. Soundbite provided. I heard that. I shot a glare at my shoulder-mounted snail. Now you see the merits of controlling your Valu GAH. I yelped as something whiffed just over the top of my head. What the he? I trailed off as I stared at the object that had come way too close to braining me. Is that a hailstone the size of a golf ball? Usopp swallowed heavily as he shot a nervous glance up at the angry gray clouds. I really hope that things calm down soon before your dream kills us all. They didn't. Oh. Water spout, dead ahead. Oh. An iceberg just clipped us. Oh. A spot of summer sun. Really hot summer sun. Ack. Too hot. The sails are on fire. Water. We need water. Splush. Ack. Typhoon. Not what I meant, DMNIT. Oh. Is it just me, or did things suddenly get dark? Nami? Look up. What are you? Ack. Since when could flying manta rays literally fly? Or grow as big as whales? Oh. Wait, didn't we already pass that? Nami, when was the last time you checked the log pose? Huh? Just 10 seconds ago, W? Hashtag, $% and caret. Hashtag, $% and caret. Hashtag, $% and caret. Thanks for expanding my snail's vocabulary, Nami. Shut up and turn us around, Aga, are you kidding me? Flipped us around again, huh? I said shut up, DMNIT. Oh. Finally, after what felt like forever. Nothingness. The sea was calm, the sun was shining, a light breeze was blowing. But still, it paid to double-check. Are we good? I asked Nami wearily. As far as I can tell, she whimpered, supporting herself against the upper deck's railing. Soundbite. Boo beep beep. We're sorry, the number you were trying to call has been disconnected. Soundbite. Wake up. Who what? Can you hear anything lurking underneath us? Soundbite tilted his head to the side as he concentrated for a moment before shaking his head firmly. All clear. We're good. Oh. Perfect. In that case. Nami promptly went limp and collapsed on the deck, followed swiftly by the rest of us. I can't feel my anything. Usopp whimpered miserably. Lucky you, my everything is burning. I bemoaned. Tisk. Zoro growled as he massaged his throbbing limbs. I can't believe you guys woke me up for that. Couldn't you have handled it yourselves? And oh, the rest of us roared furiously. Soundbite, you can imitate whatever sounds you've heard, right? Nami demanded. Yup. Here's a direct order. The next time you hear Zoro sleeping while we're going through that kind of hell, blast a Sea King roar in his ears. All in favor? Nay. Zoro barked. A resounding AYE roared out across the ship in response. Oh, screw you guys, the swordsman growled. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled from where he was sitting on the Mary's figurehead, looking legitimately no worse for the wear. The BSTRD. Sorry Zoro. Looks like you're out vetoed. I think you mean voted, duh. Miss Wednesday groaned. It was at that moment that Zoro took notice of the two exhausted mercenaries. Now that I think about it, what are these two doing here? You only just noticed us? The pair shrieked indignantly. We're sailing to their hometown, Luffy explained cheerfully. Zoro blinked at Luffy before casting a flat look at the rest of us. And none of you tried to stop him? You honestly think we could? Sanji shot back. Fair point. Anyways. Zoro pinned Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday with a far too bloodthirsty smirk. I've been thinking. What did you say your names were again? I am Mr. Nine. And Miss Wednesday. Yeah, I thought so. Zoro's grin widened even further, prompting the two to break into cold sweats. Those names of yours, they're real familiar. They've been stuck in my mind for a while now. Like I've heard them before. The two looked like they were about ready to bolt. Or maybe I haven't, Zoro shrugged, his grin becoming positively sheet-eating. The duo collapsed onto their backs with dual whimpers. Demon. I grinned cheekily as I clapped a hand on Zoro's shoulder. Come on, buddy, leave them alone. Thank you. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday sighed in relief. After all, it's cruel and unusual to torture poor, defenseless pests like them. Save it for the poor, defenseless sea kings. Oh, screw you. Either way, come on. Turning around, I walked away and gestured for him to follow. I'm almost certain that madness scattered our supplies all over the hold, and I can't lift the crates alone. Why don't you get Luffy or the crab cook to do it? Listen up, you DMN Moss. Sanji started to snarl, but Nami halted him by placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Sanji, I've got this. Our navigator pinned Zoro with a frigid look. You'll help him, or else I'll quintuple your debt. To start. Zoro twitched furiously for a moment before marching past me with a growl. Come on, brat. Let's get to work. I shot a grateful grin at Nami before following the swordsman into the storeroom. As I'd predicted, the numerous crates, barrels, and sacks we were using to hold our foodstuffs and supplies were a little everywhere, though thankfully all of them were intact. The second I was inside, I closed the door as quickly and calmly as I possibly could before shooting a look at Zoro. All right, they can't hear us anymore, spill it. Zoro blinked at me in bored curiosity. What the heck are you talking about, Cross? I maintained my deadpan expression as I stared at the first mate. Zoro, you're a lot of things, you sleep way too much, you're focused on swords to an unhealthy degree, you're grumpy dash. I am not grumpy. Zoro grumbled, his arms folded petulantly across his chest. That's what you protest? Soundbite asked with a pet eye stalk. But one thing you aren't is needlessly sadistic, I finished firmly, ignoring Soundbite's comment. If you psychologically tortured those two about their names, it's because you definitely knew something about them. And if you know something about them, then I want to know it too. Oh yeah? Zoro's glare hardened in defiance. And why do you want to know so much, exactly? Because I want to know whether or not it's pertinent to our crew's continued well-being. I flung my arms wide in exasperation. Zoro, if you know something that could be important, then you need to tell us. None of us can afford to spare any information, otherwise, we risk jeopardizing the crew. Hypa crite. Soundbite sang to me sotto voce. Bite. I started to hiss out of the corner of my mouth before swiftly biting my own tongue. Fool me once, shame on the little sheet, fool me twice. Well, you get the drift. Nevertheless, my words did the deed. Zoro's stern expression faltered slightly for a moment before he relaxed with a sigh. All right, no need to get melodramatic. For the record, I didn't tell anyone because I wanted to handle it on my own, all right? I raised my hands in a shrug. A noble sentiment, Zoro, but that's just not how a crew works. We're in this crazy journey together, for better or for worse. All for one. Soundbite crowed. And one for all, yeah. Zoro shook his head with a chuckle before adopting a deadly serious expression. Alright, I'll explain everything to everyone, later. Just make sure that the stooges are out of the dining room when we eat, alright? Can do, boss man. I saluted firmly. In the meantime. Hoof. I winced as a freaking heavy bag of rice slammed into my midsection. Get to work, Zoro smirked as he hefted a crate and slid it back into its original position, lashing it down with a length of rope for good measure. You volunteered us for this job, might as well do it right. Aye, sir. I grumbled mutinously as I started waddling away under the sack's weight. Heave ho, heave ho, heave. Oh, shut up. Thankfully, about an hour later, Zoro and I managed to complete our task, just in time for a long-awaited call. Nami Swan, it's time for dinner. Hey morons, get in here already. As we did, we rushed up to the upper deck as fast as we could, racing to beat Luffy to the dining room before he managed to shove a hefty portion of our food supplies down his throat. Thankfully, on account of not being used to our ship just yet, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine had lagged behind, giving me just enough time to grab 2 of the plates Sanji had prepared and shove them into their hands before they entered the dining room. Sorry. I grinned wolfishly. This dining room is for crewmates and paying customers only. Freeloading passengers eat in steerage, no exceptions. Enjoy. And with that, I promptly slammed the door shut in their faces, chuckling at the dual cries of "Hey" that they bellowed out in protest. Cross. Sanji snarled as he marched up to me furiously. I can get the crown-wearing dingus, but how dare you lock out a poor lady like Dash? Sure. I hissed, pressing my finger to my lips. The cook halted in dead shock. Did you just shush me? Yes, and I'll do it again. Observe, shush. Before Sanji could respond anew, I glanced at Soundbite. Give us some white noise, would you? No chances. Soundbite nodded firmly and proceeded to concentrate for a moment before making a grinding motion with his teeth. As a result, I could hear a faint combination of buzzing and gurgling wafting around the room's door. Nami stared at me in confusion. Cross, what are you doing? No chances for what? I'm assuming he means no chances for those 2 to overhear me telling you all about just how dangerous they really are, right Cross? Zoro asked bluntly. I snapped my fingers and pointed at him with a nod. Hole in one. Now it was Usopp's turn to blink in befuddlement. Wait, Zoro, you actually know something about them? And dangerous? Are you sure? I mean, sure, they had those guns before, but we left those with Crocus. How dangerous could they really be? Yeah, Zoro. Luffy mumbled out from around the full pound of food he'd stuffed into his mouth. They're funny, not scary. Them on their own? Zoro jerked his chin at the door. Yeah, they're not much of a threat. What I'm worried about is what they're a part of. Tell me. He slowly swept his gaze over the crew. Have any of you ever heard the name Baroque Works? Everyone, myself included, blinked in confusion as we searched our thoughts momentarily before shaking our heads. Zoro snorted and shrugged as he started to scratch the back of his head. I'd be surprised if you did. Alright, here we go. A few years ago, while I was still a bounty hunter, I was approached by a man not like that, DMN it, he snarled furiously when he caught sight of Sanji smirking malevolently. A man who wanted to recruit me into the organization he was a part of on account of my skills. When I refused, he didn't take it well. As in, he tried to kill me, all because I knew about the mere existence of his organization. That organization being Baroque Works, Nami divined. And that man's name being Mr. 7, Zoro finished. That prompted the rest of the crew to tense nervously. After that little experience, Zoro continued with a sigh. I decided to do a little research into just who these Baroque Works people were, in case they ever came after me again. Not too much, I didn't want to draw any attention, but enough to give me a general understanding. To put it simply, Baroque Works is a criminal syndicate that prides itself on secrecy. All their agents have code names, men with numbers and women with days, and the identity and location of their boss is completely unknown. They have a massive number of operatives who operate in the East and South Blues and the Grand Line alike, and they have untold resources to operate with. Zoro looked each of us in the eye, one after another. Make no mistake, Baroque Works is a dangerous organization, not the kind of people you mess with on a whim. We all lapsed into silence as we absorbed the information, contemplating the implications they posed. Well, I say all, but really Luffy just kept on eating, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Finally, Sanji gulped and plastered a nervous smile on his face. See, come on, it couldn't really be that bad, could it? Why yeah. Usopp nodded frantically, desperate to find some bright side to the situation. After all, you managed to beat this 7 guy, right? Right. Zoro grimaced slightly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. The guy was a master actor. He went from cordial to trying to chop my head off in less than a second. If there hadn't been a bottle nearby and I'd been a second slower on the draw, well. He drew a finger across his neck. We all lapsed back into silence as we mulled over the perilous facts. Finally, Sanji hissed in a deep tug from his cigarette. You're thinking this is a trap, huh? Criminals don't normally give two sheets about the well-being or hunger of others. Unless they're their own, right. Nami groaned as she kneaded her temples in aggravation. Perfect. Just. Perfect. She shot a glare at our captain. Thanks a lot, Luffy. You're welcome. Luffy perked up for a moment before tilting his head in confusion. But, what did I do? You caused us to stumble butt backwards into an ambush set by a multinational criminal organization based on a whim, I summarized flatly before Nami could blow a gasket and try to throttle the poor BSTRD. Oh. Then yeah, you're welcome. We're not looking forward to it, you DMN BSTRD. Nami, Usopp, and Sanji roared. Zoro winced and dug his pinky into his ear. Eesh, guys. I know, right? I grimaced as I slapped one of my palms against the side of my head. We need a doctor on this ship, I need a refresher on the symptoms of tinnitus. And a musician. Luffy piped up swiftly. Music isn't much good to me if I can't hear it, Captain. Besides, Nami jabbed her thumb at the seemingly silent snail on my shoulder. Doesn't he kind of count? I ped my eyebrow in response. You consider the sound he makes muse dash? I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves. Everybody's nerves, everybody's nerves. Ack. I jumped as Soundbite's voice blared in my ears. I'm with the Kami on this one. Usopp grumbled darkly as he glared at my shoulder. Anyways. Zoro cut in. The point is that when we reach this Whiskey Peak place, we all need to be on our guards. Trust no one, and not a word of this to the two outside. Understand? We all nodded and gave varying sounds of assent. Great. I clapped my hands firmly. Now, what say we divvy up what's left of our meal before Luffy finishes picking our plates clean, Yeah wait, what? Luffy. Smack. Crack. Bam. Ow. I chuckled as Luffy and Sanji fell into an impromptu brawl before starting at the tapping sensation on my shoulder. Oh, yeah, sure, you can drop it, Soundbite. The snail heaved a massive sigh as he ceased his ministrations before casting a look at me. We're in deep shit, huh? I shrugged in response. It's the Grand Line, my friend. With a few exceptions, everything in it is trying to kill you. Oh. Whoa. Hooray. Welcome. My eye twitched furiously as I took in the massive crowd of people before us, roaring and cheering raucously at the top of their lungs. Credit given where credit was most definitely due, even knowing that nearly all of these people were cold-blooded killers who would slit our throats without a second thought, their cheers still sounded almost genuine to my ears. They definitely sounded genuine to the rest of the crew, though. Shishishi. And you guys were worried. Luffy cackled as he waved joyously. You JRKS scared us for nothing. Usopp hooped as he blew kisses to the crowd. Pirates are heroes to these people. Heroes? Woohoo. Hello, my lovelies. Sanji swooned, completely and utterly enraptured in his hurricane of love. I stared flatly at the trio of men prancing about the lower deck before plastering a smile on my face and turning my attention to the other two crewmates who were with me on the upper deck. Honeypot? Honeypot, Zoro and Nami chorused flatly. They. I shook my head with a sigh. I'll sneak away and have Soundbite keep a listen out for anyone planning something behind the scenes when I get the chance. Hopefully, they'll be able to keep their faces straight when I funnel it into their ears. For now though. I straightened up and raised one of my hands into the air. Just smile and wave, boys, Soundbite announced through his grin. Smile and wave. Oh. So just down the hall and third door on the right? I called over my shoulder as I walked out of the room the party was roaring in. Yeah, can't miss it, one of the partying bounty hunters confirmed. Great, thanks. I shot him a thumbs up as I went, purposefully staggering and bumping into the walls as I went. Thank God for these guys blatantly overacting. Thanks to the commotion, none of them had noticed that most, if not all, of my drink was sloshing out of my mouth and onto the floor, rather than down my throat. The second I reached the bathroom, I forced myself in and locked the door shut behind me, collapsing on the seat with relief. I did not want to stay in there longer than I had to, parties were not entirely my style. Definitely not crazy ones like this one was, at any rate. Still. I shook my head firmly. Now wasn't the time to be uncomfortable, now was the time to get to work. I placed Soundbite on my knee and grinned down at him. Alright, little buddy, ready to illegally wiretap the world? Roger, he nodded firmly. Okay then. I slid my headphones up around my ears. Give me a general overview of the town, everything that's not going on in this hoe. In the room the party's in. And remember, volume. Don't blow my eardrums. Soundbite nodded anew, his ear stretching from eyestalk to eyestalk as he concentrated firmly. A second later, a stream of sound flowed through my ears, crickets chirping, water flowing, gravel crunching, wind howling. And most important of all, voices. Okay, hear those two, the guys who sound like they're above us? I queried. Soundbite looked upwards for a moment before flaring a particular line of noise. I listened for a moment before shaking my head. No, they're just getting another keg on account of how fast Zoro's drinking. I meant the other dash. I cut myself off as the correct voices resurged, making the things they were saying quite clear. And oh, the things they were saying. Jackpot, I nodded to myself. Okay, connect me with the crew, subtly. Soundbite clenched his eyes shut for a moment before opening his eyes and nodding firmly. Colic. I pressed the headphone with the microphone close to my ear. Don't react, don't say a word, just keep doing what you're doing. I'm currently in the bathroom using Soundbite to speak to you. He's putting my words directly into your ears, so nobody can hear me but you. Now listen, I got a little bit curious and had Soundbite listen in on a little bit of everything and I heard something interesting. Soundbite, let them have it. Colic. Soundbite repeated firmly before letting out the voices I'd heard before. Much longer do we have to FING wait? I'm getting sick and tired of this crap, I wanna FING go already. Not yet, DMN it. They're still awake, and I'm not going up against Roronoa Zoro while he's still sober. We've been able to do this for so long because we've always done it right. But still. Look man, don't worry. I'm sure they won't need much more before they go down. Then, once they're dead and away, it's shackles and straight to the Marines for a hefty payday. And that makes it all worth it, right? Yeah. Fair enough. Hey, pass me that rifle, would you? I don't think I wiped down its barrel yet. Here you go. By the way, did you see that outfit Miss Wednesday was wearing? I swear, beach and ice queen she might be, that girl is smoking dash. Okay, that's more than enough. I slashed my hand across my throat desperately, Soundbite complying with a lecherous giggle. Anyways, I think you get the idea. Now, here's how I suggest we swing this. Before I could say anything further, the sound of splintering everything rang out, accompanied by a very familiar Reia. I bit out a curse as I slapped Soundbite back onto my shoulder, jumping up and darting out of the stall. DMN it, Luffy, do you even know the word sub-dash? I cut myself off as I wrenched the door to the bathroom open and came face to face with a thinly built man who'd been just about to push open the door himself, and was also frozen in place, presumably on account of both the sudden commotion and the fact that I was obviously somehow still stone sober. As we stared at each other, I had two separate reactions. Internally, I was ranting and raving, self-flagellating myself with reckless abandon. Supposedly drunk, isolated, perfect for ambush, dumbass. Externally, on the other hand, you're gonna want to get some air fresheners in there, ASAP. Believe me, biscuits are murder on my stomach, it's not pretty. Thankfully, the surprisingly coherent string of words prompted the man to jump in shock, giving me just enough time to lash my right leg up and catch him square between the legs. As the guy started to crumple, I shot my right hand into my jacket, snapped out the baton Smoker had given me and rammed the rod of metal across the guy's temple, knocking him to the floor. I panted heavily as I stared at the man's prone and groaning form for a moment before lashing out an additional kick to his face for good measure. It never hurt to be too careful. Well, it hurt him, but that was the entire point of the endeavor, so I didn't count it. I stood there silently for a moment as I caught my breath. Again before reaching up to absent-mindedly tap Soundbite. You know what, Luffy? Forget what I was saying about subtle, these guys are total DS. All those in favor of breaking everyone and everything right here right now, say aye. A second roar erupted from what was left of the party room, accompanied swiftly by the entire building shaking from a massive impact. I let out a heavy huff as I cracked my neck back and forth eagerly, a heady grin splaying itself over my face. I'll take that as an aye. Well, you heard the captain. Charge. And with that, I bolted straight towards the brawl, Soundbite trumpeting out a bugle call as I went. I skidded to a halt outside of the party room, gaping in awe at the utter chaos that had engulfed it. To start with, one of the room's walls was just flat out gone, allowing me to catch sight of a fairly large crowd of armed killers attempting, emphasis on attempting, to hold down a rather rotund Luffy. The job was made fairly difficult by the fact that Luffy was flailing around and roaring furiously as he bodily flung the bounty hunters this way and that. Luckily, I could see Miss Monday lying in the middle of the street with a rather painful-looking dent in her skull. Unfortunately, not only could I not see Sanji and Zoro, but I could hear the telltale sounds of them fighting in the distance. I had a very bad feeling I knew what had brought that on. As for Usopp and Nami, they were both handling themselves relatively well against the dozen or so agents that were trying to get them, with Nami employing her staff to admirable effect and Usopp using a variety of ammunition on the thus occupied bounty hunters. I contemplated the rolling battle, wondering where I should start. Cross, duck. Before I was torn out of my musings by Usopp's warning hitting my ears, prompting me to act first and think later as I dropped to my knees. As a result, the lead ball he shot at me whizzed well over my head and slammed into the chest of the man who'd apparently been sneaking up on me. Soundbite, keep your ears open, got it? I growled underneath my breath. Rog a move. Soundbite barked suddenly. Acting on instinct, I rolled forwards, narrowly dodging a blade that stuck itself in the wooden doorframe where I'd been squatting moments before. I scrambled to my feet. Right in front of yet another bounty hunter. I didn't think. There wasn't any time to think, no time to consider anything akin to a plan, just pure, straight-up action. And with that, I rammed my free fist, thumb out, tight but not too tight, straight into the guy's nose. As he staggered back, I followed up with a kick to one of his knees. The joint crumpled under the impact and the man began to keel over, and I finished by bringing my baton down on the back of his skull. If the way he flopped bonelessly was anything to go by, he was down and out. Blade left. Acting on Soundbite's warning, I whipped my baton up, barely catching a sword from coming down on me and cleaving my skull open like a rotten melon as I supported the metal pole with both hands. I strained for a moment under the pressure before swiftly swinging my foot up and kicking the guy once, twice in his shin. His stagger gave me just enough time to force my way into his guard and whip my elbow up and into his face, followed swiftly by the palm of my hand ramming into the middle of his forehead. I glanced around for where to go next. Behind Dash. Unfortunately, Soundbite was a moment too late as a thin arm, a woman's, wrapped itself around my neck and something was pressed to my temple. All right you two, surrender quietly or your friend here Dash. Thunk. Grgh, the woman gurgled as she slumped away from me, a glance downwards showing a large lump rapidly blossoming on her forehead. I breathed a sigh of relief as I took a step back, my back coming into contact with Nami's. Thanks for the save. Sorry, I should have grgh. I warded off a guy who wandered too close with a savage kick. Been faster. Don't, rag. Beat yourself up about it. Nami managed to bite out. We all make mistakes. To be honest. 2 people is pretty impressive, especially without anything heavier than that dinky baton of yours. Hey! I yelped as I rammed my shoulder into an opening I managed to notice. I'll have you know that tactical batons are simultaneously strong, subtle, and have been used for plenty of cases of police brutality. I brought the weapon down on the elbow of an arm I'd grabbed, the resulting crack sounding very reassuring to me. Whatever. Nami's voice gave the impression of rolling her eyes in good-natured exasperation. Anyways, you're doing all right for your first fight. I thought you'd said you'd never actually fought before. I haven't. But I do have a demon of a little brother back home, I explained, frowning at the mere thought of the little shithead. One who has a tendency for hair-pulling and other forms of foul play. Just thought it'd be best to emulate him for once. I'll be honest, this is working out. I shot my baton out and caught a guy, the second one I'd taken down, actually, in the throat before grabbing his hair and bringing his face down to meet my knee. Better than I thought it would. Yeah, and I think I know why, Nami grunted. These guys are meant to be trained professionals. They're used to people with actual skills, not amateurs who come at them like rabid dogs. Rabid dog, huh? I huffed out as a slightly vicious grin spread across my mouth. I actually think I can live with the dash. Gum. I cut myself off with a yelp as I dove to the floor, followed closely by Nami and Usopp. Whip. Not a moment too soon, a second later, a long elastic limb swung through the air above us, bowling over the rest of the agents who were still standing in a single definitive strike. I lay prone for a second before daring to glance up, taking in the array of unconscious bodies in numb awe. Well, that works too, I suppose. Only when we're not in the line of fire. Nami growled darkly. Ah. Luffy sighed heartily as he ambled over to us, patting his now flat stomach. Nothing like a good fight to help with digestion. That was nice. It'd be even nicer if you gave us a heads up before almost taking our heads off. Usopp howled as he sprang to his feet. Luffy blinked at us in confusion. But you're all fine, aren't you? Only because we know you too well, jackass. Nami and Usopp raged. That was a little reckless, Luffy, I concurred. Loose cannon, baby. Luffy blinked at us for a moment before chuckling and scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Ah, yeah, you're right. Sorry guys. At least you're willing to admit it. I sighed wearily before glancing at Nami. Dare I even ask where Zoro and Sanji are? As I feared, she jerked her thumb towards the sounds of combat in the distance. Zoro took down that large woman, Miss Monday, when she tried to cave Usopp's head in with her fist. Unfortunately, that got Sanji going after him as a result. They went that way and haven't come back yet. Joy! I ground out. I considered matters for a moment before speaking. Alright, seeing how the element of surprise has just been blown to Kingdom Come, mind if I offer my opinion on what the hell we should do next? Luffy shrugged with a large grin. Sure thing. Nami mimicked the action. I don't see why not. Usopp glanced around warily for a moment before nodding nervously. Alright then. You were right about this town, so? Thank you, I sighed in relief. Alright, here's what I'm thinking, Usopp, you find a good rooftop and act as support, take out anyone who shows their head and isn't us. Think you can do that? Usopp considered my request for a moment before popping a thumbs up and nodding firmly. Why yeah. Of course I can. Who do you take me for, huh? I am the Dash. Great Captain Usopp, yeah, we know, I rolled my eyes impatiently. Now get to it, would you? Right. Usopp yelped, running off to find the nearest ladder or staircase possible. Nami, I directed my attention at the orange-haired woman. You and I are going to be engaging in one of the few pirate activities I think you will enjoy. Oh yeah? Nami pet an eyebrow doubtfully. What? I grinned and clapped my hands together firmly. Looting everything that isn't nailed down, and a lot that is. I could practically see Nami's eyes flash into berry signs. You have my attention. No shite. Soundbite chortled. Ignoring the snail, I went on. I think Luffy managed to take out the majority of these guys and the rest are probably either heading for the hills or getting caught in Zoro and Sanji's crossfire. Hence, that leaves an entire town of criminals abandoned and ripe for the picking. I imagine you hear opportunity knocking like I do, right? Nami allowed a giggle of childlike glee to slip out of her as she nodded eagerly. Luffy blinked in confusion as he cupped his ears. I don't hear anything. Figure of speech, Luffy, Nami and I chorused. Anyways, I continued. You head towards Sanji and Zoro and break them up if you can, then send them back here to tie these guys up so that they don't get loose. I'll head in the opposite direction and see what I can turn up. And keep an eye out, alright? There could still be some stragglers hiding here and there, so there's a good chance they could try and jump us. Got it. You got it, big bro. Nami chirped before skipping away. I blinked in numb shock as I tried to process what I'd just seen. Okay. That was disturbing. I feel unclean. Soundbite shivered heavily. I haven't been this scared since the last time Grandpa came to visit. Luffy gulped audibly. I jerked as I was reminded of my captain's presence. To be specific, I was suddenly all too aware of exactly what I'd been saying in his presence. Captain, look. I started uncomfortably. Listen, about the whole plans thing. I realize that this is your crew, really. If I've been insubordinate or anything cross. I snapped my jaws shut, not because Luffy was angry, but because he was grinning. I can't cook. I blinked in confusion at the non sequitur. I can't predict the weather, Luffy went on, still grinning serenely. I can't swing a sword, and I can't lie. His grin widened enough to expose his teeth. And I'm not that smart, either. I tried to put the pieces together in vain. Luffy, I don't think I understand. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled as he scratched underneath his nose. Oh yeah, you weren't there for that, were ya? Well. We'll talk about it on the merry. Okay? Contrary to what Luffy thought, I actually knew what he was talking about, I just didn't understand why. How did that apply in this context? Anyways, weren't you going to tell me what your plan was for me? I jerked at the reminder. Dash. Right. Luffy dash. Igarappa. Bang. Ga. Luffy grunted as he was suddenly jerked forwards by a number of lumps shooting out of his chest. The lumps remained for a second before Luffy growled and flexed furiously, the lumps flattening out and a spread of buckshot shooting out of his back as he let loose a rabid roar. Watch it you bastards, that was dangerous, my captain roared as he wheeled around and charged in the direction of both the voice and the bullets. I blinked in surprise as my mind caught up with what had just happened. Smash. I finished intelligently. Soundbite giggled as he watched Luffy roar off. Puny god. That comes later. I muttered to myself. For now, just puny frontier agents. Enough talk. Soundbite barked as he jerked his head forwards. Mush. I'm mushing. I complied as I started walking forwards. But I'm doing it slowly. Right now, we need to talk. The baby transponder snail blinked in confusion. We do. Yes, I pinned him with a glare. We do. I jerked my thumb over my shoulder. I got ambushed twice back there, Soundbite. Not once, twice. Not my fault. Soundbite protested. Yes, your fault? I accused firmly. Soundbite, your hearing is phenomenal. You should have heard that guy outside of the bathroom, you should have warned me about him. Why didn't you? The snail hesitated for a moment before glancing away sheepishly. Wasn't listening. And that almost got us killed. Soundbite made to say something, then bit his lip and looked away uneasily. I kept walking for a moment before stopping and sighing. Soundbite. Look, I'm sorry for being so harsh. I realize you're young and I realize you're not used to this, but... I spread my arms and indicated the town around us. We're in the Grand Line. We can't afford to freeload anymore, either of us. I'm going to be exercising under Zoro, and frankly, you should exercise too. Or at least, practice. Your powers are as strong as they'll be, at least until your body grows up a bit. Until then, all you can do is refine how you use your powers. Nothing more and nothing less. Understand? Soundbite was quiet for the longest time as his eyes swiveled back and forth on his eye stalks, before he gave me a look of pure determination. Nodding his head firmly. Understood. I smiled and gave his shell a reassuring pat. Glad to hear it. And I know how you can start. Remember those stragglers I mentioned could still be around? Soundbite nodded, though he looked confused. Well, I want you to listen for them. Find their heartbeats, find their breathing, find them talking, find anything. Locate anyone left in this town who isn't us and tell me or Nami or anyone else if those people are getting close to them. Do you think you can do that for me? Soundbite frowned as he glanced left and right in thought, grinding his teeth slightly. It's hard. Need to concentrate. Focus a lot. Weed them out. I shrugged helplessly. Sorry, Soundbite, but I said it before we went up the mountain. Nothing worth doing is easy to do. I'm not asking if it's easy or hard, I'm asking whether you can or cannot do it. I'll try. Soundbite ground out before snapping a glare at me. Quote Yoda and die. I chuckled as I raised my hands in surrender. Not a word. Good. Now. Quiet. And with that, I shut up as I started going from house to house, popping the doors open and checking out the insides. As it was, this venture was turning out to be quite profitable indeed. Every residence I checked was quite Spartan in nature, and had a not inconsiderable stash of money hidden somewhere within, some in pantries, others beneath mattresses, and so on and so forth. Thankfully I'd managed to find a nice big burlap sack to stash the bills in, and after about 2 hours and a dozen houses, I was lugging what had to be half of Luffy's bounty in cash. I had to admit, it was quite the ingenious system. If the residents of Whiskey Peak had pooled the rewards of their bounties in a singular vault, then there would always be a chance of someone getting greedy and pulling off a heist. Foolhardy, on account of the unluckies and other such threats, but a chance nonetheless. But by spreading the wealth throughout the town, no one person would have too much money on them at once. Most likely Igaram and Vivi's teams had larger shares on account of being agents, but their strength and positions made any thoughts of stealing from them suicidal at best. As I made the rounds of the house, Soundbite was uncharacteristically silent, his eyes darting back and forth beneath his clenched eyelids. It was easy to tell that the snail was concentrating as hard as he possibly could, keeping track of however many bounty hunters were left in this town. Ultimately, this concentration paid off when Soundbite snapped his eyes open just as I was about to make my way out of my 15th house. Wait, he hissed. Bounty hunter. I promptly froze, my hands inches from the doorknob of the still-ajar door. Where? I whispered. Down the street. He has a gun. I snorted slightly as I rolled my eyes. Of course he did, why wouldn't he have one? Alright, no time to panic, just need a quick plan. How to best use noise to take this guy out. The obvious answer was subterfuge, so all I needed was a good try. Wait. Trick. Parlor trick. That was it. Can you mimic any of the bounty hunters who are still up? I asked quietly. Soundbite muttered under his breath for a second before nodding. Yeah, he grunted in a foreign voice. Alright. Here's what I want you to do, swap my voice, and then project it to that guy, while making sure I can hear what he's saying. Can you do it? A moment of concentration more and Soundbite nodded firmly. Say when. Okay. I took a calming breath and pressed myself up against the wall of the house, right next to the door. Do it. A second later, an electronic-ish whine sounded in my ear. You're live. PST. I hissed out. Hey, you. What the dash? Who dash? Shoo. Over here. I tapped the door slightly, causing it to swing a bit. Get over here, quietly. One of the pirates is upstairs. We can take him by surprise. The silence was devastating. For a heartrending moment, I feared that this wouldn't work. Until the agent spoke. All right. Hang tight. I took slow, deep breaths as my heart pounded in my chest, every instant seemingly lasting an eternity as I waited for the right moment. Finally, Soundbite bit out a nigh imperceptible, "Get ready," into my ear. A second later, the door started to creak open and I caught sight of the side of somebody's face. With barely a second thought, I sprung at the man, one fist crashing into the side of his face with all my weight behind it while my free hand grabbed the end of his gun's barrel and wrenched. Thankfully, the force and shock factor of my punch was more than enough to cause the man to let go of his weapon as he stumbled in an attempt to catch on to what was going on. Instead of giving the bounty hunter a chance to reorient himself, I jammed the butt of the gun into the guy's gut. As he doubled over, I caught him squarely in the middle of his face with my elbow. A final overhead swing of the rifle onto the man's head skull put him squarely down for the count. As I stood there, panting and staring at the prone man in shock, I came to a few realizations. First, I was shaking like I'd been dunked in ice. Second, I could feel my heart pumping and roaring in my chest. And third was that I had a massive and most likely slightly disturbing grin on my face. Ross? Hey, Cross, is thing working? Yerk! I yelped in shock, jumping almost a foot into the air as Zoro's voice came out of nowhere. Yeah, it's working. Cross, you alright? I stammered dumbly. Right. Soundbite must have made a connection. Just need to calm down. Fine. I just ambushed another agent, but I'm fine. Cross, did you dash? No. I winced at how loud that was. I mean no. He's fine. I'm fine. I didn't. He's just unconscious, I wouldn't. Not that there's anything wrong with that, not if there's any other dash. Cross, are you really alright? I hesitated slightly as I contemplated my answer before responding. Look, Zoro, I know it is distinctly not right to enjoy fighting and violence, I know that. But the thrill of it all. The rush. That's still safe, right? That's not? Are you kicking his head in or breaking his bones for kicks? I looked down at the unconscious man contemplatively, reassuring myself that yes, he was still breathing. No, I didn't do that. I did what needed to be done, nothing more or less. Then you're still sane, Cross. You're still pretty nuts for, well, anyone, but you're not the dangerous kind of nuts. Well, to anyone but yourself, at least. Does that help? I considered this for a moment before promptly sagging in relief. I don't think it should, but it does. It really does. Thanks, Zoro. Great. Anyways, the crap cook and I just finished tying these clowns up and Nami wants to start counting cash. Get over here before she gets it in her mind to get you herself. I barely choked down a squawk of panic as I grabbed the sack of berries I'd accumulated. On my way. I grimaced as a thought hit me. Before I forget, were Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday among the captured? I could have sworn I caught sight of them when Luffy went to beat down that curly-haired guy. Huh? Yeah, we got them. They tried to attack me and the cook while we were fighting. PSH, as though fighting that moron would distract me even remotely enough for that to work. Why do you ask? Perfect. I ground out, doing my best to keep my exasperation out of my voice. That made things complicated. Or at least, interesting. I just wanted to know because they seemed like they had higher ranks than the rest, if their low numbers meant anything. A grunt is one thing, executive officers are another barrel of pitch entirely. Fair enough. But don't worry, they're tied up. They won't be causing us any problems. Got it. I nodded slowly to myself. Well, anyways, I'll be there in a bit. Hang tight. And with that, I jerked my hand across my throat. The second the connection was cut, I let out a slight groan as I looked up at the sky, searching for an answer. Well, this was a fine mess. While the sky was dark, we were still early in the timeline, and without Mr. 5 and Valentine putting seemingly lethal pressure on Vivi and Igaram, neither of the two would spill their identities to us. Some way, somehow, I needed to get the two to divulge their identities to us and explain their stories. Otherwise, well, best not to contemplate those kinds of consequences. Or the body counts that went alongside them. Well, standing around separated from the crew wouldn't do anything to help. Besides, maybe the walking could help me think of something. 15 minutes later, I was back at the building and my mind was still giving me squat. As it was, my train of thought could be summed up as a frantic repetition of the words, what do I do dash. Hey big bro. Sanuva. Once again I jerked in shock as a voice, Nami's this time, came straight out of nowhere. I shot a glare at Soundbite. And you didn't warn me why? Too funny. Soundbite snickered. GRGH. I hissed out before taking in Nami's very ecstatic demeanor. And as for you, what the heck is with the big bro stuff? Anybody who helps me make 50 million berries in a single night is as good as family to me. Nami chirped eagerly as she yanked the bag of cash I was holding out of my hands. I blinked at the sum in shock. You managed to find 50 mil all on your own? Actually, your bag makes it 50, Nami clarified as she hefted the bag with a squeak. I ran that phrase in my head for a second before giving the navigator a disturbed look. Did you just figure out how much money that bag has in it with a glance? It's a gift, she chirped as she swung the sack up onto her shoulder. Well, I'm going to go and stow this on the Mary. Go take Sanji's place and tell him to get to work. And with that, she was off. I blinked as I tried to come to terms with what had just happened before slowly looking at Soundbite. That woman is way too scary for someone her size. Sure. She could hear you. I wouldn't put it past her. Moving past that little scene, I went inside the building where the monster trio was waiting. Hey Cross. Luffy waved as he eagerly munched down on some of the leftovers. Have fun? For a certain degree of the word fun, anyways, I tilted my hand side to side with a grimace before looking at the other two. What about you guys? Sanji coughed uncomfortably as he refused to meet my eyes. I overreacted slightly during the fight and Nami got a bit angry with me. Nothing serious. I swear I could feel a drop of sweat hang from my head as I took in the massive bruises that adorned Sanji and Zoro's skulls, as well as a few small cuts on Sanji's face and legs. Yes. I can see that. Anyways. I jerked a thumb over my shoulder. Nami wants us to switch out. Grab a bag and start looting, I'll stay here and keep an eye on these clowns. Got it, Sanji nodded as he walked off. I'll grab some food while we're at it. We're running a bit low. Maybe a few barrels of fresh water too. And with that he was off, muttering out a growing list the entire way. I watched him leave for a moment before turning and taking stock of our former attackers. The majority of the bounty hunters were still unconscious, their limbs tied behind their backs with several lengths of rope. However, not all of them were dead to the world. As it was, Mr. 9, Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday were all still conscious, if badly bruised, and gagged as well as bound. The trio was showing off their mental clarity by pinning us all with furious glares. I gave the trio a once-over before glancing at Zoro. They say anything? The swordsman scoffed as he poked around in the house's wreckage for a bottle that was still intact. Nothing worth listening to, anyways. I hummed in understanding as I contemplated the frontier agents, specifically, Miss Wednesday. The second she caught me looking at her, however, she affixed me with a thunderous look. It was quite the expression to behold. In fact, the way she'd been acting the entire time I'd known her actually seemed a bit familiar. Wait, could that actually work? It was certainly a possibility, no doubt. After all, Vivi prided herself on not being like that, so maybe? There was only one way to find out. I pointed at Miss Wednesday. Do you mind if I take her GG out? I want to ask her something. Luffy and Zoro blinked at me in confusion before shrugging indifferently. Go ahead. Thanks. I walked up to the bound woman and knelt in front of her, yanking out the cloth lodged between her teeth. Miss Wednesday spat and gagged for a moment before glaring at me venomously. What do you want? She growled. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Vivi was a hell of an actor. If I didn't know the truth about her personality, I'd say she was as much of a beach as she was making herself out to be. And it was the sheer disparity between her two personalities that I was banking on. What's your name? I asked. The agent pet her head with a haughty sniff. Are you daft? You know full well that my name is Miss Wednesday. I grumbled in exasperation as I rolled my eyes. Your real name, smartass, not your code name. I could practically feel Mr. 8's eyes boring into me as the blue-haired woman twitched imperceptibly. Why do you want to know? I shrugged as I maintained my flat stare. I want to know your family name so that I can confirm a theory I have. A cold sweat appeared on Miss Wednesday's brow as she swallowed slightly. What? What are you talking about? You can cut the act, it's written all over you. The way you walk, the way you look at me and my friends, the way you carry yourself. I tilted my head to the side just so. You're rich, aren't you? That prompted Wednesday to blink in shock. What? Your family, they have plenty of money, don't they? I clarified. Every one of your mannerisms is textbook blue blood behavior, the kind that you learn over the course of your whole life, and that can only mean one thing, you're loaded, and you grew up loaded. Miss Wednesday flapped her jaw uselessly for a moment as she attempted to come up with an answer. What does it matter if my family has money? Her gaze suddenly turned steely. Are you looking to hold me for ransom or something, HM? Is that it? I couldn't help but smile at the deflection. Smart girl, very impressive. Too bad she was a mile off base. Not even remotely. I just wanted to confirm that before asking you my real question, why? Wednesday blinked in shock, but I pressed on before she could respond. Why are you here? You have money, you have standing, you have things, PRD. So why join Baroque Works, HM? Why would a pretty girl like you, someone with everything, be slumming with a nefarious criminal organization? And don't try to tell me this isn't a step down from your usual accommodations. Those questions managed to do the job, putting Miss Wednesday on edge and forcing her to avert her gaze. What? Why would you possibly dash? I want to know, I asserted firmly, leaning to the side so that I was looking at her straight in the face. Because tonight, I was attacked by people who were acting with full intent to kill, and as such I want to know why. I want some kind of motivation. I want to know why someone like you would be so willing to kill me. The rest of these chumps? That's easy, they want to get rich, and at least I can understand the idea, even if I don't even remotely respect it. But you? I jabbed my finger at her. As I said before, you're loaded. You don't need to lower yourself to base violence to get rich because you already are. So what I want to know is why. Why the hell are you here? Wednesday bit her lip furiously as she twisted this way and that where she was sitting, wholly unwilling to look at me. Was it for the thrill of it? I demanded. Were you sick and tired of living a safe and secure life? Because I'll admit, the rush is a hell of a thing. Or maybe it was simply youthful rebellion. Tired of being daddy's precious little princess, I spat the word, causing Wednesday to flinch. All the time, wanted to escape your sheltered life? I cast a disdainful glance at Mr. I seriously doubt you decided to do it for romance, especially not with him. I then looked at Mr. 8 with a grimace. And I really hope not with him. MMMPH. The pair roared furiously beneath their GGS, though for different reasons. Meanwhile, Miss Wednesday was outright squirming in her spot, clearly uncomfortable to the extreme. Just one more push. I made a show of tensing up as a thought hit me. Or maybe. I shot an accusing glare at her. You like it, don't you? Wednesday glanced at me in confusion. You like causing pain. And just like that, horror washed across her face, her entire body tensing up as though she'd been struck by lightning. No, she breathed numbly. That's it, isn't it? I denounced vehemently. You like hurting people, you like killing them, hunting them down. No, no, no. You like torturing them, ending their lives, gaining their trust and stabbing them in the back the second they least suspect it. The entire reason you're here is that you take pleasure out of the suffering of others, suffering that you dash. No. I jerked back in shock at the sudden scream, barely managing to keep a victorious grin off my face. Miss Wednesday was long gone, and in her place sat Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta, huffing and panting furiously as she stared at me with equal parts royal fury and honest desperation. That is not true. Vivi spat heatedly. You think I like doing this? You think I enjoyed causing so much pain? I hate hurting people. I've hated it my entire life. Every second I've been a part of this organization, every instant I've worked for it, I have had to fight against every fiber of my being to keep going. I promise you, there is not one person on the planet who hates Baroque Works more than I do. Then why join? I demanded, getting right up in her face. Why become a part of it? Why climb the ranks until you were mere inches away from the top? What possible purpose did that serve? Espionage, primarily. Although I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little sabotage in there too, kaya haha. My blood ran cold as a very familiar pair of voices sounded out behind me, and judging by the way Vivi suddenly paled in absolute terror, my memory wasn't faulty in this regard. With an immense amount of dread, I slowly stood up and turned around, taking in the duo that were standing out in the street, a dark-skinned man wearing a trench coat and a bubbly woman in a yellow lemon-themed sundress carrying a parasol. Honestly now, you've been quite busy. Miss Valentine mused with a grin. Haven't you, Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta? Luffy blinked at the officer agents in confusion. Who the heck are these guys? He then twisted his head around to look at Vivi. And you're a princess? For real? All Vivi could manage was a panicked whimper as she trembled in place. Zoro snorted as he looked them over, his right hand clenched around Wado Ikamanji. More Baroque Works agents, if I had to guess. Yeah. I grit out darkly. At a glance, I'm going to say. Mr. 5 and Mississippi what, April Fool's Day. Kaya haha, the woman cackled. Valentine's Day, actually, but good guess. I'm glad to see that my sunny disposition is so impressionable. Just for that, I'll make your death painless. You should consider yourself lucky, Mr. 5 grunted. Usually she likes to take her sweet time. I'm honored, I drawled. Sarcastically. Beneath my breath, I hissed at Soundbite out of the corner of my mouth. Nice job keeping a lookout. I was listening, the baby snail protested. I heard them coming. Alright you two, enough of the comedy routine, Zoro growled, sliding Wado Ikamanji out of its sheath. What do you want? What we want isn't important, Mr. Five sniffed. What's important is what our boss wants, and what he wants is Her Majesty's head served to him on a silver platter, along with her keeper dash. He jerked his head at Mr. Igaram, commander of the Royal Guard of Alabasta. Of course, seeing how you all seem to know so much about our organization, Miss Valentine's grin went from ear to ear, showing off her psychopathy at its fullest. We'll need to kill you all as well. Nothing personal, Kaya ha ha ha. Yes, because that's exactly the kind of reassurance a person wants to hear. I deadpanned before growling at Soundbite. Well, why the hell didn't you say anything? I did say something. Before I could question what he meant, both Mr. Five and Miss Valentine fell into ready positions. Now then, the male half of the duo started. Let's get started, Kaya haha, the woman finished. They started to move. And promptly jerked simultaneously before falling face first to the ground. I blinked in confusion as I tried to process what the heck had just happened. Ah? Kaya ha ha ha. Soundbite cackled. I just didn't say it to you. What the hell are you dash? Hey, guys. You alright down there? I stared at Soundbite for a second as he belted out Usopp's voice before allowing my jaw to drop open in shock. That was genius. Thank you, he sang in response. TCH, cocky little sheet. Zoro grunted as he clicked his sword back into its sheath, not even bothering to hide the smirk he was wearing. We're fine, Usopp. Nice going. Yeah, that was a great shot. Luffy nodded in agreement. Why yeah. Of course it was. After all, what else would you expect from the great Dash? We know. I groaned tiredly. Look, you can gloat later, when we're out of danger. For now? Soundbite, broadcast to the whole of crew. One electronic whine later and the snail announced, you're live. Sanji, drop what you're doing and hightail it to the Mary, pronto. Nami, if you're still on board, stay there. We need to meet up as soon as possible. I glanced between Vivi and Igaram contemplatively. We have a lot to talk about. Oh. Alright, you too. I crossed my arms with a huff as I leaned against the Mary's thankfully unmolested main mast. Start talking, just what in the blue hell have we stumbled butt backwards into? After cutting Vivi and Igaram's binds, we all spent a few minutes relocating to Mary's deck, where our crew had encircled the pair of royals and were watching them curiously. Vivi, with her hair now let down into a looser and far more comfortable-looking ponytail, looked at us desperately for a moment before hanging her head with a heavy sigh. How much do you all know about the kingdom of Alabasta? Princess. Igaram attempted to protest. They just saved our lives, Igaram. Even after we tried to kill them. Vivi cut him off firmly. They have a right to know. The captain of the guard hesitated for a second before conceding with a slump of his shoulders. Vivi stared at him for a moment longer before looking back at us. As I was saying. We've never heard of it, Nami shrugged. Believe it or not, a lot of people in the East Blue would probably be surprised to learn the Grand Line actually has kingdoms, much less any kind of person living in it besides pirates, I added. I see. Vivi nodded slowly. Well, you have to understand, our home, Alabasta, was once /L as one of, if not the most peaceful nation on the Grand Line. Sanji frowned as he gnawed on his cigarette contemplatively. When you say, was, In recent years, the country has been racked with rebellion, Vivi lamented miserably, her voice filled with pain and misery. Not the revolutionaries, they've never had any quarrels with us, but a truly natural one. There have been riots, uprisings, chaos in general. At first, it appeared like my kingdom, my home was tearing itself apart. Until I discovered, excuse me, mah. Igaram recited hastily. Until I discovered rumors about the criminal organization known as Baroque Works. They have been using their agents to covertly disseminate unrest amongst the populace, turning the people against the crown. I attempted to discover a motive, but none were forthcoming. When I found out about Baroque Works, I came to Igaram for help, Vivi explained. I wanted to infiltrate the organization so that I could investigate it from the inside, and discover the identity of their leader, as well as his intentions. DMN. Zoro whistled in awe. Pretty DMN gutsy for a princess. You will address Princess Vivi with respect, you dash. Igaram started to bluster before Vivi slapped his arm. Igaram, she huffed. Apologize to Mr. Bushido, now. Most of the crew, myself included, hastily whipped our hands up to cover the smirks and scoffs we gave out. Mr. Bushido? I couldn't help but ask, gently elbowing him in the side. Zoro's eye twitched as he let out a growl. Are you? I apologize, Mr. Bushido, Igaram spoke up, nodding firmly at Zoro. That's not my name, DMNIT, the swordsman roared amidst our renewed laughter. Anyways. I finally managed to get out. Did you manage to figure out what they're after? And just like that, the good mood died as Vivi's expression sobered. Yes, we did. The aim of Baroque Works, the entire reason the organization was created, is to conquer Alabasta. They created and exploited the rebellion, and I need to return home as quickly as possible so that I can expose the truth, before my people unwittingly throw themselves into Baroque Works' clutches. I see. Usopp mused. That's quite the story. So who's the boss? Luffy asked eagerly. I nodded in agreement. Who's Patient Zero? Or, well, Mr. Zero as it were. Don't ask us that. Vivi and Igaram shouted simultaneously. You must understand, Bawo, mah, Baroque Works prides itself on secrecy. Igaram explained hastily. Mr. Zero is already attempting to kill us because we know his identity. Were we to share it with you, then you would become targets as well. Fine by us. Nami waved her hands hastily with a shaky grin. We're kind of in over our heads already, I don't want to go any deeper. I do. I piped up hastily. This sounds sweet. Bring him on. Luffy grinned as he pounded his fists together. Bring him on. Bring him on. Soundbite parroted eagerly. Anyone who hurts someone as beautiful as you deserves to taste my shoe leather, the hard way, Sanji growled. Meh, we can take him, Zoro grunted. No we can't. Usopp and Nami roared. Look, you're all very strong, you've proven that, Vivi replied, her tone and hands raised placatingly. But I have to agree with those two. You're no match for Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Vivi immediately clapped her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide in horror. Too late, though. We had all heard it. Nami was hugging herself desperately and Usopp had fainted dead away. You just told us, Zoro deadpanned, his jaw and brow twitching furiously. A heavy silence fell over us all as we all stared at Vivi in shock. Igaram stared at Vivi in shock. The rest of the crew and I stared at Vivi in shock. Mr. 13 and Miss Friday stared at Vivi in. Well, honestly, they just seemed to stare from where they were perched on the upper deck's railing. The sunglasses made it hard to tell, but they were sure as heck staring nonetheless. Then they stared at the rest of us. We all took notice of them and stared up in surprise. After a minute, they glanced at each other for a second before Mr. 13 jumped on Friday's back and she took off, the duo soaring into the heavens. The bird and the otter. Who are they? Nami shrieked, grabbing Vivi by the collar and shaking her back and forth. Are they going to report us? Well, I'm sorry. Vivi whimpered as she let herself hang in Nami's grip, tears streaming down her frozen, mortified face. Hear that? I heard Luffy say excitedly behind me. One of the 7 warlords. Yeah, this could be fun, Zoro replied. I barely resisted the urge to facepalm at the arrogant smirk I could hear in his voice. Crocodile. Usually best cooked from frozen, but I suppose I'll be able to make do with raw as well. I sent a smirk at Igaram as I patted him on the back. She needs to work on her impulse control a bit, huh? Princess Vivi, the captain ummed piteously, burying his face in his hands. I'm so sorry, it just slipped out. Vivi continued to apparently only half conscious of what she was saying. Slipped out? Now those BSTRDS are going to try and kill us too. Nami roared at her before finally tossing the princess away and starting to sob piteously, clutching her face in despair. Not even a full day into the Grand Line and already one of the warlords wants us dead. This is too much. What did I ever do to deserve this? Do you want that list chronologically or alphabetically? I offered. Shut the hell up. We're lucky, we'll be able to meet him soon. I wonder what he's like. He can't be too tough. That goes for you too. Nami roared at the monster trio before turning on her heel and marching away with a huff. Well, I feel your pain and I'm sorry for the both of you, but this is where we part ways. Hit the road, you two. Cross, help me hoist the sails. Huh? Luffy blinked in confusion. Where are we going? Anywhere but here. Those BSTRDS don't know what we look like, so we've still got a chance to get away. Now stop lollygagging and hurry dash. Nami cut herself off as she heard the sound of a pencil scratching on paper. A glance to the side revealed the unluckies perched back on the ship's railing, with Mr. 13 drawing furiously on a sketchpad. He then proceeded to flip it around and show off a couple pages, each displaying a scary good sketch of one of us, even Soundbite. Wow, you're pretty good. Nami chirped as she clapped her hands eagerly. Yeah, I couldn't help but snark up. Not a bad parlor trick. What else can you do, balance a ball on your nose? The otter stared at me flatly for a second before reversing his sketchpad and drawing furiously on it for a minute, flipping through several dozen pages in seconds. When he was done, he held the book upside down and started to let the pages fall. I blinked in shock at what I saw. Wow, a flip book, and with me in it. I whistled in awe. DMN, that's impressive. So I'm walking along. Then I'm getting shot in the leg. And now I'm being disemboweled. And now your partner is. I trailed off as I continued to observe the macabre spectacle. Okay, that's just wrong. His job done, 13 leapt back on Friday and they took off anew, soaring towards the horizon. Perfect, now there's nowhere left to run. Nami howled furiously. Oh, like hell, I was letting this opportunity slip away. Not quite. I growled as I glanced at Soundbite. Wake him up, now. Bwah. Soundbite complied, blasting a foghorn across the deck and causing Usopp to scramble awake with a shriek. Huaware dash. I hastily grabbed Usopp's shoulder and oriented him at the retreating pair of assassins. Targets at 12:00, priority target, shoot them down, now. What happened next was, in all honesty, a thing of beauty. In the span of a few scant seconds, Usopp snapped his goggles down, whipped his slingshot up, loaded, took aim, and fired. An instant later, the unluckies jerked in the sky and plummeted, a faint squawk managing to make its way back to us. I breathed a sigh of relief as I patted the sniper on the shoulder. Nicely done. Usopp blinked out at the sea for a second before looking at me in confusion. Thanks, I think. What just happened? You just got us off scot-free. Nami squeaked exuberantly. Usopp, if you were anyone else I'd kiss you. I'll take it. Nami. I couldn't help but speak up hesitantly. It's not that easy. We already messed with Baroque works by taking out this town, so unless you're willing to kill everyone here. Nami gained an uncomfortable expression. Well. And B. I pointed at Soundbite with a grimace. You're sailing with the loudest snail in the world, who now knows one of the most dangerous secrets in the world. Crocodile, Mr. Zero is crocodile. Soundbite piped up helpfully. Well, his version of it, anyways. Nami's face immediately fell into a massive scowl. I am so tempted to eat you right now. It's no use, Nami, Zoro smirked as he patted her on the shoulder. The fact is, one way or another, we're on Baroque Works' hit list. Sounds like fun to me. Luffy grinned eagerly. We're gonna die. Nami ummed as she slumped on the deck, clutching her knees to her chest. I'm so sorry. Vivi attempted to comfort her desperately, patting her on the back. Excuse me? Igaram spoke up hesitantly. I realize that we have caused you an immense amount of trouble, but if at all possible, I would like to make one final request of you. For the sake of our nation, Princess Vivi must be returned to Alabasta at all haste. As such, I would request that you transport her home upon your ship. You are all quite powerful, so I imagine that you would be able to handle the agents that will be sent after us with little problem. Please. Igaram shocked us by falling on his hands and knees and bowing deeply. You will be rewarded most handsomely, just bring our beloved princess home, I beg of you. Igaram. Vivi said quietly. Nah, don't worry about it. Luffy said, grinning as he waved his hand in front of his face. We'll get her home for you, no problem. The rest of the crew, myself included, tensed furiously at the statement, casting panicked glances at Nami. The orange-haired woman sniffled and sobbed for a moment longer before standing up with a sigh and slapping a hand to her forehead. Well, I guess if those are the captain's wishes then we don't have a choice. Alright, we'll do it. I gaped at Nami in blatant shock. Wait, you're not going to lambaste Luffy for passing up your chance to name a price to royalty? Nami blinked and considered for a moment before shrugging indifferently. Meh, not really. After all. She suddenly grinned toothily and threw an arm over my shoulders. You helped me make quite the mint today, big bro. 70 million berries in a single night? That's practically unheard of outside the bounty hunting business. So. Nami adopted a contemplative look for a moment. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty generous for the moment. Blasphemy. Zoro and Usopp hissed in awe. Cram it, you too. And she's back. But Igaram. Vivi protested. You keep speaking about getting me to Alabasta, keeping me safe, but what about yourself? I won't just leave you here, I refuse. Igaram smiled kindly as he laid a hand on her shoulder. Fear not, my princess, we shall meet again in Alabasta. You see, I have a plan. Oh. That was one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. Sanji grit out, puffing on 2 cigarettes at once as we watched Igaram set sail. I guess, but still, you've gotta admit, doing something like that takes real guts, Usopp noted. Yeah, I guess you're right, the cook conceded. As our decoy set out into the night, I took the opportunity to tap Vivi on the shoulder to get her attention. Listen. I scratched the back of my head sheepishly as I spoke. About what I said earlier? I'm really sorry about all that. I was coming off an adrenaline high and something didn't feel right about it all, so. No, it's fine, Vivi raised her hands placatingly. You weren't in a right state of mind, it's all right. Honestly, I'm grateful. If you hadn't made me break character then, I probably wouldn't have until it was far too late. As it stands. She smiled gratefully at me. Without you, neither Igaram or I would still be alive. I made to respond. Boom. Whoosh. And was cut off by the horizon becoming fire. I was slightly aware of a strangled sound crawling out of my throat as I stared at the nigh unholy bonfire that was lighting up the night. Two pressing questions jumped at me. First, how in holy hell did Igaram survive that? And second, what the hell did Robin do? Detonate a metric ton of water-resistant explosives on top of an underwater volcano or something? They got to him already? Usopp squawked in panic. What kind of monsters are these people? Sanji breathed as his cigarette slipped from his lips in shock. Holy sheet, Soundbite hissed in agreement. Luffy snorted murderously as he stared out at the blaze. DMN it. I like that guy. Nami, how's the log pose? Zoro demanded. It's set, Nami stammered as she checked the instrument. Good. Then we need to set sail immediately, he grunted as he turned on his heel and started to run towards town. Get moving. The ship's not gonna sail itself. And so we all started running towards the Mary. All except for one. Vivi, come on. Nami shook the princess desperately, trying to break her out of her stupor. We need to get out of here, if they find us dash. Nami, I cut her off hastily, pointing out the line of blood that was starting to trail down Vivi's too tight lip. Nami stared at Vivi in shock for a second before hastily wrapping her up in a hug, rubbing her back soothingly. It's all right. We will definitely get you to Alabasta, I promise, she swore firmly. I realize that the guys don't seem like much. But they managed to save the East Blue all on their own. A warlord of the sea. She scoffed derisively. That's nothing. Noticing how she was still staring at the fire with dead eyes, I hastily stepped into her line of sight. Don't look at that, Vivi, don't even think about it. Think about Alabasta, think about your friends, think about your family. Think about every reason you have to stay alive. Think about making those BSTRDS pay. That managed to snap Vivi out of her stupor as she scked in a ragged breath, forcing herself to clench her eyes shut and look away. See, Karoo. WWE can't leave without Karoo. I adopted an expression of despair. Please tell me you don't mean that 9 guy, if I need to stay on a ship with him any longer than I have to. And no. Vivi shook her head firmly. Karoo's a duck, a supersonic duck. I lost track of him in the fight. I've known him my whole life, I can't leave without him. Soundbite? I glanced at my snail. Soundbite listened for a moment before blinking in surprise. Hiding on the Mary. What? By why would, right. Vivi slapped her forehead in realization. Of course, last place he thought you'd ever look. Well, come on. Nami spun Vivi around and gave her a shove. No more waiting, we need to go, now. Vivi stumbled forwards, sparing a final glance at the raging inferno before running at full tilt. Nami blew out a heavy sigh as we followed behind the princess. She's a strong girl. This is about more than just keeping our word now, isn't it? I asked quietly. This just became personal. Nami nodded in agreement, a dark scowl painting her face. Crocodile, and Baroque works. Doing something like this to her after all they've done to her kingdom? To her people? Yeah. This is very personal. I snorted darkly as I looked back ahead, doing the best I could to ignore the slight burning sensation in my chest as I picked up my pace slightly. Then let's get it done. A scant minute of running later and we were back on board the Mary, with the rest of the guys scrambling to get the sails set and Vivi hugging her oversized duck gratefully. I'm so happy you're safe, Karoo, she mumbled into his feathers. I can't imagine what I'd do if I'd lost you too. Karoo rubbed his childhood friend's back soothingly with one of his wings as he opened his beak. Qua, Aunt ever leave you, I promise. Vivi sniffed as she rubbed his neck gratefully. Thank you, Karoo, you have no idea how much that means to Dash. She, as well as everyone else on board, promptly froze as we processed what the hell had just happened. Finally, most everyone simply jumped back in shock as they stared at Karoo. You can talk? I can TAWK? Karoo quacked in agreement. PFF. The reason I said most everyone jumped was that I didn't do the same. Why you ask? Simple. Fahahahaha. I was too busy roaring with laughter as I rolled on the deck, tears flowing and gut heaving as I laughed and laughed and laughed, and Soundbite was right there with me. What the hell is so funny? Everyone else roared at me, Karoo included. That only got me laughing even harder as I fought to lift a hand and point at Karoo. Duck. Duck. Fahahahea. What's wrong with me being a duck? Karoo squawked indignantly. NNNO. I managed to get through my howls. Donald. Donald Duck. Why you're speaking in Donald Duck's voice, ha 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 ha. Who the heck is Donald Duck? Nami demanded. A comedian back home. I wheezed helplessly. He played this guy with a make-believe duxo and devil fruit. His recordings are CLA ASICs. Sikaru speaking in his voice, it's. Ha ha ha. Oh man, it's like my childhood is speaking to me. But how is that possible? Vivi stammered in confusion. I think I've got an idea. Nami mused as she looked at the still cackling Soundbite. The baby transponder took a moment to get his laughter back under control before nodding eagerly. I'm translating for him. I'm being creative. I'm helping. Nice. Nice work, Soundbite. I wheezed as I managed to work my way back up to my feet. That's exactly what I was talking about. Well, thanks for letting me speak in everything, Karoo said before scowling and flapping his wings energetically. But does it really have ta be in the ishvoish? Yes. Soundbite and I roared simultaneously, alongside a cackling Luffy. Man, your duck's great, Vivi. Luffy laughed. Say, she sells seashells, pfahaha. I roared. Karoo promptly devolved into a series of murderous and very familiar sounding grumbling, which only served to set me off once anew. Oh, would you shed uack? I blinked in surprise as Karoo suddenly devolved into traditional squawking. What the dash? Soundbite, why did you, Soundbite? I yelled in shock as I stared at my very empty shoulder. What the dash? Where the hell did that little pest go? Usopp demanded. Shit. I cursed vehemently as I patted myself down. Where could he have gone? Maybe he fell off while he was laughing? No, you don't know Soundbite, I denied as I continued looking around. He's DMN good at multitasking, he wouldn't let go without a DMN good REA dash. I trailed off into a choked gurgle as for the second time that night a familiar voice sounded behind me. Moving very slowly, cautious and ready to JRK at the sign of any extra weight on my body, I slowly got to my feet and turned around. And there she was, sitting on the upper deck's railing, clad in a cowboy-themed uniform that displayed a very generous amount of skin. She had many names and titles. Devil's Child, sole survivor of O'Hara, archaeologist, assassin, pirate, and most likely so many more. Weighing in at a hefty 79 million, her bounty served to rightfully denote her as one of, if not the most deadly person on our ship at the moment. One day, she would be a crewmate. One day, I would call her my friend, and we would most likely smile and laugh and cry right alongside one another. But right here, right now? At this moment, this woman was my enemy, our enemy. And she'd done something to Soundbite. And there was nothing I could do about it. Hello there, Nico Robin purred coyly. I'm Miss All Sunday. Pleased to meet you. The first few seconds of the encounter, I focused on keeping my thoughts firm and logical. She won't hurt him, he's just a snail. She probably just wanted to shut him up before he actually thought to listen again. Going to need to talk to him about that, so he's fine. I just need to be calm, wait my turn, and very politely ask if I could have him back please. The next few seconds, I became aware that my mouth was moving without my XPLCT control. I only managed to catch the tail end of what I was saying, but the general gist could be summarized as, where the hell is my snail you beach? The next second, my thought process could be summarized as the phrase, DMN it, mouth. Robin pet an eyebrow at me, though her expression was otherwise studiously disinterested. Well now, that was quite a rude greeting. Cross. Sanji snarled as he stomped towards me. How dare you talk to a woman like that? I briefly considered apologizing for my behavior. But I swiftly dismissed it in favor of snarling back at the cook. I don't care if she's Miss Universe, she just did something to sound ACK. Before I could work myself into a right proper rant, I was cut off by the swift and sudden obstruction of my air supply. Whipping my hands up to scrabble at my throat, I swiftly identified the problem, a set of foreign fingers that were as iron-hard as they were young and smooth and firmly crushing my windpipe. Mr. Jeremiah? Vivi asked in concern. Mr. Jeremiah, what's wrong? For some reason, even as I heaved and thrashed in a marginally successful effort to keep myself upright and inhale any amount of fresh air, the only thing I could think was, do I look like an octogenarian to you? Oh, nothing much, really, I heard Robin's voice say in unconcerned manner. He's just learning a lesson on manners is all. Honestly, I could only imagine what this looked like to the crew. To the world, it must have appeared that I was choking on thin air, but the truth was far more terrifying. in a deft display of her mastership over her powers, Robin had somehow managed to sprout an arm within the lining of my jacket, most likely by momentarily affixing one of her eyes to my shirt, and had snaked it up along my chest in order to set it to start throttling me. In most situations, I would probably be impressed by the feat as it was, however, I was a bit put off. On account of how I was being choked like a beach. I staggered slightly as I tried to wrench the fingers open. I really hope no one did anything monumentally stupid anytime soon, otherwise. Let go of my kami. Sometimes, I'm not even sure why I bothered. I was barely able to catch sight of Luffy leaping up at Robin, but I definitely saw Robin slide over a mere foot to her right, thus allowing my captain to sail right past her. A moment later, Luffy's very panicked and very outraged cries sounded back to us, though they swiftly became muffled. My. You're quite the rambunctious lot, aren't you? Why you dash? I could hear the rest of the crew snarl furiously, the sounds of weapons being drawn sounding out for a moment before being replaced by the sounds of those same weapons hitting the deck. Humph, could you please not point such dangerous things at me? It's quite rude. HRRRGRRGHH. I gargled out rebelliously. Please, stop. Vivi pleaded desperately. I'll do anything you want, just let Mr. Jeremiah go. Very well. I could practically hear the smug in Robin's voice. If I wasn't currently being strangled to death, I might have done something about that. You just need to do one thing. Name it. The air of smug somehow intensified immensely. Thank me. What? Thank me for helping you. After all, I helped you identify Mr. Zero, didn't I? You're the one who told Crocodile that we'd found out about him in the first place. And that's all I did. Well, apart from disposing of Mr. 8, of course. I believe that qualifies as being extremely generous, no? You killed Igaram? Robin's weary sigh echoed slightly on the edge of my hearing. My, you do love to nitpick, don't you? Instead of asking questions of me, perhaps you should be asking yourself how much air you think your friend's Kami has left, HM. Oh hell no. Future crewmate or not, there was no Freudian excuse on the planet valid enough to make me sit around and let this cocky beach, and indeed, at this moment she was definitely acting like a beach, use me as leverage. As the very edges of my vision started to turn ever so slightly black, I renewed my scrabbling at the grip on my throat, trying to make any kind of difference. Unfortunately, however, either I was way weaker than I thought I was, or Robin exercised her hands with religious fervor. Not like that. God, no. That was the last thing I needed on my mind at the moment. Just as things started tunneling before me, I managed to find some form of leverage, wrapping my fingers around a lone protrusion of flesh I could feel. In a final burst of desperation, I wormed both my hands around the protrusion and yanked as hard as I could. Never before had the sound of a thumb joint disintegrating into shredded ligament brisket sounded so genuinely appealing. The next instant, the limb evaporated into ethereal flower petals and I breathed, inhaling what felt like 10 lungfuls of air at once before coughing heavily enough to expel one of those selfsame lungs. Crazy. Bloody. Demon witch. I wheezed. Cross. Are you alright? Usopp asked as he rushed to my side and helped support me. Why Herc? I wheezed miserably as I massaged my aching throat. Yeah, I'm fine. I sent an acrid glare up at Robin, who I was gratified to see was shaking her hand out with a marginally annoyed frown. I'll be better once she's gone and Soundbite's back. Yeah, I hear why. Wait, 8th Cross, stand very still. Say Wadash. I tried to look over my shoulder at him in confusion, but my attention was diverted by a voice that I was rapidly coming to associate with the phrase, enjoying this way too DMN much. Well now, Robin purred in a dangerous tone. I suppose I should admire you for your tenacity, if nothing else. But really, I thought that much would have been enough. After all, it's not like you cut the most impressive dash. Fire star. Ah, ack. Yerg. Both Robin and I yelped simultaneously as Usopp set the back of my coat on fire, with Robin flinching for a second before cringing in pain while I howled in shock and hastily ripped the flaming cloth off my back. What the hell, Dash? I made to roar in Usopp's face. Long-nosed bedwetting SEA king-shagging asshat. When a very familiar-sounding rant came from the smoldering remains of my coat. Soundbite. I yelped, hastily grabbing a safe part of the cloth and shaking it enough to dislodge a slightly charred but otherwise whole checker-patterned snail shell from what was left of the hood. I hastily scooped the baby snail up and dusted him off as best I could. Soundbite, are you alright? The gastropod's eye stalks poked out of his shell, alongside a puff of smoke and a slight cough. Been better, but I'll live. He turned his eye stalks on Usopp in a heated glare. No thanks to him. What? Usopp scoffed. You're a tough snail, you can handle a little fire, can't ya? Bite me, my snail roared at a nigh-deafening volume. I cast a flat glare at Usopp. Did you actually know he was in there? The sniper elected to shrug innocently in response. I saw something moving in your hood, I just decided not to take any chances. Simple as that. I blinked as I processed the statement for a moment before casting a surreptitious glance up at Robin. As I suspected, she was currently waving out one of her arms, which was now sporting both an array of light burns and, I was pleased to note, what appeared to be a bite mark that encircled her thumb. So she'd sprouted her hand in my hood, swiped Soundbite when I wasn't looking, and stashed him mere inches from being literally beneath my nose while keeping him both still and silent. DMN. I might have feared and resented Robin at the moment, but hell if I couldn't respect her, if for nothing more than her skills. Humph. Robin sniffed as she gingerly flexed her hand, giving us a look that held what appeared to be a hint of begrudging respect, if nothing else. Well, it appears you're all at least a little interesting after all. For the record, I'm not here on assignment. I have no reason to fight you, I merely wish to talk. The only reason I took your little snail was that I didn't want him noticing me before I was ready. I must say, he's quite the... Her thumb twitched imperceptibly. Turbulent fellow, isn't he? Took your thumb clean off, huh? I asked with a smirk. If the way her thumb twitched again was anything to go by, I was dead on the money. And I'm hungry for more. Soundbite snarled with a malevolent, toothy grin. Keep talking like that to a woman as beautiful as her end. You'll wind up on the menu, crap snail, Sanji warned darkly. Sanji, would you mind doing me a favor? Yes, Namiswan? Just this once? Drop it. Irk. Why yes, my dear. Herc. Did you seriously just cough up blood? Cram it, Zoro, I'm currently at war with myself. And I thought you were pathetic before, crap cook. Shove it, Marimo. My natural instincts are fighting each other to the death here. Ha 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 ha. The argument was broken up by the sound of Robin laughing lightly into her unmolested hand. It seems I need to correct myself, you're all quite interesting indeed. Raff. Without missing so much as a beat, Robin slid to the side on the railing, allowing Luffy to leap past where she'd been just moments before and tumble across the main deck for a second before flipping back to his feet. And you're the most interesting of all, aren't you? She chuckled, a slight glimmer of something shining in her eyes as she examined Luffy. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. Raff. Shut up. Luffy bellowed furiously. I don't want to hear it. You hurt my crew, and you tied me up in knots. Was only a matter of time until someone tried it. I muttered, more to myself than anyone. S.H.E. witch, S.H.E. witch. Soundbite bit out furiously. Humph. Robin chuckled. Still, no matter how much interest you promise, your luck is even worse. You're all being hunted by Baroque works because you befriended a princess, and you, poor princess, only have a pirate crew for protection. Though of course. Her grin widened even further. Your next destination is the worst luck of all. And then her grin became outright demonic. Little Garden. One of the few islands on the Grand Line that guarantees I needn't bother with killing you at all. After all, you'll never be a threat to Baroque works ever again. Says you. Luffy roared furiously at her. Says me indeed. Unless, of course. There was a momentary blur at Robin's side before an object was tossed out at Vivi, who nearly muffed the catch but held on nevertheless. What is it? Karoo quacked cautiously as he peered over Vivi's shoulder. And an eternal pose. Vivi gasped in surprise. Indeed, Robin nodded with an only borderline evil smile. That pose leads to Nanamonai Island, an island just one stop away from Alabasta. With that pose, you can avoid many of the dangers of the sea, and it's a relatively unknown route to boot. You'd be unmolested by our agents the entire way. Wait. Nami blinked in confusion. So she's helping us? But why would you possibly give this to us? Vivi demanded incredulously. It's probably a trap, Zoro posited blandly. Personally, I say it's more like she's toying with us, I suggested matter-of-factly. Either way, I don't trust her as far as I can throw her. Karoo grumbled as he shot the evil eye at the woman. Ditto. Usopp gulped nervously. Soundbite's response was to growl and snarl murderously in a manner not unlike a rabid hound. As we made our suggestions, Vivi was silent, contemplating the eternal pose with a carefully composed expression. However, before she could say anything, Luffy snatched the pose out of her hands with a huff. Who asked you? And with that, he effortlessly crunched the pose in his grip. Barely a second passed before Nami kicked him square in the face. Have you completely lost your mind? She screeched incredulously. Is she Soeus? Karoo hissed out of the corner of his beak. Hard to tell. Usopp replied. Cram it, you two, our navigator roared at the two of them, prompting them to cower before her righteous fury. Nami then proceeded to redirect her ire back at Luffy. She just gave us an easy out. What if she was actually helping us? Doesn't matter. Luffy huffed with a scowl. Nobody's going to decide what our course is for us. That drew a moment of shock from everyone, during which they were forced to re-evaluate their opinions of Luffy. But, Nami stammered helplessly in search of a response. Captain's orders, Nami, I grinned as I clapped her on the shoulder. Wouldn't want to be accused of mutiny, would you? Yeah, Nami. Our navigator shivered as Zoro suddenly appeared on her other side, mirroring my own actions, albeit with a tighter grip. You do know what the traditional punishment is for mutiny, right? String her up. String her up. Soundbite crowed with a chortle. But dash. Nami sputtered as she snapped her eyes between Zoro and I rapidly for a moment before scowling and slapping us both upside the head. JRKS, she huffed as she stomped away from us, a luminescent blush and a rather adorable pout decorating her face. Despite the stinging throb that was pounding at the back of my head, I couldn't help but snicker as Nami marched off. Is it just me, or does she make things too easy sometimes? Fun. Soundbite concurred. You have no idea, brat, Zoro smirked in agreement. Ah well. Robin sighed with a smile as she stood up and strutted over to the side of the Mary. That's just too bad. There's really nothing I can do to convince you otherwise? No way. Luffy stuck his tongue out in protest. You blew up the roller guy, so I don't like you. Oh cram it, will you? Nami snarled as she rammed a firm chop on Luffy's head. Oh, it's alright, I don't mind, Robin chuckled. I've heard worse. We'll meet again one day, Strawhat Luffy. If you survive, anyways. I hope not, Luffy snorted. With a final chuckle, Robin vaulted over the side of the Mary, falling out of sight. Running to the edge of the ship, I looked over and caught sight of Robin seating herself on a shaded sofa positioned on the back of a rather large turtle wearing a cowboy hat and smoking a cigarette. Come to think of it, what had happened to that thing after Alabasta? Let's go, Bunchi, she ordered calmly, to which the turtle responded with a snort. Thinking fast, I hastily piped up. Hey! Robin glanced up at me with a vague hint of curiosity. We will meet again, Miss All Sunday, I promised. And after we do, one day, I tilted my head back and indicated my neck. I will get you back for this. Robin blinked in surprise before smiling in challenge. Is that so? I shot back a wide grin of my own. You can count on it. Robin's grin widened a hint more before she turned around and gave some unseen command to her turtle, prompting it to accelerate away. I pet an eyebrow as I watched our future crewmate sail into the distance. Big words from me, and I knew that they were true, sure. There was just one problem with them. I had absolutely no idea as to how the hell I was going to get back at her. Well. I'll just do the same thing I've been doing this entire time, make it up as I go along. Whoa, cool turtle. I was broken out of my thoughts by Luffy whistling in awe. And it's a big one too. Arg. Vivi suddenly cried out, rubbing her temples furiously. Huh? Luffy blinked back at the princess in confusion. What's wrong? Do you not like turtles or something? No. Vivi growled out in frustration. That woman is almost as secretive as Crocodile, if not more so. I just wish I knew what her game was. At a glance, I made a show of looking back the way Robin had gone. I'm going to say. Baccarat? That drew a flurry of squawky cackling from Karoo, which subsided almost as quickly when Vivi sent a cold glare at him. What? That was funny. Thank you, I'll be here forever. I gave a mock bow. You've been warned, people. Soundbite snorted with a grin. You stole that from Futurama, I hissed out of the corner of my mouth. Not the first, not the last. Soundbite muttered back. Anyways. Nami patted Vivi's back consolingly. She's gone for now and we probably won't have to deal with her until we reach Alabasta. It's no use worrying about it until then, right? Vivi chewed her lips sadly for a moment, but nodded in agreement nevertheless. Besides, Zoro scoffed as he worked one of the lines to Mary's mainsail. It's not like this is anything new for us. We deal with scheming women on a daily basis. Oh Sanji. Of course, Nami Swan. Thwack. Ow. Don't say such things about Nami Swan, Marimo. Eat the crap you cook and die, she chef. Is it always this crazy around here? Karoo asked Luffy quietly as he carefully watched the brawl go down. Allow me to answer that question. I offered eagerly before proceeding to smash my fist down over Usopp's skull. Ouch. What the hell was that for? The sniper howled. For setting me on fire, jackass. I shouted back. Yeah. Soundbite concurred. That was my favorite jack ouch. I winced as Soundbite proceeded to do his level best to chew my ear off. Excuse me? The commotion ground to a halt as Vivi hesitantly spoke up, all of us looking at her questioningly. I just want to apologize for all of this, Vivi explained somberly as she rubbed her arm. I'm putting you all in danger by being here, so. Excuse me? Nami stated flatly before poking Vivi's forehead with an annoyed expression. The reason we're in danger is because of what you said. If you didn't want us to be in danger, you shouldn't have told us that Mr. Zero was a freaking warlord. Vivi flinched slightly before looking away within embarrassment. I said I was sorry. Yeah, whatever. Our navigator rolled her eyes with a smile. The reason you're here is that we made a deal with Igaram, and I always make sure to pay back my deals. Lies. I and everyone who wasn't Sanji or Luffy roared in response. Oh, shut up. Nami snarled back at us. I might skew deals in my favor every once in a while, but I still fulfill them. Right, once in a while, Zoro snorted. Nami flipped her middle finger at the swordsman before smiling at Vivi anew. But anyways, don't worry about a thing. We'll get you home, no matter what. Right, Luffy? Hey, Sanji, I'm hungry. Cook us dinner. You just ate, dipshit? So? Erg. Actually, Luffy, it's, I interrupted myself with a wide yawn as I rubbed my eyes drearily, my tiredness suddenly catching up with me all at once. It's a bit. Make that really late for dinner. Does anyone know what time it is? Usopp racked his brain for a second before holding himself up on Mary's railing. I think dark 30 at night? Definitely past midnight. We've been up all night. Nami groaned as she kneaded the bridge of her nose miserably. No way in hell we can keep going for long. I grumbled to myself before clapping my hands firmly. Alright, how about this? We sail for a bit to get away from Whiskey Peak, then we drop anchor and sleep until sunrise. But I'm hungry. Luffy's whining was cut off as it slowly morphed into a jaw-stretching yawn. He blinked blearily for a second before slumping his shoulders with a sigh. Yeah, alright, fine. I'll just grab a snack before going to bed. Sanji hastily clamped a hand down on our captain's shoulder. I'll make you a snack, Luffy. But it won't be a loot. It won't be half our supplies either, that's for DMN sure. That's the problem. Glutton. Soundbite snickered. Alright, enough fun and games, Zoro announced tiredly. Let's get out of here and hit the hay. Aye to that. I mumbled in agreement. A few minutes of work later, the cactus rocks of Whiskey Peak disappeared into the dark horizon and I allowed my consciousness to slip into darkness as I practically fell into my hammock. Oh. I was awoken the next morning at the time, half past way too frickin' early, by the once pleasant sound of Vivi's voice, which didn't sound nearly so pleasant at max volume while trying to sleep. E.T. up. The sky is starting to light up, you need to wake up already. Not until the sun is actually up and not a second sooner. I ammed miserably as I curled up in my hammock. But you need to man the sails. The sea dash. Soundbite, can you hear any icebergs or sea kings coming at us? I whined tiredly. No. Soundbite echoed out of his shell. Now, unless we're about to fall off the end of the earth, then please, let me sleep. I agree with the brat. Zoro grumbled. I apologize, princess, but I'm siding with snail mail on this one. Sanji concurred. Long live the kami. Usopp piped up. Mediate. Luffy drooled slightly. For a single, sweet, glorious moment, there was silence. Then, Oca Ru. Moi? You still like Katorian bread, right? Yeah? Well, I still have some saved up right here. My heart dropped as I heard the sound of a crinkling bag ring out. I was going to hold on to it for an appropriate time, but if you were to help me get these guys awake. Quawawawak. Year dash. Thump. Ouch. I yelped in pain and panic as a flailing supersonic duck rammed into me and spun me out of my hammock, dumping me onto the ground, followed swiftly by the rest of the guys. Ungrateful fowl. Soundbite howled viciously. Quam it, pint size. Karoo huffed as he crossed his wings petulantly. Cantawian bread is delicious. I have no wegwets. Also, grateful. I sound like a freaking kid on Huium. Change my voice. Already. After this? Never. Karoo, I'd say I was sorry about you just screwing yourself out of a better voice, but honestly? I couldn't help but shoot a smirk at the duck. Considering the circumstances. Yeah, I'm not even remotely sorry. All in favor? I, for very frustrated and tired voices cried out in agreement. But dash. Ah fiddlesticks. Will you stop wawing at me already? Only when you stop emphasizing your speech impediment. I don't have a freaking speech impediment. You do now. I chortled. Viate. Karoo whined up at the princess miserably. Sorry, Karoo, Vivi giggled. To be fair, you did knock them out of bed. Because you asked me to. And here's your reward for it. Vivi tossed a few slices of bread down onto the duck, which he started nomming on tearfully. Now would you all please get up here already? Do we have any other choice? I growled more to myself than anyone as I plunked Soundbite down on my shoulder and climbed the ladder out of our room. Hey, Sanji. I'm hungry. Make us breakfast. Luffy whooped as he leapt out ahead of me. On it, Sanji nodded as he started to stride towards the kitchen. Pastries and bacon with sweetened tangerine juice, coming up. Cross, no pulp for you, right? Hallelujah, the man knows me. I cried out in relief. What's with all the racket? Nami groaned as she poked her head out of the storage room, still clad in her pajamas. Ah, good morning Nami Swan. Sanji gushed eagerly. I'm on my way to make breakfast, would you care for anything special? Ah? Nami blinked blearily as she processed what Sanji had said. No, I think I'm good. Wait, Vivi, you were actually serious about waking up at this hour? Of course I was. Vivi sputtered incredulously. I mean, this is the Grand Line. It's dangerous around here. We can't underestimate it for even a moment. Nami paled slightly before casting a fearful glance at me. Cross. A glance at Soundbite awarded me with a shake of his head. Still no icebergs, Nami. Oh thank God. Nami sagged in relief. There won't be any more icebergs. Vivi huffed furiously. Or at least, there won't be anything as psychotic as what we went through earlier. That stretch of sea is just insane because of reverse mountains conflicting magnetic fields. But nonetheless, the Grand Line is still dangerous. You can't even relax for a moment. Oh, come on. Usopp scoffed. What's the worst that could happen? I didn't even bother hiding my wince at the phrase. I don't know. Vivi flung her arms up in frustration. That's the exact problem. Anything could happen. As such, you need to be ready at all times. As if in response, Sanji swept out of the Mary's kitchen, brandishing an array of plates and glasses with nigh-inhuman balance. Breakfast is ready. Sweet. I crowed as I made to scoop up one of the plates. Thank you, love cook. Actually, this one's yours. Sanji twisted himself slightly as he handed me a plate that seemed to have double the bacon others had, as well as a bowl of greens. What? Ah come on, I get the veggies are for Soundbite, but how come Cross gets more meat? Luffy whined petulantly. Because Crocus said Cross needs plenty of protein to help fix him, that's why. Sanji barked before rolling his eyes and twisting himself again to proffer another plate to the rubberman, this one with even more bacon than mine had. And besides, you're getting plenty of bacon as is. Woohoo! Luffy crowed as he snatched up the plate and a glass before striding over to plop down on his special seat between Mary's horns. Oh, and here. Sanji lifted his foot and offered me a glass. It'll taste a little weird, but that's because of the bone meal ground up in it for additional calcium. I shrugged as I took the glass. Hey, whatever gets me up to speed faster. And before I forget, there are 2 bowls of lettuce waiting in the fridge. You know, for the baby transponder snails. Thanks, I'll check on them once I'm through with breakfast. I nodded at him in thanks before wandering over to one of the railings and relaxing against it as I chowed down, plopping Soundbite down next to the lettuce bowl, which he proceeded to dig into with gusto. Noticing Karoo nibbling on his bread nearby, I waved in an attempt to catch his attention. Hey, Karoo! The supersonic duck shot me a sidelong glare. What? I raised my hands in surrender. Just for the record, the only reason I don't get Soundbite to change the voice he's giving you is that I can't make him do what I say if he really doesn't want to do it. Got that right? Soundbite piped up. So. I proffered a piece of one of my pastries. Peace offering? Karoo eyed the baked good warily for a moment before snapping it up into his beak and chewing it morosely. I'm not wee mad about the voice, he grumbled. It's just annoying that you keep wawing at it is all. And if it really bothers you then yeah, I'll stop. But still. I shot the duck a cheeky grin. You've got to admit, the voice is pretty funny. Karoo considered the statement for a moment before covering his snickering beak with one of his wings. Yeah. Alright, so it's a whittle funny. I slowly widened my smirk. So, can I convince you to tell me about the little girl who sells seashells dash? Ah, go to hell. Karoo cackled as he cuffed the side of my head with his wing. Are they supposed to be doing that? Vivi demanded furiously as she indicated us all lazing about without so much as a care in the world. I don't see why not, Nami shrugged as she savored the freshly baked bagel Sanji had given her. These guys are all pretty smart, they'll jump to it if something comes up. Here, have something to eat, Nami continued, offering an extra plate and glass she'd taken off Sanji. You must be famished. Vivi made to protest, but was cut off by a medium-volume growl that came from her stomach. She bowed her head in an effort to hide her blush as she accepted the plate. Well, alright. But I'm still not sure about this. Your call, but... Come on. Nami grinned as she waved around the deck. Look around you. Hey, Usopp, do you think you can make us some fishing gear? Luffy queried as he inhaled his bacon. Yeah, some fishing gear would be useful. Zoro mused. I wouldn't say no to an emergency source of food, that's for sure, I concurred. No worries. I'll whip up some high-quality deluxe fishing rods before you know it. Usopp assured us eagerly. Hey Karoo, you're a duck, you ever fished before? Sanji queried curiously. Nah, not really, Karoo shrugged indifferently. I was waist in the Pais alongside Vivi and the west of the supersonic duck squadron. Neva Wheelie had to chance, you know. So you were house dash? Soundbite started to pipe up with a grin. Watch it, you. Karoo warned him testily. Doesn't a ship like this and guys like these? Nami's grin widened ever so slightly. Make your cares just wash away? Vivi was silent as she considered us for a moment before sighing and finally allowing herself to smile. Yeah, I guess it's a little relaxing. Our peaceful breakfast persisted for a few moments longer until Luffy suddenly piped up without warning. Hey guys, look, he crowed eagerly, pointing ahead of the Mary. The sun's starting to come up. Moving quickly, we all joined Luffy at the prow, staring excitedly out at the horizon where, indeed, the sun was starting to peek over the ocean. Wow! Vivi breathed in awe. That's beautiful. Yeah. I nodded slowly in agreement, raising my arm to indicate the array of colors that were painting the sky. I mean, check out the way the sunlight is refracting off the— wait. I blinked in confusion. Those aren't clouds. Is that fog? Nami narrowed her eyes as she shaded them. I don't think so. Looks like mist? How the heck dash? Without so much as a hint of warning, Soundbite suddenly started wailing and thrashing on my shoulder. Awooga! Awooga! Mayday, mayday! Turn around. 360 degrees. Go go go. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. I gave the snail a confused look. Soundbite, what the hell are you dash? Shut up and listen, fool. Blinking in confusion, I slid my earphones on. And nearly jumped out of my skin at what I heard. Oh no way in hell. What is it, brat? Zoro asked, a note of urgency in his voice. Moving as fast as I could, I hastily ran to the Mary's rigging and clambered up into the crow's nest. I unfolded the spyglass hidden within, peered at the horizon, praying I was wrong. And was promptly proven terribly, terribly right. Gooeyes. I started slowly. The anchor is still down, right? Yeah, why? Sanji asked with a hint of dread. Long nose and cross jinxed us. Soundbite howled furiously. What's he talking about? Usopp asked in confusion. Wheel. I slid down the rigging and hopped back onto the deck. Remember how you asked what was the worst that could happen? Yeah, Usopp said uneasily. And remember what I told Vivi would get me out of bed? Everyone save Nami considered for a moment before paling in horror. And no way. Vivi stammered. You can't be serious. Sanji whimpered weakly. Nami swallowed heavily as she took in the mood. Cross. What did you say would make you get up? I held out the spyglass with a flat look. Us falling over the ends of the earth. Moving faster than I thought she possibly could, Nami swiped the spyglass from my hand and snapped it out to its full length, staring out at the horizon for a moment before losing just about every drop of blood her face could possibly spare. So, yeah. I grimaced as I scratched the back of my head. It looks like the Grand Line might think it has something of a sense of humor. We're heading straight towards a waterfall. Nami shrieked in horror. Actually, seeing how we're still anchored? It would appear that waterfall is heading straight towards us, I pointed out helpfully. Not helping, cross, Nami snapped, eerily calm all of a sudden. Zoro, Luffy, weigh the anchor. Sanji, man the whipstaff. Usopp, drop the mainsail. Cross, the mizzen. Vivi, help him. Karoo, please try not to be underfoot. For a single moment, we were frozen as we stared at Nami in confusion. Right the hell now, damn it. Nami howled furiously. For the briefest of moments, I could have sworn her teeth became sharp and demonic enough to pass for those of a demon shark. On it, we all chorused in terror, rushing to man our assigned posts. Is she always this terrifying? Vivi hissed at me as she helped me unfurl the Mary's red and white candy stripe mizzen sail. Oh, no. I shook my head in denial as I yanked on a rope in order to pull the sail into position. Not even close. Oh thank God. Vivi sighed in relief. Nami, it's getting closer. Luffy shouted from somewhere. Start rowing you morons. Hurry. I shuddered heavily as I ran to join the guys on the oars. As you can see, she can be far worse. Oh dear, we're gonna die. Vivi whimpered as she followed behind me before ing in terror as she was suddenly grabbed by her collar and wrenched face to face with a very demonic-looking Nami. Not if I have anything to say about it. Nami hissed out through her demented smile. Now row. Rowing. Vivi squeaked in agreement as she jumped to the task. You too, duck. Yes ma'am. Karoo squawked as he joined us. For the next hour or so, the going merry was a madhouse as we wrestled furiously with the ocean, fighting tooth and nail to outstrip the massive hole in the water that seemed to be bearing down on us. Finally though, after what felt like an eternity, we finally managed to escape it, floating placidly on a mercifully calm expanse of water. So Vivi. I wheezed heavily as I lazed over the Mary's railing. I think you said something. Something about us needing to be ready to move at any moment? Please shut up. Vivi bemoaned wearily as she massaged her throbbing muscles. Anybody else want to point out an impending danger so we can get our panicking over with right now instead of later? Nami groaned as she shot a slight glare at me, which I hastily raised my hands in surrender to. Nope. And no thanks. No. Not at all, Nami Swan. Cross is gonna be the third mate. I'm good. Perfect. Nami allowed herself to slump to the floor, before snapping her head around to stare at Luffy, along with the rest of us. Say what? We all hollered at him in confusion. Luffy blinked for a second before shrugging and giving us a wide grin. Cross is gonna be our third mate. Oh, and our taciturnician. Oh, and Nami's our second mate. I think you mean tactician. I corrected automatically before double-taking as I processed what he'd said. Wait, what? Tactician? I thought I was the communications officer. I demanded, hastily switching the words at the last second. And you are, Luffy nodded in agreement. But you're pretty smart at figuring out plans too, so you're gonna be doing that as well. I made to protest. Then paused as I recalled what Luffy had said last night. Can't cook, can't lie, can't navigate. I repeated to myself, realization sweeping over me. The rest of the Straw Hats stiffened in shock for a second before relaxing as they understood as well. So, I started slowly. You're not mad about me giving orders? Nah. Luffy waved his hand with a smile. You're not trying to be the captain, right? Oh hell no. I shook my head frantically. Even if I had that kind of delusion, everyone else would be liable to lynch me if I even thought of starting a mutiny. Then it's all right. You're good at making plans, so I'm just gonna let you keep making them. Luffy nodded firmly, as though it all made sense. Which, for some reason, it actually did. Well, all right then. I nodded slowly in agreement. But, hang on. Nami interjected. What about me being second mate and him being third? Do you even know what those positions mean? Yeah? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Third mate is fourth in command, second mate is third in command, and first mate is second. Which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but she means. I piped up hastily. Why are you giving us those positions? I mean, Nami I can understand, she gives us tons of orders all the time, valid ones. I hastily yelped as the navigator shot a frigid glare at me. Valid orders, very valid and very invaluable orders, but still. She's obviously unofficially held the position for a while now, but me? How in the heck do I count as third? Luffy blinked at me before tilting his head in confusion. Well, why not you? I mean. He looked over the rest of the crew questioningly. Anyone not alright with it? Usopp considered for a moment before puffing out his chest. Despite being the third to join the crew, I, the great Cap Dash. Air. The great sniper Usopp, shall gracefully abdicate the position. You may thank me appropriately at a later date. Sanji puffed on his cigarette thoughtfully for a second before shrugging indifferently. So long as you can do your job, I guess. He narrowed a glare at me. But if you screw up I'll boot you out of the position so fast that your head will spin right off. Nami scrutinized me momentarily before blowing out a heavy sigh. Talking Luffy out of anything is beyond futile as is, no reason to add on to it. Besides. She grinned at me cattily. I suppose things could be worse. Zoro was the worst of them all. He just stared at me. And stared at me. And stared at me. If you're trying to imitate Crocus, then congratulations, you've succeeded with gusto. I finally managed to get out with a minimum of wavering in my voice. For whatever reason, that somehow did the trick, prompting Zoro to nod firmly at me with a positive-sounding grunt. Don't screw this up. And without further ado, he slumped against the Mary's railing, arms crossed behind his head as he closed his eyes and allowed the sound of snoring to erupt moments later. I gaped at everyone in disbelief before hastily snapping my jaws shut. Well then. I guess that's that then, isn't it? I shrugged helplessly. All right then. So be it. I accept. Thanks Luffy, a lot. Shishishi. Luffy chuckled impishly. No problem. Excuse me? Vivi spoke up hesitantly. But I'm confused. If Mr. Jeremiah is third and Nami is second, then Who's first? Zoro, the crew and I chorused unceremoniously as we pointed at the snoozing swordsman, who appeared to let loose a particularly loud snore in response. Vivi's eye twitched slightly for a moment before a grin slowly spread across her face. You know. Somehow, that doesn't surprise me in the least. And so, after we shared a few laughs, we proceeded to set the sails anew and head off, sailing towards Little Garden. We didn't actually get there anytime soon. See, one thing Oda didn't show us readers? Travel time. Lots and lots of travel time. Most of it was peaceful, to be sure, boring even, but honestly? The fact was that whether we liked it, or in Vivi's case, despite her never voicing it, it took us a little over 3 weeks to make the trip from Whiskey Peak to the ever-looming Little Garden. Still, no matter how boring some parts of it might have been, there were certainly memorable moments to go around. Some were notably unpleasant. Oh, good. I ummed as I lay lifeless on Mary's deck, my entire body feeling as though it were either on fire or close to it. Ki-il me-ee. Glad to. Usopp growled darkly from where he was lying nose first on the deck. If you agree to kill me first, remind me again why you roped us into getting tortured by Zoro along with you. Because all 3 of us are as weak as sheet and we need to get stronger unless we want to die like beaches. I ground out miserably. Oh yeah. One day you'll pay for this, Quas. Karoo ground out from where he was hanging off the Mary's wall by his embedded beak. That's all well and good. Nami snarled from where she was propped up against the Mary's railing, with Vivi. But would you mind telling me how and why you got Sanji to put us through the exact same thing? I couldn't help but chuckle and plaster a sickly grin on my face. Oh, that was easy. First, I convinced Sanji that he couldn't be everywhere at once and that sooner or later the princesses would need to learn how to fight without their knight in shining armor. Then, I convinced him that the more you hurt now, the less you'd hurt later. Finally, I laid down an ultimatum: if he didn't handle your training, then he'd have to let either Zoro or Luffy do it instead. I half-chuckled, half-wheezed in dark amusement. I think he almost popped a blood vessel making his decision. Mr. Jeremiah. Vivi huffed heavily. No offense. But I think I hate you. I think I hate you a lot. Stop calling me that. I ground out. The sound of boots approaching on the deck caused me to turn my head, and I paled as I caught sight of Zoro standing above me, grinning a very disturbing grin. Zoro hummed to himself. Well, if you have the energy to complain, let alone laugh, you have the energy to keep going. Up and at maggots. I'm so sorry, my dears, but the Marimo's right. You've had a long enough break as is. We need to. Keep going. A chorus of MMMMS rang out in response. Shishishi. Man, you guys are hilarious. Eins zwei drei. Eins zwei drei. Eins zwei drei. Shut up, Soundbite, we all chorused furiously. Oh. Other experiences were actually quite humorous. Oh. You know, you girls are lucky, I stated through a nice and wide grin. Oh yeah? Nami queried, her own grin matching mine tooth for tooth. How so? Have you ever heard the word hentai before? I might have picked up 1 or 2 such magazines in the past. Vivi whistled innocently through her own grin. 1 or 2 dozen more wike. Karoo snickered as he chowed down on a bucket of popcorn he'd acquired from somewhere. Oh hush you. Vivi snorted as she slapped the back of his head lightly. But, yeah, I see your point. This is far more pleasant. For most of us, anyways. How's IT going, Luffy? Usopp managed to call out through his laughter. Will you guys, stop laughing and save me already? Our captain howled above us, where a mass of large, gelatinous tentacles were poking, prodding, and stretching him energetically, all the while squirming and folding around his wild punches with ease. These things sting like, yoch. Heck, and I'm not an ow-wow-wow toy. Should we save him? Zoro asked with a chuckle, fingering his swords all the while. Oh, I don't know. Sanji mused, his chuckling making it a bit hard for him to take a tug from his cigarette. I think the tentacles could stand to be a little more tenderized. 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. I begged them breathlessly. That BSTRD's eaten my body weight in my own food since I've joined, this is the most therapeutic thing I've ever seen. Yeehaw. Ride cow pirate. Soundbite hooped. Jerks. Oh. And some things were. Just plain, flat out weird. Oh. Okay. I sighed wearily as I kneaded my throbbing temples. One more time. Why did you try to drown Luffy in a bucket of water? Because he was suppressing our natural rights as snails. He was, the narrower and longer of the 2 transponder snails replied in a Cockney accent, his chuckling showing off an impressive pair of buck teeth. Indeed, the shorter and stockier snail nodded in agreement, his droning voice devoid of all emotion save annoyance. That imbecile is unworthy of leading a pack of lemmings off a cliff, much less a pirate ship bearing a being with my vast intelligence on board. We simply thought to restore the natural order of things. Yeah, what ye said. The taller snail nodded in agreement. My eye twitched furiously as I stared down at the pair, trying to get an accurate handle on just what the hell I was looking at. As if to pack things on, the taller snail suddenly piped up with a "Mnarf." Alright, I get it. I broke out furiously as I cast a glare at a cackling Soundbite. I pointed at the taller snail. Pinky. Then the smaller one. Brain. Happy now? Much. Soundbite snickered. Woohoo. Ain't it great, Brain? We got names now. Yes, we have been labeled by our bipedal masters, thus furthering our objectification. Joy. Great. I clapped my hands together in frustration. Now tell them to stop trying to kill us before I let Sanji fry them up in a pan. I abjectly refuse to abandon my righteous crusade against your noxious dash. Cram it, stow it, and quit it. Soundbite roared out. Yes sir. Pinky and the Brain cowered partway in their shells almost instantly. Great. I sighed in relief. Now, you can stay out here for now, but any more trouble and it's back in the bag. Got it. Aye, sir. The pair nodded in agreement, albeit with varying amounts of enthusiasm. Perfect. Now, if you'll excuse me. I turned around, strode to the cantina's door and poked my head outside. We're good. Apparently Soundbite's devil fruit gives him a lot of weight with his species. Good. Nami crooned in a faux saccharine voice that was almost as light and syrupy as the tar and feathers that she was covered in. And for the record? If they ever pull anything like this again, I will personally throw them overboard, and you with them. Capiche? I made to answer. Then winced as a thunk and a squawk came from the lower deck. Hey guys, I managed to get the barrel off Karoo's head. Usopp called up. Now could someone help me dunk him into the ocean to get the flour out of his feathers? I nodded weakly in agreement. Capiche? I'm glad we managed to settle this. Vivi piped up weakly, prompting us to look up at where she was hanging from the main mast via a rope snare tied around her ankle. Now could someone please get me one of my peacock slashers? The blood is starting to rush to my head. Oh. But eventually, our little vacation had to come to an end. There it is. Nami breathed as she held the log pose up to her eye in order to confirm her suspicions. After Whiskey Peak, this is our next destination on the Grand Line. I nodded slowly in numb awe as I watched the island slowly start to loom in the distance. There it was, one of the greatest death traps in the Grand Line. An island of giants. An island of dinosaurs. An island where death could come in 1,000,001 forms. But out of all those forms, only one mattered to me at the moment. This form of death came in the shape of a small tick, which carried within itself an even smaller and even deadlier virus. And unless I did something, that death would come within hours of taking one of our crew. The name of this island? So simple. Yet nonetheless ominous. Little Garden. And mix in 1 cup of water and rubbing alcohol. Soundbite concluded firmly. I took a tentative sniff of the pot I was stirring before recoiling with a very disgusted GG. Oh, that's just dash. And you're sure that you got the recipe right? The snail affixed me with a flat look. What the heck do you think? Yeah, fair enough. I grimaced as I dug out a measuring cup and one of Zoro's clearer bottles of grog. Though for the record, if this doesn't work, then I'm telling Zoro it was your idea. Lies and slander. PSH, I snorted as I slowly poured out the correct amounts of liquid into the cups and stirred them into the pot. With you? Slander is a very relative term. Soundbite blinked in confusion. UHHH? I allowed a smirk to play across my lips as I tapped the spoon I was using on the edge of the pot. There's little I can say about you that you wouldn't be willing to do. Not. Soundbite started to bark before freezing and reconsidering. Okay. Maybe true. Heh, I smirked as I looked my concoction over. Yeah, I thought so. I know you way too, sweet holy mother of. I snapped my head back furiously as I pinched my nose as shut as I could. Dear Lord, that is just flat out rank. Soundbite sniffed at the air for a moment before snapping back into his shell. Peyew. Tell me about it. I groaned miserably, waving my hand in front of my face. Well, it looks like Luffy's not the only one on this ship who can't cook. Here's hoping that Sanji doesn't take my head off for this. I shot a scowl at the snail as he started cackling before allowing a grim smile to slide across my face. Oh yeah, keep laughing asshat. In case you'd forgotten. I dug out a dish rag, soaked it in the concoction, and started wiping it over myself. You're going to be smelling it up close and personal, just like the rest of us. Soundbite's mood immediately pulled a 180 as he went from laughing to sobbing. WHYYY? Why God, why? Karma, for one thing. Cram it. Before I could respond, Luffy's voice suddenly shouted through the kitchen wall. Hey, Cross. Are you done yet or what? Yeah, I'm done. I called back. I'll be right out, just hold on. I shot a despairing look at the snail. Ready to face the music? I accidentally inhaled through the nose and was forced to fight down my GG reflex. And the stench? Soundbite gave me another tentative sniff before recoiling and shooting me a sheepish grin. An deal? Nice try, but no, I snorted, picking up the snail and plopping him down on my shoulder. I allowed myself a moment to chuckle as he dry-heaved before getting down to business, grabbing a number of rags and the pot before shouldering my way outside onto the deck. Okay people, I'd seriously recommend you all cover your noses. Unless, of course, you want your sinuses to feel like they're on fire. Huh? Luffy blinked at me in confusion. Water yo-oh, what the heck is that? Our captain yelped, leaping away from me and covering his nose with both hands, an action that the rest of the crew hastily imitated. ID smells like Shongxing's wadding. Karoo squawked out through his wings. How is it even physically possible for something to smell that bad? Usopp demanded desperately. Cross, what the hell have you been doing in there? Sanji growled furiously as he advanced on me. Indeed, Mr. Jeremiah. Vivi gagged out. Was there actually a point to you making us wait, besides cooking up that atrocity? I plastered a desperate smile on my face as I slowly retreated from my infuriated crewmates. Indeed, I'd called for the anchor to be dropped when we were a quarter-mile out from Little Garden. I'd then proceeded to sequester myself in the kitchen with Soundbite, relying on his instructions for what I was cooking. The whole process had taken a little over 10 minutes, but overall, I think the end result was worth it. Actually, Vivi, I grinned as I waved the pot out at everyone, prompting them to rear back in horror. This atrocity, as you call it, was the point of my little endeavor. Say hello to my personal homemade batch of anti-bug lotion. I grimaced as I accidentally breathed in through my nose again. Though, eau de rat might be a more accurate moniker. On second thought, please don't say anything to it. I'm afraid it might say something back. Ki-il me-ee. Soundbite-umed. Lotion? Nami spat incredulously. You mean to tell me you want to rub that sheet on us? Are you out of your mind? I chuckled sardonically and shook my head firmly. Oh no, of course not. That'd just be perverted. I held up the dish rags and shook them lightly. You'll be rubbing it on yourselves. Nami's face became carefully blank for a moment before she slowly looked at the rest of the crew. All those even remotely in favor of this crazy plan? Hell no, everyone bellowed unanimously. Denied. I belted out in response. Look, have you guys even glanced at Little Garden? I waved my hand at the unkempt island that nature had claimed. In case you hadn't noticed, it's a freaking jungle. And do you know what lives in jungles? Lions. Luffy piped up with an eager grin. Tigers, Zoro smirked menacingly. Bears, Sanji grinned around his cigarette. Oh my god. Nami, Usopp and Karoo sobbed, the former two hugging each other desperately, while Karoo. Yui. Can't gag, breathe. Soe Vivi. And bugs. I cut in firmly. Itty-bitty creepy crawly little insects, some so small that you wouldn't notice it flying in front of your face unless you were looking straight at it. To be specific, insects that love to crawl on and sting and bite people like us. And do you know what happens when you get bitten by bugs like that? The crew looked at each other in confusion for a second before shrugging. I dunno. Usopp mumbled cluelessly. I guess. It swells up, you itch and scratch a bit. Then you start coughing up blood, pus comes out of your nose and ears, you swell to 10 times your size, and within less than 24 hours you're a rancid husk of meat that not even the most depraved of wild animals would be willing to poke with a 10-foot pole, I finished flatly. Now that got everyone's total and undivided attention. I am sorry, Vivi stammered. Mr. Jeremiah, I think I must have misheard you. Did you just say that those bugs could dash? Potentially kill us? I pet an eyebrow at her. No, you heard me precisely right. Let me break it down for you. Our immune systems, the way our bodies fight disease? They've evolved over the years to fight whatever illnesses and afflictions the human race has come in contact with. However, while they can put up a good fight, if they come in contact with anything they have no knowledge of, then they're totally helpless. Now that island, I gestured at Little Garden again, is most likely a closed ecosystem. That means that it's evolved completely independent of humanity. We don't know it, it doesn't know us. Every last bacteria and microbe on that island has the potential to F us up in ways not even horror novelists could imagine. Now, granted, there are some we can do precisely F all about, but this? I shook the pot of bug lotion. This protects us from some. So hey. I shrugged carelessly. Feel free to go traipsing about without it, just be prepared to potentially help pioneer the development of a vaccine for hypermalaria. As patient zero. I grinned in the most demented way I could muster. So, any takers? Silence. I gave my smile a more pleasant tone. Great. Now come on, let's lather up and make pigs smell pleasant. For a moment, the crew shuffled around nervously, clearly torn between the stench and the prospect of bleeding uncontrollably from every orifice. Just as I was about to press the issue, though, Luffy solved it for me. Grabbing 2 of the rags, he soaked them in the fluid, and then promptly grabbed the pot and doused the rest of the crew with it. I whistled in awe as the rest of the crew gagged and wheezed miserably at the stench. Impressive. I muttered. Thanks, I think. Luffy grimaced as he wiped the concoction over himself. Ugh, this sheet reeks even worse up close. Zoro hacked. Don't worry, you get used to it, I hastily reassured him. He lies. Soundbite spat fiercely. I do. As everyone proceeded to reluctantly rub the gunk over themselves, I turned around in order to hide a grimace that had nothing to do with the way we smelled. In the end, cooking up the bug sludge based off of a recipe I'd managed to convince Soundbite to hawk up had been an act of desperation, a stopgap way of keeping anyone else from potentially getting bitten. Despite my deliberation on the matter, I had yet to come up with a solution to the dilemma I was in. On the one hand, if I allowed the Kestia tick to bite Nami, then things would proceed as normal. She'd get sick, we'd be forced to make a stop on Drum Island, Kureha and Chopper would cure her and our destined doctor would join the crew. And in the process, Nami would ding-dong ditch the gates of hell. Seeing the kind of pain and misery she'd gone through on ink and paper was one thing, but to allow it to happen to a real person? To my friend, who I'd legitimately come to care about. The mere concept was inhumane, to say the least. But on the other hand, was condemning Drum Island to Wapple's rule any less inhumane? If we didn't go to Drum, then Wapple would get there. Luffy's interference had been an inadvertent factor in the tin-jawed tyrant's return, to be sure, but he'd been in the vicinity as it was already, it was only a matter of time until he found his way back. And when he did, well, Wapple was far from my or anyone's definition of a heavy hitter, but if he managed to get his jaws on the castle's arsenal, Dalton, Kureha, Chopper, and who knows how many others would no doubt be killed in the ensuing anti-rebellion rampage he'd no doubt throw. All without mentioning how it would mean condemning the rest of the citizens of Drum to his tyranny. I ground my teeth furiously as I just barely kept myself from ramming my head against the nearest wall. I didn't know what to do, DMN it. What was more important? The momentary well-being of the one who was a dear friend, or the continued well-being of the many, as well as the life of one who would soon become a dear friend? DMN you, Morton, your fork is royally screwing me over. I swear to God, John, if I ever find a way to go back in time, I will wrap my hands around your scrawny English throat and dash. 6 o'clock. Wait, what dash? So, cross. It was only thanks to Soundbite's timely intervention that I was saved from jumping a foot off the deck in what would have been a very suspicious manner as Nami's very irritated voice sounded behind me. Thanks, I hissed out of the corner of my mouth at the snail before turning around to grin at Nami. Yes? Our navigator pinned me with a decidedly unimpressed and thoroughly irritated look. We all now smell bad enough to make your laundry smell good. And when I say your, I'm talking about you and the rest of the guys collectively. Are you satisfied, or do you want us to walk to the island next? I swiftly raised my hands in surrender. No, that was everything, we're good to go. Perfect. Weigh anchor. Let's go already. And with that, we started to sail towards one of the most dangerous islands on the equator. Despite how extravagant Cross was in his actions. Vivi mused cautiously as she observed Little Garden pull closer. I do believe he has a point. We need to remain cautious. She bit her thumb nervously. Despite how duplicitous she might be, I haven't been able to forget what Miss All Sunday said. Wait. Usopp swallowed heavily as he eyed the treeline fearfully. Do you think there could be monsters out there? Icebergs and waterfalls, Usopp, I stated as I patted the sniper on the back. Icebergs and waterfalls. Baby want a diaper? Soundbite snickered. I'd prefer escargot. Usopp snarled, albeit while keeping a foot away from the snail. Not that stopped Soundbite from trying to chomp at his nose, at any rate. Don't laugh just yet, Soundbite, Sanji warned flatly as he puffed on his cigarette. That might be a very real possibility if we don't pick anything up, what with how we've been eating through our provisions. Soundbite immediately cut himself off with a panicked squawk. He concentrated for a brief moment before plastering a shaky grin on his face and nodding frantically. Animals. Lots and lots of animals. DMN. Usopp and Karoo spat simultaneously. As we sailed up the closest available canal, we were enshrouded in shadows by the jaw-droppingly massive flora that surrounded us. I whistled softly in awe as I took in the sheer amount of nature that we were engulfed in. The island I'd first washed up on in the East Blue was one thing, but this? It was like someone had decided to copy-paste an artist's rendition of a prehistoric jungle onto reality. So this is Little Garden. Zoro mused in awe, slowly sweeping our surroundings for anything and everything potentially fatal. What blind Moan named this place Whittle Garden? Karoo demanded incredulously. It's freaking huge. IRO New York? Soundbite sang out doubtfully. If it was, then whoever came up with it was seriously pushing it. Nami scoffed. I mean, look around. I've never even seen some of. Make that any of these plants before. Eh? I slowly raised a finger in response. Oh come on, how would you know what these plants are? I don't. I defended hastily. It's just the scale patterns on some of those trees. I think I've seen them dash. Gah. Yipe. I and half the crew yelped in panic as a loud squawking sound belted out of the tree line, followed by something bursting out of the jungle and pelting into the sky. What was that? Nami shrieked fearfully as she hugged herself. Ah, Nami Swan is so cute when she's frightened. Sanji swooned kindly. She is, isn't she? I taunted impishly, only just managing to duck under the retaliatory fist Nami lashed out at me. Anyways, don't worry about it, Sanji soothed as he gestured at the flying creature. That's a regular bird and this is a regular jungle. There's absolutely nothing to fear. Luffy, meanwhile, was blinking up at the creature in confusion. Is that a lizard? Actually, Luffy? Vivi spoke up hesitantly. That's a bird. I saw feathers on it. Luffy tilted his head dubiously. But I saw scales. Actually. I piped up as I peered up at the creature through the spyglass I'd taken off of Nami's belt. You're both right. That thing's sporting feathers on its wings and tail and scales around its mouth. Which, I hissed as I lowered the glass, is not good. I think I know what's up. Boom. AGH, everyone squawked as the ship was suddenly shaken by a massive explosion. What part of all this sounds like a normal jungle to you guys? Nami shrieked incredulously. That sounded like a volcano blowing up. Usopp bellowed. Because it was, I groaned as I pointed at the plume of smoke coming up over the tree line. Alright, correction, I know what's up with this place. I've seen it before, a few years back. Where could you have possibly seen this place before? Zoro scoffed. Easy, I deadpanned. I saw it in a book. And that book would be? Petey's prehistoric picture book. The stunned silence was quite refreshing. My 5-year-old cousin loved it. When you say prehistoric, Vivi posited slowly. I mean dinosaurs, yes, I confirmed with a nod. Big, honking, more likely than not men-eating dinosaurs. Usopp swallowed heavily as he glanced around nervously. Why you can't be serious. Grog. The sniper was cut off by a tiger half the size of the Going Merry stumbling out of the tree line before collapsing from a combo of blood loss and large gouges in its flesh. I slowly turned my head to stare at Usopp. So, personally, I say that those teeth marks look about right for a T-Rex. What about you? Allosaurus maybe? Or something bigger? All in favor of not setting foot on this death trap? Usopp squeaked out meekly. Karoo squawked, jabbing his wing into the air. Agreed. Nami nodded hastily with a desperate grin. WWE just need to sit tight right here and wait for the log pose to reset. And no need to go out and get eaten. After all, we can't get to Alabasta as soon as possible if we're traipsing around in a killer jungle, right? Well, I'm gonna go hunting, Sanji announced from where he had hopped down to the shore. Wait, Sanji, hold on. Luffy bellowed out before the cook could start walking. Yeah, listen to the captain. Nami belted out hysterically as she plastered a panicked grin on her face. You need to make a pirate box lunch first. I want to go adventuring. Don't listen to him, he's got fewer brain cells than zooplankton, she howled desperately. Nami's right, Sanji, Luffy's being an idiot. I piped up. Nami shot me a relieved look in response. Thank you, Cross. Make 2 boxed lunches, I'm going with high GRGK. I was literally choked off by Nami grabbing my throat in her hands. Where in the name of the great god of berries do you think you 2 dipshits are going? She shrieked at the top of her lungs. Did you just say great god of? HRRGRGH alright. I hastily reassessed what I was planning on saying as I wrenched myself out of Nami's grip. Well, seeing how we're on an island with dinosaurs, there's really only one natural thing to do. And that would be? Nami hissed through gritted teeth. I plastered a semi-dash, or possibly completely, manic grin on my face. I'm gonna ride me a T-Rex, rodeo style. Yippee-kmeep. Soundbite cut off in a squeak as Nami grabbed his eye stalks with a bloodthirsty growl. What is keeping me from wringing both your scrawny necks? Right here. Right now, she hissed. Besides the fact that we're on the same crew? I grinned nervously. The snarl I received in response was not a good sign. Luffy? Back me up on this? Please. Don't hurt him, Nami. Luffy pleaded. He needs his legs if he's going to go adventuring. Oh, you want to come too? Apparently, that was the straw that broke the camel's back if the way Nami suddenly collapsed on the deck sobbing miserably was anything to go by. They're too far gone already, it's hopeless. I winced slightly at her despondent expression. I slowly reached out towards her shoulder. There the yerg. I squawked in agony as I suddenly found my hand caught in an organic vice grip. If you die, I will dance on your grave, Nami growled venomously. Hey, Luffy. Can I come too? Vivi piped up. Yeah. I cheered enthusiastically. Princesses gone YOW. I yelped as the pressure on my hand quadrupled. What the hell are you hurting me for? You can't blame me for this. Of course I can. Your madness is infectious. No, Nami, it's fine. Vivi reassured hastily. I want to go out of my own volition. If I stay on the ship, chances are I'll just pointlessly brood about Alabasta dash. The princess winced slightly before rallying. Anyways, the point is that this will take my mind off things while the log pose resets. Good for you, Vivi. Karoo squawked enthusiastically. But milady. Sanji swooned desperately. What if you get hurt or dash? It'll be fine. Vivi reassured him with a hasty grin. After all, Karo'll be protecting me. That prompted Karoo to adopt a horrified expression, his bill dropping open in sheer terror as a choked gurgle tore its way out of his throat. Wow, you just scared that poor duck quackless. Nami muttered. I'll make you a lunch of love as well, my princess. Sanji swooned as he leaped up to the kitchen. Oh, and while you do, could you fill up Karoo's? Karoo, where did you put your water barrel? Below deck, the duck squawked mutely. I'll take some water too, please. I called up. Lettuce. Soundbite chorused. Wait your turns, you too. Hold it. Everyone froze as Nami suddenly screeched at the top of her lungs. Again. The orange-haired banshee huffed heavily for a moment before alternating a glare between Luffy, Vivi and I. Seeing how I apparently can't control any of you worth shit, then I suppose I might as well put down some rules so that you don't wind up dead in ditches. But, wait, we're on a prehistoric jungle island, there aren't any ditches dash. Cross, Nami ground out around the hand she was using to pinch the bridge of her nose. If you finish that sentence, I will have Sanji get me a bowl, a mirror, a needle and thread, and a straight razor. Why would UIERP? I squeaked as Nami suddenly grabbed somewhere very private. So that I can literally emasculate you, she hissed venomously. I swallowed heavily, cold sweat running down my face. And the mirror? So that you can watch. Noted, I squeaked meekly. Through my fear, I couldn't help but wonder why the hell that threat sounded so DMN familiar. Perfect. Now then, Rule 1. Nami's voice suddenly cut off without any apparent reason. Thinking fast, I checked behind me. Nothing. Don't know where to start, huh? Soundbite. Snickered. Shut up. Yes. Look, Nami. I spoke up hesitantly. We don't know how long we'll be here, so we have nothing but time. Furthermore, we'll be going out there with one of the toughest badasses this side of the ocean. He could and most likely will eat some of, if not most of, the dinosaurs we come across. I'm 99% certain we'll be fine. So, do I get to keep my potential to procreate one day? Against my better judgment, yes, Nami sighed as she reluctantly released me. My future descendants thank you. I sighed in relief. Anyways, I don't want you to worry without reason, so how about this, Vivi'll take Brain with her, and if you and Usopp decide to leave the ship for whatever reason, you take Pinky with you. Like that, we'll all be in communication. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji don't need snails because nothing on this island can put so much as a scratch on them. Alright? Well. Alright, fine, I guess that's, wait, how does Zoro factor in on this? I jabbed my thumb over the side of the ship with a flat look. He and Sanji left 5 minutes ago, arguing over who could bag the bigger dino. Looked like they were really getting into it, too. For a few scant moments, Nami looked like she was about to legitimately erupt before slumping in defeat. Just get out of here already. A slight snarl entered her voice. Before I lose my temper and make you extinct. Getting. I yelped in agreement, leaping over the Mary's railing and landing on the shoreline. I winced slightly at the ache that blossomed in my legs from the drop, but promptly grinned in satisfaction as that ache went away just as fast. It might not have seemed like much, but to me? It was proof. Bit by bit, cell by cell, my body was changing. Evolving. Every day I lived in this world, every gram of local vitamins I ingested, I became just a little bit stronger, a little more durable. By my old standards, I was becoming superhuman, but by my new ones? By this world's? I was becoming normal. A minute later, Luffy and Vivi riding on Karoo landed on the ground next to me. Luffy grinned as he tossed me a lunchbox before turning to face the jungle. Woohoo! Let's go, he whooped as he charged into the jungle. Wait for us, Luffy. Vivi called after him. Yeah. We're still human, you know. I concurred. Speak for yourself, Karoo chuckled under his breath. Preach it, brother. Soundbite added. Luffy didn't slow down, but he did have the courtesy to whoop and holler as he went to make it easier for us to follow him. He also cleared a path through the underbrush so we didn't have to stop every 30 seconds to hack vegetation away, so at the very least it was a mile better than the first jungle I'd experienced. Vivi, on the other hand, was being far more courteous to me, urging Karoo to match his pace with mine so that we were running side by side. As it was, though, we were currently running in silence. It wasn't really all that surprising. We'd been on the same ship for a while now, sure, but neither of us had actually been alone together, so we weren't completely certain about what to talk about. Ultimately, Vivi cleared her throat and spoke up. So, you're not warm in what you're wearing. Huh? I glanced down at what I was wearing, a shell jacket like the one Usopp had destroyed, only with a camo pattern, long dark brown cargo slacks, a white t-shirt with a diagonal set of gray claw marks running over the chest, and a pair of steel-toed boots. Not really. The place I grew up on basically had a summer island climate. Some of us would joke that we had 2 seasons, summer, and hell. I can wear this stuff practically anytime, anywhere, and not care about it. Oh, that's good, Vivi sighed in relief. You'll be grateful for having that kind of tolerance in Alabasta. It's a desert country, so covering your skin is a necessary, if somewhat uncomfortable, must. Glad to hear it, I nodded in confirmation before humming as a thought struck me. Wait. If Alabasta is a desert, then shouldn't your skin be, I dunno, darker? Olive or something? Isn't that how it works? That actually managed to get a chuckle out of Vivi. You have no idea how often people ask me or my father that question. Yes, there are quite a few people in Alabasta with dark skin, but the Nefertaris haven't been a part of that group, at least not for several generations. After all, we tend to live in the palace for our whole lives, so we're not exposed to the sun more often than we need to. Huh? I mused as I vaulted over a stray log. I guess I shouldn't be surprised there are at least a few benefits to being a royal, huh? You have no idea. Karoo squawked in agreement. Vivi, on the other hand, frowned a bit. You'd be surprised. The reveries in particular tend to be more frustrating than anything. Royals that don't care in the slightest about their civilians, the necessity of posture and face in light of stupid rivalries and feuds that the current generation had nothing to do with, no direct involvement whatsoever. Her lips pursed into a tight, thin line. And the world nobles. I allowed a shiver of revulsion to run through me. Yeah. That part goes without saying. Let me guess, they barely tolerate the idea that mere humans can hold themselves up to even half their divine stature. Surprisingly, the princess shook her head with a grimace. Not quite. With most of the other royals, sure, but with my family? They're more directly antagonistic. I had a good guess as to why they felt like that, but nevertheless, I shot Vivi a flat look. Let me try again. One of your ancestors spilled a drink on their ancestors' robes about 500 years ago, and they swore a blood feud as a result. Vivi sighed wearily and hung her head. If only it were that simple. But no. While you're right about it centering around our ancestors, the reason for the hatred is that. Vivi trailed off as she hesitated for a bare moment before coming to a decision. How much do you know of the origins of the world government? I tilted my head in thought. 800 years ago, 20 kings allied together and left their kingdoms in order to found the nascent world government. Right? Vivi nodded slowly in agreement as she steeled herself. And 800 years ago, the Nefertaris refused to leave their kingdom, and instead remained in Alabasta to this day. Princess, say what? Soundbite yelped in disbelief. I followed the snail's lead, blinking at Vivi in shock. Wait, hold on, so you and your father are not world nobles, Vivi asserted firmly, following it up with a sigh of relief. Thank God for that, I don't even want to imagine. No, we're not world nobles, but we could have been. And that's the exact reason why the real world nobles hate us. They take the fact that we refuse to ascend with them as an insult, and they haven't let us forget it. Which is why they aren't helping us with the rebellion. Karoo muttered darkly. That, and my father didn't want to let the Marines get involved and potentially slaughter the civilians, Vivi added. But still. They do tend to make our lives very complicated, even though in the end it's never mattered all that much. I winced in sympathy as I contemplated the implications. As I'd thought, the world nobles were indeed BSTRDS of the highest order, and being associated with them only made things worse instead of better. I hoped that this knowledge wouldn't become pertinent in the future, if just for Vivi's sake, but honestly, considering how the phrase Oda never forgets was meme in the fandom, I didn't have high hopes. In the end, whether I or anyone else liked it or not, the Nefertari's family history would one day become important. All I could do was hope that when it did, I would be ready for it. Coming out of my thoughts, I shot a grin up at Vivi. Well, either way, I, for one, am grateful that you're not a world noble. It'd seriously suck to miss out on having you as a friend, you know? Vivi blinked at me in surprise for a moment before chuckling and smiling in agreement. Yeah, I am too. It's been great sailing with you all. It's been educational. I never imagined that pirates like Luffy could. Wait. The princess trailed off as she looked around in panic. Where's Luffy? I joined her in searching the jungle. I don't. Soundbite. Up and away. What are you? I looked upwards. And promptly froze, staring in shock. Vivi? What is it, CR? Vivi gaped in shock as she saw what I did. Hey Cross. Luffy hooped from the head of the Apatosaurus, or was it a Brontosaurus? He was riding. You were right. There are dinosaurs around here. Isn't this awesome? Vivi stammered for a moment. Words fail you, huh? I muttered. Kind of, yes. Tenbiwi says he gets eaten. Karoo muttered. As if on cue, the Apatosaurus suddenly bucked its head, flinging Luffy into the air and swallowing him in one deft move. Caught it. Luffy! Vivi shrieked in panic. Calm down, I said, waving my hand carelessly. I mean, it's Luffy for goodness sake. He'll be out in 5 seconds or less. Mere moments later, a humanoid figure that was gargantuan beyond comprehension appeared from out of nowhere and decapitated the dinosaur, slicing its neck clean off and allowing Luffy to drop out as a result. I blinked at the display in shock. Well, that's not quite what I had in mind, but still. Vivi's response was to stammer and squeak incredulously. Oh. Gabba bababa. So you found some humans too, huh, Dory? Gegia Jaya Jaya. Indeed, Broggy. In fact, I found one going down the throat of a longneck. It was quite a shock when he came out. Shishishishi. Hey, it might have been a surprise but I could have gotten out on my own. Gabba baba. Sounds like the humans have become even wilder since we've been gone, Dory. You've got that right, Broggy. Gegia Jayagya. Shishishishi. You guys are hilarious. Gabba baba. Gegia Jayagya. Oh god, now there's 3 of them, and 2 are jumbo-sized. I couldn't help but snicker at Nami's weary groan. I'd say you have your hands full, but considering how I doubt even you can punch out a giant? I'll just leave you with my sympathies. Screw you, Cross. Soundbite belted out in our navigator's voice. A second later, however, his expression shifted from angry to a wide grin. Hey Cross, you sure you don't want to meet up with us? Dory's pretty awesome. I chuckled at the offer, but shook my head nonetheless. No thanks, Luffy, this is enough for me. I'm happier out here. There's a whole wide island out here, and I want to see as much as I can. After Luffy's near miss with becoming Dino Chow, Dory had invited us back to his home at the West Skull Mountain. I, however, had chosen to decline in favor of exploring a bit more. After all, standing here in the middle of a prehistoric paradise like this? It was a beyond once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There was no way in hell I was going to let it slip through my fingers. Nevertheless, I'd stayed in contact with Luffy and Vivi via Pinky and Soundbite after I'd taken off, and a few minutes later, we were joined by Usopp and Nami contacting us via Brain, telling us about meeting Broggy. All in all, it was quite entertaining, if nothing else. Still, human, Soundbite suddenly piped up in Dory's voice with a slightly concerned look. I would recommend you exercise some caution. While Broggy and I are too big to be in any kind of danger from the local fauna, the same cannot be said of you humans. Don't worry about it, I verbally waved the giant's warning as I ducked under a curtain of leaves and vines. I've got Soundbite with me, and he's got practice warding off dangerous animals. Plus, if I get close to anything really bad, he'll warn me about OW. I winced as Soundbite suddenly chomped on my ear. What is it? Soundbite jerked his eyes to the side, indicating a cave in a nearby cliff face. Danger. Keep out. I eyed the hole contemplatively. That bad, huh? What is it? Usopp asked via Soundbite. Apparently something in a cave's got Soundbite spooked. A cave, huh? Broggy mused contemplatively. Sounds like your snail has good ears, human. There's a species of small dinosaurs on the island that like to use caves as nests. They're nuisances to us, but to you, I imagine they'd be quite dangerous. I ran through a list of dinosaurs that were both dangerous and small for a moment before coming to a bone-chilling conclusion. Right. I hissed, turning on my heel, intent on getting as far from the cave as I could. Well, I'm just going to go. Anywhere but here. Well, at least you're trying to stay safe. Nami sighed in frustration. Ah, come on, Nami. I teased as I started working my way through a particularly dense section of brush. How much trouble do you think I could possibly get in? More than you can imagine. I chuckled slightly as I finally managed to wrench myself through the wall of flora. Ah, come on, cut me some dash. Ah. My words promptly died in my throat as I looked forwards again. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine stared back at me in dumbfounded shock. I swallowed heavily as a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck, aided by the bloodthirsty grin Miss Valentine was suddenly sporting. On second thought, you might have a point.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.